Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents A Fatal Fabergé by Ellery Adams and Parker Riggs, narrated by Andy Arndt. Chapter 1. On a crisp autumn day, Molly Appleby pushed her son Tyler in a stroller down a quiet side street in Burlington, Vermont. They were on their way to Monkey Paws Antiques, where Molly was hoping to talk to the shop owner about an interview for Collectors Weekly. As senior staff writer, she was always on the lookout for stories, and she'd heard that Monkey Paws had recently celebrated its 25th anniversary. Her niece, and Tyler's nanny, Starling Harrison, was accompanying them, and when they arrived at the store, Starling held the door open for Molly to push the stroller inside. A table by the entrance held a dozen mason jar candles for sale, and one burned brightly on the counter behind it, filling the air with the sweet scent of apples and cinnamon. It was 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, and the autumnal theme was going strong in the store with ceramic pumpkins, cozy throw blankets, brass trays, lanterns, and goldenrod wreaths on display. "I see a rack of vintage clothes," Starling said. She'd lately become interested in vintage wear, as evidenced by the 1970s beige tartan coat she was wearing. "Do you mind if we split up?" "No, of course not. Go." Starling went off in the direction of the clothes, and Molly pushed the stroller down an aisle of antique furniture. A Georgian mahogany chest caught her eye, but it was a jelly cupboard/pie safe that made her stop in her tracks. She'd been thinking of buying one for her kitchen. As she looked over the cabinet, a tall, lanky man appeared out of a back room. He was around 50, clean-shaven, with thinning gray hair swept back from a high forehead. When he saw Molly, he made a beeline for her. "That's a charming piece," he said. "It's made of solid pine, and it's been refinished." He opened the doors. "You can see there are 2 interior shelves, which is very handy, and of course there are the 2 top drawers for storage." "It's gorgeous, and in excellent condition," Molly said. "I don't see a price tag." "It's $2,000. She thought it was a fair price for the piece, but she wasn't ready to make any snap decisions. "I'll talk it over with my husband," she said. "Are you the owner, Felix Shaw?" "Yes, I am." "Hi, I'm Molly Appleby. He cut her off. "I know who you are." He smiled as he stuck out his hand. "With your hat on, I didn't recognize you from your byline photo. I've been a subscriber to Collectors Weekly for years. I really enjoy your articles. They're very informative." Molly felt herself blush. "Thank you." She always got a little embarrassed when people complimented her work. "How do you like living in Vermont after your recent move from North Carolina?" "Actually, it's been 3.5 years. "Has it?" He looked surprised. "The older I get, the faster time seems to go by." "I know what you mean. This little guy is already 14 months old, which amazes me he's growing so fast." She indicated Tyler, who was clutching his favorite stuffed bunny rabbit and chewing on its ear. "If you don't mind my asking, I'm curious what brought you to Vermont. You never said in your articles." "My husband, Matt, was offered a surgical residency at the University of Vermont Medical Center," she said. "I was fortunate that the magazine allowed me to work remotely. I've been enjoying exploring stores like yours in New England. Which brings me to the reason for my visit to your shop. I was wondering if you'd be interested in sitting down with me sometime for an interview. My stepfather told me you've recently celebrated 25 years in business, which is quite an accomplishment. I'd love to write a feature article on you, about how you got your start, how you've managed to continue your success into the internet age when so many stores are closing." His smile widened. "Well, this is very exciting. Did you have a date in mind?" "Early January, after the holiday rush is over." She opened her vintage Chanel handbag. Matt had given it to Molly to thank her for all the sacrifices she'd made for him while he was in medical school. It was the only piece of designer clothing that she owned. She took out a business card and handed it to him. "Here's my contact information. I'll give you a call after the first of the year." "Wonderful. Thank you, Molly. I'm honored you'd even consider me for an article." He tucked her card into his shirt pocket. Who's your stepfather? Sorry, I should have said. Sean Murphy. He owns the treasure trove. He told me you gave him some advice when he first moved to Burlington. That's right, I did, Felix said. He stopped into the shop one day and we got to talking. He mentioned he was putting together his own business plan for a new store, and I gave him some pointers. He grinned. I'm glad the treasure trove has done so well, even if Sean is the competition. Last time I dropped in to see him, he introduced me to your mother. She seems like a very nice lady. He sighed deeply. Finding love later in life isn't easy to do. I'm happy for both of them on their marriage. Molly noticed he wasn't wearing a wedding ring, but before she could ask him anything about his personal life, the phone behind the register counter rang, and he excused himself. She found Starling standing in front of a display table, having moved on from the vintage clothes rack. She was holding a large ceramic punch bowl shaped like a giant pumpkin. Isn't it adorable? Please tell me you need this, she said. Molly took the bowl from her and checked the price tag. It's $160. She set the pumpkin bowl back on the table. Far too expensive for my tastes. And besides, I don't need one. We got a crystal punch bowl as a wedding gift, and I still haven't used it. What I need is a Christmas present for my mother. Starling's eyebrows shot up. I thought you bought her that hand-knitted woolen scarf at the craft fair we went to last weekend. Or did you decide to keep it for yourself? No, it's for my mother, but we always buy each other a few small gifts. There was a revolving jewelry carousel on the table, and Molly turned it around, stopping it when she saw a pewter cat brooch. This is perfect. It's vintage and only $20. With the cat brooch in hand, Molly moved on with Starling. They walked through the entire store, taking their time, exploring every nook and cranny. When they made their way back to the entrance by the register counter, Starling bought one of the autumn fragrance candles. Molly decided to buy one too, and handed it, along with the brooch, to Felix to ring up. As he scanned her items, she looked out the front window. There's a bookstore across the street, she told Starling. Let's go there next. Felix looked up. Don't waste your time, he said. Rarest books will spoil your day. He lowered his voice, even though there was no one else in the store. The owner has a drinking problem, and he's let the shop fall into disrepair. I expect it will close soon. That's too bad, Molly said. I guess we'll skip the bookstore. Good decision, he said. There was a stack of glossy flyers on the counter, and Starling picked one up. Look, Aunt Molly! It's advertising the charity gala ball at Mistyvale. I'm selling tickets for the event if you're interested, Felix said. It's a fundraiser in support of the pediatric unit at the hospital. But it's tomorrow night, and black tie, so you'd need something fancy to wear. Molly handed him her credit card. Actually, I already have tickets. My husband bought them a few weeks ago. He inserted her card into the credit card reader. Right, of course, you said he's a doctor. I'm looking forward to seeing the inside of the manor house, Molly said. I visited the Gordon Museum with my mother a couple of years ago, but the ticket didn't include a house tour. I wonder why they don't open it up to the public. The owner, Natasha Gordon, is a very private person, he said. This is actually the first time she's hosting a fundraiser at the manor house, although I'm sorry to say she won't have her private rooms open to the public. Oh, too bad. She must have some lovely artwork. It's not just the art. There's antique furniture and so many collectible items. I've been trying for years to persuade her to sell some of them to me. What does she have that you're interested in? There's a hand-painted Russian lacquer box I've always admired, and a Russian gilded silver and enamel creamer circa 1900 that I have the perfect spot for in my home. There's also a silverware service for 12 that's been gathering dust for years. I told her, it's not like you're doing anything with these things, so why not give them a new home? It's a shame, really. I'd pay her a fair price, and I have no intention of selling them. But she won't do it. They must have sentimental value, Molly said. Felix frowned. Everything in the manor house has sentimental value to Natasha. How do you know her? My mother works there. She's been a cook for the Gordon family since 1968, if you can believe it." Molly was impressed. The longest she'd worked at any one place was for 8 years, when she was an English teacher at an exclusive private school in North Carolina. She was getting close to achieving that milestone again at Collectors Weekly, but she couldn't imagine herself working there forever. "Are you going to the ball?" "Me? No." He shook his head. "Would you like a gift box for the pin?" "Yes, thank you." Felix reached under the counter and brought out a small white box and a stack of thin red tissue paper. "Natasha hired a catering firm, but my mother wants to make sure everything goes off without a hitch." He opened the box and tucked some of the sheets of tissue inside. Then he set the pin on top of the paper and folded the sides over the pin. "She's 72, and I worry about her stress levels." He put the lid on the box. "I told her I'd keep her company in case she needs help with anything." "That's very nice of you," Molly said. "She certainly has worked on the estate a long time." "Yes, she has. That's why I'm selling tickets for the event." He put the box into a white bag with Monkey Paws Antiques written in swirling red letters on the front. "I've only managed to sell 8, but Natasha told me last week that over 100 tickets had already been sold." "That's good news for the pediatric unit," Molly said. "I Googled Natasha. There wasn't much on her, other than she's known for her philanthropic work. Does she have a profession?" "No, although I suppose being a fundraiser and party planner for charities could qualify as a type of profession, couldn't it?" Starling said, "Only if you don't need a steady paycheck. She's lucky she doesn't have to work for a living. She must be very comfortable." "She inherited the entire Misty Vale estate after her parents passed away in the late 90s, he said. "I admire her for managing it on her own all these years." He handed Molly her credit card, and she slipped it into her handbag. "I read she's never married and has no children." Felix handed the bag to Molly. Molly tucked the bag into the zippered tote she kept in the stroller. "Well, maybe one day you'll be able to convince her to part with a few of her treasures," she said. "In the meantime, it was very nice meeting you, Felix. I'll be in touch about a date and time to get together for an interview." "The pleasure has been all mine." He raced around the counter to the door and held it open for them. "Have a nice day, ladies." When the door was shut behind them and they were alone on the sidewalk, Molly looked across the street at Raris Books. She wondered if Felix had badmouthed the owner because he didn't like him. But then she noticed the gilded gold paint on the store's wooden sign above the window appeared faded and chipped, and she realized Felix was probably telling the truth. The owner wasn't taking care of his shop. Starling saw where she was looking and said, "If Felix hadn't told you not to go to Raris Books, I would have. Tony and I stopped in there once, and we lasted about 2 minutes before we started sneezing. The shop is shabby, and it smelled musty. Felix was right about the owner, too. He never said a word to us. He didn't even smile or say hello. He just stood there staring at us like we were aliens from another planet. I thought he was weird and creepy, but maybe he was drunk. I could smell alcohol when we walked by him." Molly pushed the stroller down the sidewalk in the direction of home. She didn't want to look at Raris Books and its faded sign. What she did want to do was talk to Starling about Tony Lombardi, and her mentioning his name was the perfect opening. The couple had broken off their relationship 12 days ago, but Starling hadn't told her or Matt the reason, and Lombardi had been tight-lipped about it too. The only thing he'd told Molly was that it just didn't work out. She hated to pry, but she also wanted to know what happened. Lombardi wasn't a stranger to their family. He was a good friend, and Tyler's godfather. She cleared her throat. Speaking of Lombardi, you know I invited him to Thanksgiving dinner long before you broke up. I've been meaning to ask you if I should rescind the invitation." Starling glanced at her. "Did he say something to you about it?" "No. As far as I know, he's still coming." "Well, it's fine with me," Starling said. "You know, if you want to talk about what happened, I'm here to listen." Starling smiled. To look at her, you'd never know her heart was broken. Her blue eyes were as clear and bright as the sky, her sandy blonde hair was glistening, and she acted as if the world was her oyster. You and Uncle Matt are very kind, Starling said. I know you're curious about why we broke up, and I know you're worried about me, but you don't need to be. Tony and I are still good friends. She paused. Molly hoped she'd keep talking. The thing is, it turned out the age difference was too much for him, which I totally understand. I told him if he felt that strongly about it, then it was better we stopped seeing each other right away. I didn't want to prolong things. Molly was surprised. I thought if age became an issue, you'd be the one who felt it, not him, she said. But the minute she spoke those words out loud, she realized she should have known it would be Lombardi who would use their 10-year age difference as an excuse to break up with Starling. And it wasn't because she was so much younger than him, or that he didn't have any feelings for her. His problem was his inability, or refusal, to make a long-term commitment. Molly was beginning to think he was simply incapable of it. Starling gave a little shrug. We had fun, and now it's over, that's all. I'm okay with it, really. And maybe she was, Molly thought. Starling's generation seemed to handle breakups better than her own. She remembered crying herself to sleep every night for a month when she broke up with a young man she'd barely dated for 3 weeks. Starling was treating the breakup with Lombardi like it was no big deal. Are you sure you don't mind him coming over for Thanksgiving dinner? I already told him not to feel strange coming over to the house, Starling said. I know he's friends with you and Uncle Matt, and he loves Tyler. I don't want it to be weird. I want us to be friends. She smiled, but this time Molly thought it looked a little forced. Maybe she was hiding her true feelings after all. Thanksgiving will be perfect. Molly hoped so. But in her experience, once you dated someone and broke up with them, it wasn't easy to maintain a friendship or socialize with them. Starling changed the subject. Have you got everything you need for the gala ball? Do we need to make any other stops? The sun went behind a cloud, and suddenly it felt 10 degrees colder. Molly pulled her gloves out of her pockets and put them on. I have my dress and shoes, and I've made an appointment tomorrow morning at the hair salon. She felt a shiver go down her spine. She loved the fall, but the temperature was so erratic day to day, she never knew what to expect. The invitation promises dancing and a buffet dinner until 10, and Matt said he heard from people who've gone to other fundraisers Natasha Gordon has organized that she always goes full out. Having it at Mistyvale is going to make it even more special. Sounds like fun, Starling said. I'm sure it will be, Molly said. After all, what could possibly go wrong? Chapter 2. Saturday evening was cold, but the sky was clear and full of stars. Surrounded by tall hedges, Molly felt like a princess as she walked beside Matt up a wide gravel path to the manor house at Mistyvale. She wished she'd heeded his advice to wear a coat. Her vintage 1960s black velvet ball gown, with its off-the-shoulder bodice and voluminous taffeta skirt, was no match for the weather. I hear music coming from the house, Matt said. The large brick house reminded Molly of Kensington Palace, which they'd taken a tour of on their honeymoon. Only, instead of being set down in the middle of London, it was in the wooded countryside of Vermont. Sounds like Natasha Gordon hired a real band. No DJs for her. He glanced at Molly. You look absolutely beautiful. You're also shivering. Let me give you my jacket. No, I'm fine. And by the way, I forgot to tell you, I think you look very handsome in your tuxedo. Thank you, sweetheart. Handsome and nice and warm, she added. He laughed. I'll give you my jacket. No, you'll ruin your look. My look? He laughed. You sound like your mother. But have it your way. How are you doing in those high heels? You seem a little wobbly. They're definitely not made for speed or comfort, she said. I didn't expect the walk from the parking court to be so long either. She took Matt's arm as they approached the manor's double staircase. She was worried she might trip on her gown as they climbed the steps. When they reached the portico landing, Matt took their tickets out of his pocket, and they got in line. When he handed the tickets to the woman collecting them at the door, she smiled and welcomed them. Stepping into the enormous foyer, Molly took in the gleaming Italian marble floors, gold-domed ceiling, massive chandeliers, and sweeping staircase. Music seemed to fill the house, and Molly felt her excitement grow as she observed the other guests. Everyone dressed to the nines for this gala ball, laughing and smiling, enjoying their evening out. She felt her toes pinch in her shoes, but she was determined not to complain. It was, however, times like this when she wished she was like her mother, who lived in designer clothes and could dance all night in a pair of heels. Molly was the complete opposite. She preferred to wear comfortable, casual clothes, much to her mother's great disappointment. She had taken her advice on buying the vintage gown, and had spent hours at her hair salon having her shoulder-length brown hair swept into an updo and her makeup expertly applied. "Are you hungry?" Matt asked. "Would you like to eat first and dance later?" "You know me. I can always eat. But let's check out the ballroom. We could get a drink to kick off the evening." "Sounds good to me," he said. As they entered the ballroom, they paused a moment to admire the arched ceiling, which was painted blue with white clouds to resemble the sky. The band was set up on a stage at the far end of the room by a long row of Palladian windows that overlooked a brightly lit terrace. The dance floor wasn't too crowded. Most of the guests were milling around the room, chatting with friends, making new acquaintances, drinking cocktails or wine. Hors d'oeuvres were being carried on silver trays by waitstaff, and Molly snagged a crab and avocado toast from one of them. "I'll get our drinks," Matt said. "What would you like?" "White wine, please." "Wait here. I'll be right back." Matt walked through the crowd to the bar, where a line had formed. Molly stood by the windows, out of the way of people coming in. She enjoyed listening to the music, tapping her foot in time. When someone tapped her on the shoulder, she almost jumped out of her shoes. "Oh!" "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you." The voice belonged to a man in his late 20s with short dark hair, big green eyes, and an athletic build. He looked very stylish in a cobalt black floral tuxedo jacket and black pants. "Are you Molly Appleby?" "Yes, I am. Who are you?" He stuck out his hand and smiled. "Maxim Gordon-Cobb. But please call me Maxim." "Hello, Maxim." She shook his hand. "Gordon is your middle name? Are you by any chance related to Natasha Gordon, our hostess for the evening?" "She's my aunt. I'm visiting her from Lexington, Mass. I live there with my husband, Kurt. We own an antique store called Times Past." The band started up a loud dance number, heavy on the brass instruments, and he raised his voice a little. "We're subscribers to Collectors Weekly and huge fans of yours, which is how I recognized you. We adore your writing. You're smart and witty and a fabulous reporter. You make antiques come alive." "Oh, well, thank you," Molly blushed. A second compliment in 2 days. She was breaking some kind of record. "Is Kurt here tonight?" "No, he's at home, minding the shop." "It's very generous of your aunt to host these events." "She loves doing it," he said. "She's been planning this one for months. I wasn't going to come, but my father called a few weeks ago, and I told him I'd help him with a project, and here I am. His name is Curtis Cobb. Do you know him? He's a rare book dealer. He owns Rarest Books in town." "No, we've never met." She wasn't going to tell him that Felix and Starling had warned her away from his father's shop. "What kind of project are you working on?" "I'm glad you asked," he said. "Rarest Books is on the brink of closing, and I'm trying to help my father save it." Felix hadn't been exaggerating when he'd said the shop might be closing soon, she thought. "The problem is, he's old school and refused to change a thing about the shop since my grandfather died, which was about 20 years ago. My mother told him he was making a mistake by not modernizing, but he didn't listen to her. I've been here for 3 weeks inventorying the shop and setting up a website and eBay account for him. I thought it would help to generate new sales if I could get him online. He really needs to grow the business, but the shop looks worn out inside and needs a complete makeover, and now I'm worried he's left it too late to fix." "Selling rare books is a niche business," she said. "A website would have made a big difference, not only in domestic sales but international. Even if you give the shop a makeover, it could take a while to see a change. Can he hold out for long?
No, not really.
His eyes grew thoughtful.
I feel like this is fate, meeting you tonight. I hope you don't think I'm being pushy, but would you consider writing an article about Dad in the shop? He could really use the publicity.
Molly hesitated. She didn't like being put on the spot, and she certainly wasn't going to make a commitment to write an article about a failing business. I'm not sure my editor would approve. It was a good excuse, if not entirely true. Her boss, Carl Swanson, usually gave her a lot of leeway when it came to choosing her subjects.
I understand, he said. But do you think you could ask?
I'd rather not, she thought. But he was staring at her with his big green eyes, and she found herself saying, "Sure, I suppose I could do that."
Fantastic! Wait here, and I'll get my father and introduce you.
He took off like a shot before Molly could stop him. What had she done? The last thing she wanted to do was write an article about Maxim's father and his grungy shop. Sighing, she looked at the line at the bar, searching for Matt. He was still online, with 4 people ahead of him. She thought about grabbing him and running out of the room to get out of meeting Curtis Cobb, but that would be immature and unprofessional. She would meet the man. But unless he could persuade her that his story would be of interest to her readers, which she doubted it would be, she would make it clear she wasn't going to agree to anything without getting prior approval. It was the easy way out, but too bad. Maxim returned a minute later with his father. Curtis Cobb had a shock of untidy gray hair, a bony face, and a stern expression. He looked Molly up and down and frowned, as if he found her offensive in some way. Molly's cheeks grew warm. She was a full-figured size 12, with curvy hips, and stood 5'8" in her stocking feet. She didn't like being stared at.
Maxim tells me you're going to write an article about me and the shop to help get us up and running again.
Maxim threw an apologetic look at Molly.
Dad, I told you she hasn't agreed to anything yet. She has to get permission. I thought you were joking.
Curtis looked pointedly at Molly.
It's not like you write for the Boston Globe. What's the big deal?
Molly was speechless. If he was trying to win her over, he was doing a terrible job of it. Maxim said,
The magazine is a big deal, and you know it. Yeah, right.
Curtis had a full glass of red wine, and he took a long drink of it, draining half his glass.
Well, you can go tell your boss he'll be making a terrible mistake if he takes a pass on my story. It's positively riveting.
He took a step closer to Molly, totally invading her personal space, which counted as another negative in her mind.
I've got a dead wife and a business that's been torn apart by a cultural shift brought on by idiotic people who've forgotten how to read.
His speech was slightly slurred, and his breath smelled like stale wine.
That's the real reason Rarest Books is hanging on by a thread. It's stupid people. It's not my fault they're dumb. It's the culture we're living in today.
Molly was stunned. She didn't know what to say. Maxim had turned pink.
Dad, please. Please? Is that all you've got to say?
Molly wondered what time Curtis had started drinking. He stabbed Maxim in the chest with his index finger.
You're the one who dragged me over here, he said. I thought this was all settled.
Molly cleared her throat. Mr. Cobb, I must agree with you. Collector's Weekly is far too insignificant a magazine to do justice to an important story like yours. I wish you the best of luck finding someone at the Boston Globe who will, I'm sure, be happy to write it. She turned to Maxim and smiled sweetly. It was very nice to meet you. She walked away as fast as she could in her high heels, but not fast enough to escape hearing Curtis say to his son,
Thanks for nothing. That was a complete waste of my time. Not that it matters. I don't need her dumb magazine. Have you seen Hattie?
Chapter 3. Molly caught up to Matt as the bartender handed him 2 glasses of white wine. He gave one to Molly, and she immediately started to walk to the exit, leaving him no choice but to follow her. When they reached the hall, he said, I thought you wanted to hang out in the ballroom for a while and listen to the band. I did, before I met Curtis Cobb. He owns rarest books. As they walked down the hall to the dining room, she told him how Maxim had ambushed her and how his father had embarrassed both of them.
"If he treats his customers the same way he treated you," Matt said, "it's no wonder his business is tanking."
"I feel sorry for Maxim," she said. "His father was so rude, and I think he's already drunk. If he'd been nice to me, maybe I would have considered interviewing him."
"Well, it's his loss."
They walked into the dining room, and Matt smiled.
"This will get your mind off of Curtis Cobb. Look at all this food."
The dining room table was covered in white linen, with stainless steel chafers filled with hot dishes of chicken, beef, fish, and vegetables. At the far end were tiered plates of desserts that made Molly's mouth water. Small tables with tiny bud vases and votive candles had been placed strategically around the room for seating, and a temporary bar was set up in one corner. Molly was in buffet heaven. They got on line and circled the buffet, filling up their plates. Matt found a small table by the windows overlooking the terrace, and as they sat down, Molly realized they were on the same side of the house as the ballroom, and the terrace must run along the length of the house. She unrolled a cloth napkin, took out the silverware, and nodded politely to two plump, middle-aged women seated at the table next to them. One had gray hair and the other brown, but they both had the same wide, toothy smiles, and Molly thought they had to be sisters. The one with the gray hair said to her, "Isn't it wonderful being here at Misty Vale? I'm Agnes, by the way, and this is my sister Emily." Molly introduced herself and Matt, then said, "Yes, it is wonderful. Emily and I visited the Gordon Museum last summer, and we wondered what the inside of the house looked like. It's beyond what we expected. So beautiful. It's a shame Natasha doesn't open it to the public." "I said the same thing to someone yesterday," Molly said. Emily said, "I've heard she's an introvert and likes to keep to herself, unless she's putting on one of these charity dues. We heard she gave the pediatric unit at the hospital a check for $10,000. Her sister sighed. "It must be nice to have so much money you can give it away." Emily fanned her face. "Is it hot in here, or am I having a hot flash?" "It's hot in here," Molly said. Agnes nodded. "And it's getting warmer by the minute as more people come in." Matt said, "Ladies, you might be interested to know that Natasha Gordon is walking into the room right now." The sisters sat up straight in their chairs. Molly did too. The photographs she'd seen of Natasha online didn't do justice to her beauty or grace. She seemed to float across the floor in a striking red gown, her white hair worn in a loose chignon at her neck. She held her head high, her shoulders back, nodding and smiling at her guests as she made her way to the French doors leading out to the terrace. Agnes said, "Oh, good. I think she's going to open the doors to let in some air." To their relief, Natasha flung open the doors, and immediately a cool breeze moved through the room. Natasha didn't stop to talk to anyone. She continued to smile politely as she walked through the dining room and went back out to the main hall. The sisters sighed deeply. Emily said, "I feel like I saw a ghost, the way she moved in and out of here, like walking on air. Isn't she stunning? It's hard to believe she's 64. We're the same age, and I don't look half as good." Molly glanced at Matt, who winked at her. The two sisters had finished their meal and got up to leave, wishing them a good evening. When Molly and Matt were done eating, she said, "I saw a lot of yummy desserts. If you hold the table, I'll get you something. What would you like? Cake? Pie?"
"Why don't you make one plate for both of us to share, and take a little of everything," he said. "Oh, and maybe a bowl of the bread pudding with caramel sauce."
Molly stood up and kissed him. "I love you," she said. He laughed.
"You love that I love sweets, and I love you too.
I'll be right back." Molly walked past the tall row of windows that overlooked the terrace, her mind on cake and pie and cookies, when suddenly she saw something fly past in her peripheral vision, hitting the flagstones on the terrace with a loud thud. She instantly froze. Then a woman screamed, and a man near the open French doors cried out, "Help! We need a doctor! Is anyone a doctor?" Matt jumped up and ran to the door, Molly right behind him. The man by the doors was staring outside. Matt followed his gaze and said, "Call 911." The man took out his cell phone, and Matt and Molly went outside. The cold air felt like a slap to Molly's face. Matt knelt down beside a man's body. He was on his back, his legs bent at an impossible angle, neck twisted to one side. Molly took a step closer to see his face and gasped when she realized she recognized him. "Matt, that's Curtis Cobb," she said. He looked up. "He's dead. There's nothing I can do for him." At the same time, they both looked up at the house toward the roof. Molly shivered. "Do you think he jumped?" Matt stood. "I think you should go back inside," he said. "I'll wait here with the body for the police to arrive." Molly went back into the dining room and found it had practically cleared out. The people who remained were talking on their phones or taking photos, which annoyed her. She spoke loudly to make sure everyone could hear her. "If you're taking photographs or videos, please stop. A man has died. Show some respect." To her surprise, everyone complied. Maybe they didn't realize what had happened, or what they were recording. She hoped that was the case. She stood there for a moment, feeling restless and a little frightened. She didn't want to leave Matt on the terrace alone with a dead body. She stepped back outside and saw him put his cell phone in his pocket. "Who did you call?" "Lombardi," he said. "He's on his way." Molly was surprised. Lombardi was a homicide detective. "Someone already called 911, she said. "Why did you feel the need to call him?" "Because I trust him," he said. "Do you suspect foul play?" Matt shrugged. "It's not up to me to decide." "That's not a real answer," she said. They heard the clacking sound of heels on the flagstones and turned around. Natasha was hurrying over to them in her bright red dress, her green eyes wide and worried. "I heard a man is hurt. Has an ambulance been called?" "An ambulance isn't going to help him," Matt said. He stepped aside so she could see the body. "I'm very sorry, but he's dead." Natasha stared. "You're sure?" "Yes, I'm afraid so. I'm Dr. Matt Harrison, and this is my wife, Molly Appleby." Natasha's hand went to her throat. "This man is my brother-in-law, Curtis Cobb. His son, my nephew Maxim, is here somewhere." She looked around, as if Maxim might suddenly materialize. "I don't want him to see his father like this." Molly said, "I met Maxim earlier. I can go look for him if you like." Natasha nodded. "Thank you, Molly. I would appreciate it." Molly went out, back to the main hall. People were streaming toward the front door. Word had spread fast that something terrible had happened, and they were hightailing it out of there. By the time she reached the ballroom, she found it was almost empty. Even the band had packed up and gone. She returned to the hall and called out, "Maxim Cobb, are you here?" "Yes, Molly." He came up behind her, his face flushed. "I just heard the news. Is it true? Someone jumped from the roof?" "Oh, Maxim." She hated having to tell him. "I'm so sorry. There's no easy way to say it, but it's your father." She saw that she'd shocked him. He stared at her, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. "I'm not sure what happened," she said quickly. "Maybe he fell." She didn't want to say he'd jumped. She hoped it was an accident. "Where is he?" "On the terrace, outside the dining room." He started to take off, but Molly grabbed his sleeve and held him back. "Don't." "I have to see him," he said. "No, trust me, you don't. Your aunt doesn't want you to." Maxim rubbed his hands over his face. "This can't be happening. It just can't." "When did you last see him?" "When I introduced him to you. He went off to find Hattie, his girlfriend. I didn't see him again." He ran a hand through his hair. "I wasn't there for my mother when she died. But I'm here now. I want to see my father." He marched off down the hall at a fast pace. Molly tried to keep up with him, but her heels slowed her down. She thought about taking them off, but then she was in the dining room and saw Maxim talking to Matt, who was standing like a guard at the French doors, blocking him. She didn't see Natasha and wondered where she'd gone. She went over to them and heard Matt say,
The police are on their way. It really would be better if you stayed in the house. Your aunt doesn't want you to see your father this way. Where is she? She's waiting for the police at the front door.
Maxim wiped tears away from his face with the back of his hand.
I can't leave my father out there all alone.
Matt said,
I'll stay with him. Molly, can you find Maxim a seat?
Yes, of course. She took Maxim by the arm and gently led him to a table far away from the windows. Maxim didn't resist. He sat down on a chair and put his head in his hands. She went to the bar, which had been abandoned, and poured him a tall glass of water. She handed it to him, and he drank it down. He sat there quietly, staring into space, and Molly let him be. She knew he was having a hard time processing what had happened. She was, too. It seemed like a long time before Natasha returned with Lombardi, the coroner, and 2 members of the coroner's team who were wheeling a gurney. Lombardi saw Molly and nodded to her, but he didn't stop. They went out to the terrace, where Matt was waiting.
That man with the dark hair, the one who nodded to you, Maxim said. Who is he?
Detective Anthony Lombardi, she said. You couldn't ask for a better investigator. Maxim looked at her.
I told you I'm a fan, Molly. Seriously, I've read all of your articles. The ones you've written about the crimes you've helped the police solve. You've never named the cop in Vermont you've worked with. Is that the guy?
Yes, which is why I know you can trust him.
But he's a homicide detective. His brow wrinkled. Do you think my father was murdered?
I have no idea, she said. I do know Detective Lombardi is very good at his job, and he'll get to the bottom of things. There's nothing for you to worry about. Maxim didn't look convinced, and he was starting to breathe fast. Molly hoped he wasn't going to hyperventilate.
I know you're trying to reassure me, but what if it wasn't an accident?
He took a couple of deep breaths.
Will you investigate my father's death? Will you do that for me?
Molly looked at him. Why? Do you think it wasn't an accident? He sat back in the chair.
You know the bookstore was about to close. But what you don't know is that my father had a gambling problem and owed a lot of money. Maybe to someone disreputable.
Do you think that someone has killed him because he couldn't pay the money back?
I don't know. I only found out a few weeks ago, and he didn't go into great detail. I should have known something was wrong. I should have seen the signs, long before my mother died.
His voice faded away. Was she ill?
No. She died on vacation with my father in Florida. She went out for a late-night swim in the ocean and drowned.
Molly was shocked. How awful. I'm so sorry. When did this happen?
September 5th, he said. My father wouldn't let me see her body. It was a closed-casket funeral.
Molly did a quick calculation in her head and realized his mother had died only 10 weeks ago. Didn't you say your father has a girlfriend?
Yes, Hattie Mills. He paused. I know what you're thinking. How could he have a girlfriend so soon after my mother died? They've known each other since high school. They all did. Hattie was my mother's best friend.
He glanced over at the hallway door.
Her other best friend just walked in.
Molly looked over and saw Felix heading their way. He wore gray slacks and a pale blue button-down shirt. As he'd told her, he wasn't a guest for the gala ball.
Maxim, I just heard the news, he said. Do you know what happened? No, but the police are here. Hopefully they'll be able to tell me something soon.
Felix glanced at Molly.
Nice to see you again, he said. Wish it wasn't under these circumstances.
Me too, she said. He turned his attention back to Maxim.
Have you seen Hattie? I'm worried she doesn't know what's happened. I haven't seen her, Maxim said. Maybe you should go look for her. Yes, right, I'll do that.
Maxim's eyes showed he was not interested. He didn't care one way or the other if Hattie was found. Felix shuffled his feet and glanced at the French doors and the crowd of people gathered outside on the terrace. Then he patted Maxim on the shoulder and walked away without another word. When he was gone, Molly asked, Was Felix a good friend of your father?
Not really. He was friends with my mother. They grew up together. Felix's mother, Peggy Shaw, works here.
I met Felix yesterday at his shop. And he told me she's the cook. He didn't say anything about your mother, only that he knew Natasha.
I'm surprised he didn't mention her. We were all devastated by her death, of course, but he's taken it very hard. They were born 2 weeks apart, and when they were little, my grandmother allowed them to play together. My mother always said Felix was the brother she'd never had.
How did they meet your father?
In high school, freshman year. My grandfather moved the family from New Jersey that year and opened Rarest Books.
Maxim paused to take a deep breath.
I wasn't happy about my father dating Hattie, in case you're wondering. Actually, I should say it's more than dating. She moved in with Dad a week after my mother's funeral, which is why I'm staying here with Aunt Natasha. I didn't want to stay in my mother's house with them. I'm not ready for it.
I can see how it could be awkward, Molly said. She wouldn't have been happy either if her mother died and Sean moved another woman into the house they'd shared, especially a week after the funeral. Maxim's cell phone was on the table. It chimed, and he quickly snatched it up.
Kurt texted. He wants to know if I'm having fun.
His eyes filled with tears. He glanced over at the French doors.
Detective Lombardi's going to be a while, I suppose. I'd like to call Kurt to tell him what's happened.
Of course. Molly stood up. I'll leave you to it.
Chapter 4. Molly slept badly that night. She tossed and turned, thinking about Curtis Cobb, his dead wife, Rarest Books, and Maxim, the dutiful son who came home to help his father save his store. By 6 o'clock, she gave up, rolled over, and checked the baby cam on the bedside table. Tyler was asleep in his crib. He's like his father, she thought. A truck could drive right through the house and they'd sleep right through it. Her 2 cats, Merlin and Griffin, cracked their eyes open as she got out of bed, but they didn't move. They watched her put on her robe and cinch the belt, and closed their eyes as she slipped her feet into her fluffy slippers. No one wanted to get up at 6 o'clock on a Sunday morning, not even the cats. Molly padded downstairs, filled a tea kettle with water, and set it on the stovetop. She looked out the window over the sink. It was still dark out, and in the dim light of dawn that spilled across the yard, she could see the skeletal branches of trees that had shed their leaves. Molly loved their home. It was a 1920s brick Tudor that belonged to Sean. He'd completely renovated it when he'd bought it, but he had never lived there. She felt fortunate that they were able to rent it from him. If Matt was offered a permanent position at the hospital, they planned to buy the house. It was beautiful and homey, and had everything they needed. 3 bedrooms, 2 full baths, a separate office, and an open-concept gourmet kitchen with a sunny dining room and great room. There was also the added bonus of the in-law suite over the garage, where her mother had lived until she'd married Sean, and which Starling now occupied. Molly unplugged her phone, which she'd left charging on the counter. Then she took a mug out of the cupboard and sat at the kitchen table, stretching out her long legs. Picking up her phone, she checked it to see if Lombardi had left a message. After she and Matt had given him their statements, he'd told them to go home. She'd wanted to stay, in case Maxim needed anything, but as Matt had pointed out, Lombardi had already sent him and Natasha to another room to be questioned, and there really wasn't anything else they could do. The kettle whistled, and she got up and turned off the burner. Opening her tea chest, she chose a mint tea and dropped the bag in her mug. She poured boiling water over the bag, and while it steeped, texted Lombardi, "Are you awake?" Her phone rang almost immediately. "I'm not only awake," he said. "I'm about a half-mile from your house on my way to work. What are you doing up? I thought you liked to sleep in on Sundays."
I couldn't sleep.
"Would you like to join me for a cup of coffee or tea?" "I'd love a coffee. I'll be right there."
Molly went into the great room and stood by the front door, waiting for him to arrive. She didn't want him ringing the doorbell and waking everyone up. The homes across the street were dark and quiet. She felt like everyone was sleeping in the world, except for her and Lombardi. When she saw the headlights turn down the street, she opened the door. Lombardi's sedan pulled into the driveway. He walked up the path, and she held the door open for him. She noticed another car farther down the road, driving slowly. So, They weren't the only two people awake after all, she thought. Lombardi walked into the foyer, and as she began to close the door, she saw the other car stop in front of Mrs. Houghton's house next door. It was a silver sedan, and she didn't recognize it. Mrs. Houghton's daughter, who visited her elderly mother often, drove a red minivan. Lombardi took off his coat and hung it in the closet. "I hate late-night calls," he said. "I didn't leave Misty Vale until 1:30. Molly shut the door behind him. "Did you get any sleep?" "Only a few hours, but I shouldn't complain. It's better than nothing." They went into the kitchen, and she walked over to the deluxe coffee machine Matt had given her for her birthday. "Would you like a cappuccino or a regular coffee?" "A cappuccino, if it's not too much trouble." "No trouble at all. It's taken me a while to get the hang of it, but I feel like a pro now. This machine not only grinds the beans, it also makes the milky foam. All I have to do is press the right buttons." "I'll leave you to it." He sat down at the table and yawned. He might not have gotten enough sleep, but the fatigue did nothing to diminish Lombardi's good looks. With his dark hair, olive complexion, and dark brown eyes, he could easily pass as a male model. Molly made a cappuccino and set the cup in front of him. He took a sip and sighed. "This is really good. Thank you." He took another sip. "So why are you up? Is Tyler all right?" "Yes, your godson is sound asleep, like his father, and Starling, and the two cats." She put her mug into the microwave. Her tea had gone cold. "I couldn't stop thinking about Curtis. I feel so guilty." "About what?" "That he might have killed himself because his shop was going under, and I refused to help him by writing an article." "You told me he was rude to you and insulted the magazine. You've got nothing to feel guilty about." "But I could have told him I'd do it, if only for Maxim's sake." The microwave beeped, and she took her mug out. "It's not like Curtis would have been the first dealer I've interviewed who wasn't a nice person. I've worked with some doozies before, as you well know." "Yeah, I know. But the thing is, Molly, in this case, you have nothing to feel guilty about. Curtis Cobb didn't do a swan dive off the roof because you didn't want to write an article about him. Someone pushed him out of a third-floor window." Molly sat down. "How can the coroner be certain?" "He said if he'd fallen out the window by accident, he would have landed feet first, trying to catch himself. But he didn't land that way. He landed on his back, hitting his head. It looks like someone gave him a big old push right out the window." "Great. Now I feel bad, because I feel good it wasn't my fault." "There's no winning with you," he said and laughed. "You should see the size of the window. It's enormous, almost as big as a door." "Sounds like whoever killed Curtis must have known it was there," she said. "Although I just remembered when Mom and I visited the Gordon Museum, we took a stroll through one of the formal gardens behind the house, so I suppose anyone with a ticket could have seen the window." She sipped her coffee. "Did Maxim tell you he's staying at the manor house?" "Yes, he did." "He told me he didn't want to stay with his father because he'd moved his girlfriend into his mother's house. I wouldn't feel comfortable staying with them either. Did he tell you his mother died in a drowning accident a couple of months ago?" He smiled. "Yes, Molly." "I'm talking too much, aren't I?" "I don't mind. I appreciate you sharing information with me." Molly wished he'd share more information with her, but she knew it was a fine line he was walking, talking to her about a murder investigation. "What did you think of Natasha?" "She was calm, unemotional, very matter-of-fact," he said. "She wasn't happy the party ended the way it did. She told me she was disappointed the gala ball was interrupted by Curtis's untimely death, that it was most unfortunate." Molly was stunned. "She said that?" "Yep. We found Hattie Mills, by the way. She was in the library, sitting in the dark, drinking wine out of a bottle." "Sounds like she was in shock," Molly said. "Did Maxim tell you he thinks his father was gambling and owed a lot of money to someone?" He nodded. "Yes, I'm aware of it." "Is gambling legal in Vermont?" "We don't have state-licensed or tribal casinos, but it's legal for players to gamble on online poker sites.
What's illegal is a moneylender charging outrageously high interest rates on loans and using blackmail or threats to get it repaid.
Molly sipped her tea. Do you suspect any of the people you talked to last night?
You know how it is. Everyone's a suspect until they're not.
He yawned again and rubbed his eyes.
I've got my hands full with this one. There were 122 tickets sold for last night's event. Plus, Natasha hired a catering company, which adds an additional 12 people to my ever-growing list.
Did you meet Peggy Shaw, the cook? She was supervising last night. He nodded. Molly waited to see if he'd tell her anything about Peggy. When he didn't, she went on. I met her son Felix on Friday. Starling and I stopped into his shop, Monkey Paws Antiques. I saw him again last night. He was there to help his mother. Maxim told me he went to school with his parents, but when I asked him if he was friends with his father, he said no, he was friends with his mother, even though they've all known each other since high school.
I did talk to Peggy and Felix, he said.
There was a long silence as he drank his coffee and Molly finished her tea. She tried one more time. Maxim told me his mother and Felix were born 2 weeks apart, and they grew up together, like brother and sister. He finished his coffee and set his cup down on the table. Molly gave up. He wasn't going to tell her anything. She took the cup and got up to wash their dishes. She said over her shoulder, I should tell you, Maxim asked me if I'd investigate his father's death, if it turned out not to be an accident.
I know, Molly. He told me.
Oh.
She finished washing their cups and put them on the drain board to dry.
What do you think?
She turned around to face him. Should I? Or would you rather I stayed away from your case? I can't stop you from doing your job as a reporter, he said. But after last summer, when you were almost killed, I think you should sit this one out. It could be dangerous, digging around for clues on your own.
I'll keep you apprised of what I find out. He shook his head.
I don't know why you ask my permission, he said. You always do what you want anyway. Just be careful, okay?
I'm always careful. She knew she sounded defensive, but what was she supposed to do? Sit every case out on the off chance it could turn dangerous? As if he'd read her mind, he said, You've gotten caught up in some dicey situations before, and I don't want to be the one who has to tell your mother something bad has happened to you. Well, maybe if I had more information to go on, I'd have an easier time staying safe. Will you share anything with me?
I'll give you as much as I can, as long as it doesn't jeopardize my investigation.
Molly wasn't surprised by his answer, but it made her wish she was a cop, working alongside him, privy to what he knew, able to access the police department's specialists and data collection systems. With her limited resources, she'd have to narrow her investigation to Curtis's family members, and friends, if he had any.
You look disappointed, he said. I can tell you that for the time being, publicly, we're calling Curtis's death suspicious, but I did inform Natasha and Maxim that I'm investigating it as a homicide.
Molly waited to see if he'd expand on this, but he wasn't inclined. He stood up and stretched his arms over his head. She supposed she should be grateful he'd told her anything at all.
Thanks again for the coffee, he said. I've got to get to the station.
Chapter 5. An hour after Lombardi had gone, Molly finished reading the entire newspaper, and her stomach growled. She checked the baby monitor on the kitchen counter. Tyler was still asleep, and she didn't hear any rustlings from Matt or Starling. She opened the cupboard and took out the ingredients to make waffles, then got a package of sausages from the refrigerator. She mixed up the waffle batter and put 6 sausages in a pan. She knew as the sausages sizzled on the stovetop and the aroma drifted upstairs, signs of life would soon be heard. In less than 5 minutes, floorboards creaked above her head and water ran in the master bath. A few minutes later, a door opened, and the cats bounded down the stairs into the kitchen, skidding to a stop, twirling around her ankles, meowing for their breakfast. As Molly fed them, Matt walked in holding Tyler in his arms. They were still in their pajamas, and their matching sandy blonde hair was sticking straight up on their heads. Molly thought they were both adorable. "Did I wake you?" she asked.
"Yes, you sneak. You knew the sausages would get me up. Not that it mattered. I wasn't sleeping well. Not after the night we had.
Could have fooled me. You were snoring up a storm.
Sorry.
He kissed her.
Thanks for making breakfast. Did you sleep well?
No, terrible. She preheated the griddle. I got up around 6, texted Lombardi to see if he was up, and he stopped by to see me on his way to work. He was at Misty Vale a long time and didn't get much sleep. Matt put Tyler in his high chair.
Did he tell you anything about the case?
He said the coroner believes Curtis was pushed out of a third-floor window. He's treating the case as a homicide, although publicly it's being called a suspicious death. Matt slipped Tyler's bib over his head.
I'm sorry to hear it, but not surprised.
He walked over to Molly and took the spatula out of her hand.
I'll stir the sausages. You're much better at making the waffles.
Why aren't you surprised?
Given his injuries and the trajectory of the fall, and the way his body was angled, I thought it looked suspicious.
Molly poured batter on the griddle and closed the lid. So that's why you called Lombardi. You did think it was murder. Why didn't you tell me?
It's not my job to come to that conclusion.
He pushed the sausages around in the pan. You know, there were more than 100 people at the ball last night, including Curtis's inner circle of family and friends, which means Lombardi has a lot of suspects to consider. She paused. I've decided I'm going to tell Maxim I'll write an article about his father. I'll start with the people closest to him. Matt looked at her.
Is this your way of telling me you're going to investigate his murder?
Yes. Maxim asked me to, if it turned out not to be an accident, which it wasn't. Lombardi's reluctantly okay with it, as long as I'm doing my job as a reporter. I'm sure it won't be dangerous.
You forgot to add dangerous this time, he said.
Matt.
You don't have to convince me, Molly. You know you always have my full support. All I ask is that you stay alert and be extra careful.
You sound like Lombardi. He's worried that after the last case, how I almost got killed. Her voice trailed away.
You can't blame us for being worried about you. If you feel like you're getting in too deep, or you have a bad feeling about someone, back off, tell Lombardi, and let him handle it, all right?
I will, I promise.
Your mother won't be pleased, he said. She's been a lot more vocal about you getting involved in murder investigations since Tyler was born.
She always comes around, Molly smiled. You all do. Her mother liked to complain, but she also enjoyed being a sounding board on the cases she investigated, and Molly valued her opinion.
That's because you've recruited the entire family to become armchair detectives, and we all want to try to help you crack the case.
He turned the sausages over.
Then there's Swanson, of course, who will be thrilled. A new murder investigation and the magazine's circulation numbers will shoot straight up.
Molly made a face. That sounds terrible when you say it that way.
Murder is terrible, and so is Swanson.
I'll call him later, she said.
When will you tell your mother?
They're driving back from Boston tomorrow. Her mother and Sean had gone to Boston for a long weekend to visit friends of Sean's. I'll wait for her to get back.
Just think, if they hadn't had those plans, they would have been at the gala ball with us when Curtis died. Then you wouldn't have to tell her anything. She'd already know.
They were lucky not to be there, she said. I wish we hadn't seen it. Matt gave the sausages another stir.
So, who are you going to talk to first?
Hattie and Natasha. After breakfast, I'll drive out to Misty Vale.
Isn't it kind of soon after Curtis's death? Don't you think they'll be struggling with their emotions? Sometimes the shock has to wear off before people realize what's happened.
Sometimes the best time to talk to them is when they're in that state, where they're trying to process what's happened, because they're actually trying to make sense of it, and they're thinking out loud, sorting it out in their own minds.
Wow. Okay, then. I guess you should let Maxim know you're going to write the article and do some snooping around.
Matt turned the burner off, and using the spatula, he moved the sausages to a plate Molly had covered with a paper towel to absorb the grease.
How are the waffles doing?
She lifted the lid to check. Almost done. They heard the door to the in-law apartment open, and a moment later Starling walked into the kitchen. Her hair was pulled up in a messy bun, and she'd thrown on sweatpants and a long-sleeved t-shirt. She went over to Tyler and gave him a big kiss. Then she looked at Molly and Matt and smiled. "So, you two lovebirds, how was your evening out?" Starling and Tyler had both been asleep when they'd come home in the middle of the night. She had no idea what had happened. "Did you have fun at the ball?" Matt said, "Oh, it was a typical night out with Molly. Another body, another murder investigation." Starling's jaw dropped. "Really?" "Sit down," Molly said. "Have some waffles and sausages. I'll tell you about it." Chapter 6. After breakfast, Matt insisted on cleaning up the kitchen, and Starling said she'd take Tyler for a walk in his stroller. They knew Molly wanted to phone Maxim. He sounded groggy when he picked up, and she realized he must not have gotten much sleep either. "I woke you up, didn't I?" "Yeah, but I was going to get up soon anyway. I was going to call you to let you know Detective Lombardi believes my father was murdered." "I know," she said. "I spoke to him. I told him I'm going to help you." "You will?" His voice perked up. "You'll investigate?" "Yes, but as a reporter, writing an article about your father. I won't be officially working with the police. I will share information." "Will Detective Lombardi share information with you?" "As long as it doesn't jeopardize his case, he usually throws me a few crumbs." Sometimes more than crumbs, Molly thought, but she didn't want to get either of their hopes up. "I can't thank you enough for doing this," he said. "Nothing makes sense at the moment. My mind is fuzzy. But maybe it's a lack of sleep. Is there anything I can do to help you get started?" "Yes, actually, there is. I'd like to talk to Hattie and Natasha, preferably this morning. If you could tell them I'm going to write a human interest story about your father for the magazine, and you'd appreciate it if they'd talk to me, that would be a big help." "Aunt Natasha didn't get to bed until around 5. I'm not sure she'll want to talk to you today, but I'll ask her when I see her. As for Hattie, I'll call her right now. She's been trying to be nice to me, so I think she'll agree to do it as a favor." "I'll wait to hear back from you." 5 minutes later, Maxim sent her a text message. "Hattie will see you at 11. She lives in a cottage on the estate. Turn right at the entrance. Go about a half-mile. You'll see a stone house on your left." Molly had no trouble finding the cottage. It was on the other side of a crested hill, down a lane bordered by trees, a small stone house with lace curtains in the windows, a covered porch, and an ivy-covered chimney. As she stepped out of her Audi, she smelled wood burning and saw a thin ribbon of smoke rising from the chimney. The car she'd parked next to was a white Mercedes sedan with a license plate HM, which she assumed belonged to Hattie Mills. Hattie must have been waiting for her, because she'd barely stepped onto the porch when she opened the door. Molly knew she was 50 or so, but she looked younger, with curly blonde hair expertly dyed, beautiful dark brown eyes, and a cute button nose. She wore a red silk kimono and gray leggings, and her feet were bare. "Come on in," Hattie said. She stepped away from the door, and Molly walked into a narrow hall. A staircase was straight ahead, and there were coat hooks on the wall, no closet. Molly hung her coat up on a hook and joined Hattie in the adjoining living room, where a fire was starting to peter out in a stone fireplace. Hattie flopped down on a brown leather sofa and propped her bare feet up on a rustic coffee table. Molly liked the room's dark wood-beamed ceilings and colorful Persian rugs on the wide plank oak floors. Bookshelves lined most of the walls, filled with aged, leather-bound books. She handed Hattie her business card and sat on one of 2 blue-covered chairs on either side of the fire. Hattie read her card out loud. "Molly Appleby, senior staff writer for Collectors Weekly." She looked at her under long lashes, her eyes clear, not a hint of red in them. If she had been crying, there was no sign of it. She didn't even look tired. "Maxim told me you're going to write an article about Curtis," she said. "I can't imagine why anyone would want to read about him. His store was going down the tubes, and he was in debt up to his eyeballs. Heck, I don't even want to read it, and I was in love with him." She placed Molly's card on the coffee table. "So what's this really about? Why are you doing this?
As a favor to Maxim, Molly said. She wasn't going to tell her she was investigating Curtis's death, or that she was on her list of suspects. I thought it might help him get through this difficult time. I know he lost his mother recently, too. Hattie nodded. Yeah, it's like there's a big black cloud hanging over the Cobb family. Poor Maxim. I met Curtis briefly last night. Maxim introduced us, but I don't know anything about him, other than he owned Raris books. Not quite true, but let's see what you have to say, she thought. I'd like to know more about him and your relationship. What kind of man was he? And why do you think his business was failing? Before I say anything, I need a drink. Hattie stood up and pulled her kimono a little tighter around her waist. How about you? I'm going to have a vodka with cranberry juice. It's a little early for me. I'll have a glass of water. Suit yourself. Hattie shrugged and walked off to the kitchen, where she made her drink. She came back into the living room, handed Molly a glass of water, and repositioned herself on the sofa, this time crossing her legs, swinging a bare foot in Molly's direction. She took a long, slurpy sip of her drink and said, "Ah, that's good." She leaned into the cushions. Where should I start? How did you meet? Okay, that's easy. The summer before freshman year of high school, his family moved into a house down the street from where I lived. I met him one day when I was out riding my bike. He was sitting on the steps of his house looking bored out of his mind. We became friends, and when school started in the fall, I introduced him around. Did you introduce him to Galena and Felix? Yes, I did. Hattie took another sip of her drink. I told Curtis about Galena before I introduced him to her. I warned him not to get too close to her. But as soon as they met, I knew it was a lost cause. Why did you warn him not to get close to her? Because I knew her parents would never accept him, and I didn't want him screwing up Galena's life. Not that I blame her for falling in love with him. Curtis was really good-looking, and he had this mysterious aura about him. He had a way of drawing you in, but never quite giving you enough information about himself, so you'd always come back wanting more. All the girls had a crush on him. Did her parents object to him? You really don't know a thing about them, do you? Hattie shook her head. They hated Curtis because his father was a shop owner, and his mother worked at the library. He was a threat to their plans to marry Galena off to another rich kid, someone like her, inherited wealth and all. When Galena was 13, they started sending her to a ritzy summer camp in Switzerland so she could meet Mr. Right. I see. Curtis was Mr. Wrong. Ah, so you do understand. Yes, sadly, I do, Molly said. Did you go to a private school? No, public all the way. I can see from your expression you're surprised. You think the Gordons must have sent Galena to private school. But oh no, that was part of their plan to make the locals like them. They pretended to be like everyone else, but only a fool would believe it. They weren't normal people, or normal parents. They were always traveling, collecting artwork, buying antiques. Galena hardly saw them when she was growing up, but even from afar, they controlled her life. You know, I think she spent more time with her nanny and Peggy the cook than her own parents. Isn't that awful? Yes, it is. What about Natasha? Did they control her, too? Hattie waved her hand in the air. Her long fingernails were artificial and painted red. Natasha was 12 years older than Galena. She was the quiet one, the good girl who never gave them any trouble. Galena felt like an oops baby. She thought her parents would have been perfectly happy with Natasha being an only child. Molly didn't like what she was hearing. Galena's parents sounded like terrible people. When did they find out Galena and Curtis were a couple? They started going steady freshman year, and they managed to keep it a secret for 4 years. He gave Galena a ring, and she'd take it off before she went home. Hattie grinned. They never had a clue. The only person who knew they were a couple, besides me and Felix, was Peggy.
And maybe some kids at school, but no one would ever rat out Galena. She told Peggy, the cook? Yeah, she was really close to her. It wasn't until senior year that she told her parents. Because of the prom. She had to tell them because she wanted to go with Curtis. Saying they weren't pleased would be an understatement, but they did give their permission. Because they didn't know how long she'd been seeing him, and they hoped it would fizzle out by the end of the school year. Which, of course, it didn't. Molly thought it was a shame that Galena had felt the need to hide her relationship with Curtis. She couldn't imagine not telling her mother if someone had asked her to go study in high school. Did Galena tell her sister she was seeing Curtis? Are you kidding? She knew better than to confide in Natasha. She would have snitched on her and told their parents. She was such a do-gooder. Like I said, the only adult Galena trusted was Peggy. You said Natasha was 12 years older. What was she doing in those days? Living at home, like always, Hattie said. Natasha was a homebody. She never went to college. All she ever wanted to do was live at Misty Vale with her parents, collect art and antiques, and host fundraisers. Talk about a chip off the old block. Her parents loved it, though. In fact, they groomed her for the job because they wanted her to take over the estate when they were gone. She took another sip of her drink, peering at Molly over the rim of the glass. But here I am, rambling on and on about the Gordons. What have they got to do with Curtis? It helps me build a picture of him, and the people in his life, past and present. Were you disappointed he didn't ask you to go study with him? Of course. I was crazy about him, too. A smile suddenly lit Hattie's face. But I had him to myself every summer, while Galena was in Switzerland. We saw each other every day. She sighed deeply. I used to long for summer. It was the only time I could have him all to myself. Were you just friends, or? Oh, we were much more than friends. He was the first boy I ever kissed, or ever really loved. For the first time, a sheen of tears glazed her eyes. Perhaps the shock of Curtis dying so unexpectedly was beginning to wear off. Reality was setting in. Did Galena know you and Curtis were seeing each other while she was abroad? God, no. At least, I don't think so. We never told her, and she never said anything about it. We were very discreet. We didn't want to hurt her. You didn't feel bad, sneaking around behind her back? Hattie frowned. We were teenagers. Hormones were raging. She wasn't here, and I was. It wasn't my fault her parents sent her away. Let's talk about something else. Okay. Tell me about Felix's relationship with Galena. Did her parents worry she might develop an attachment to the cook's son? Never. Felix was always close to Galena. They grew up together. But they knew they didn't have to worry about him running off with her. Not if his mother wanted to keep her job. Peggy was a single mom and raised him on her own. Felix knew better than to overstep his bounds. Friendship was approved, but anything else, even a hint of it, and they would have sacked Peggy. Hattie set her glass on the table and got up to put a few more logs on the fire. She settled back onto the couch and lifted the glass to her lips, taking a long drink. That's not to say there weren't feelings on Felix's part. Galena thought of him as a brother, a best friend, but nothing more. But he probably fell in love with her before he could even talk. Was he jealous of Curtis? Oh, yeah. They never hit it off. When Galena and Curtis announced their engagement, he took her parents' side and tried to talk her out of it. He told her not to underestimate them, that they meant it when they said they were going to cut off her allowance and disown her if she married him. Galena wasn't happy about losing her inheritance, but what could she do? She was in love. As for Felix, he had to accept it, or risk losing her forever. Did you try to talk Galena out of marrying Curtis? No, because I knew it wouldn't do any good. The 4 years she was in college, her parents tried to derail the relationship by introducing her to more suitable men. It drove Galena crazy, but she put up with it, because as long as she went on dates, they weren't nagging her about breaking up with Curtis. She was determined to marry him. What did she think would happen when she did? She thought they'd come around to accepting him, Hattie said. She took another sip of her drink. They went ahead and married a few months after they graduated college, and when they got home from their honeymoon, she found a letter in her mailbox from her parents' attorneys. They told her they'd cut off her allowance, written her out of their will, and disowned her. She was really upset about it. I can imagine, Molly said. How did Curtis handle the news? He was super angry. I thought he might leave Galena, but then she got pregnant right away with Maxim, and he stayed. Hattie took another, longer sip of her drink. I didn't have the greatest relationship with my folks, but they were saints compared to the Gordons. Do you get along with your parents? I'm very close to my mother, Molly said. I don't know my father. He left us when I was a baby. Oh, sorry. It's all right. You can't miss what you've never had. Molly wasn't being entirely truthful. She did miss having a father when she was growing up. Every year on her birthday, she'd wait to see if a card would arrive in the mail, or a phone call would be placed. She was 16 when she finally came to terms with the fact that her father was never going to contact her. His absence only made her love and appreciate her mother even more, and she'd had a happy childhood. Her mother was her best friend, someone she knew she could always count on. Where did Galena and Curtis get married? In Burlington, at the courthouse. Galena got all dolled up. She bought a beautiful gown, had a huge bouquet, and she bought me a pretty dress, too. I stood up with her. Curtis's parents came to the ceremony, which I always thought was nice of them. They felt bad about the way Galena's parents were treating her. Of course, Felix didn't come to the wedding. He said he was ill, which he probably was, thinking about her marrying anyone, and especially Curtis. One of Curtis's college buddies stood up with him. Felix never did marry. She took another long drink. She was really guzzling it down. Come to think of it, I'm not sure he's ever dated anyone. Do you think he stayed a bachelor because of Galena? Hattie looked at her as if she was dim. Every week since Galena was buried at Fair Hill Cemetery, he's been bringing fresh flowers to her grave. And if you mention her name, he starts to cry. What do you think? Well, it has only been a couple of months since she died. So what? Life goes on. Yes, it does, Molly said. But it can take time to mourn someone you love. Hattie slugged down the rest of her drink. I told Felix he needs to let go, she said. Now he'll probably be lecturing me to do the same. He's always got something to say. She sounded angry, but Molly thought it might not be anger directed at Felix. She had to be hurting after losing Galena and Curtis, her closest friends. After I moved in with Curtis, Felix told me he was disappointed in us, that we should have waited at least a year before we moved in together. I reminded him it wasn't a secret we've been friends all these years, so why shouldn't we take our relationship to the next level? He said it was disrespectful to Galena's memory. She paused. He blames Curtis for her death, as if Curtis could have stopped her from going for a swim in the ocean. No one could stop Galena from doing what she wanted. She was as stubborn as Curtis, maybe even more so. Molly thought this was interesting. Love was a powerful thing, and if Felix was in love with Galena, even to this day, and he blamed Curtis for her death, he could have been seeking revenge, which meant he had a reason to kill him. Was there anyone else with such a strong motive? I know none of this is easy to talk about, Molly said. But I need to ask if you can think of anyone who might have wanted to harm Curtis, or had a dispute with him, or maybe you've seen or heard something weird or out of the ordinary lately. Well, Hattie hesitated, but only for a split second. When Curtis told Maxim that I'd moved in with him, Maxim got real angry. He hadn't spoken to his father until about 3 weeks ago, and that only happened because Curtis called him. He wanted to let him know the shop was in jeopardy of closing and he was facing bankruptcy. It was the first time I heard about it, too. Curtis asked me to sit in on the call, and I thought, naively, he's going to ask Maxim and Kurt to come to our house for Thanksgiving to try to mend fences. Instead, he laid this shocker on both of us. When he got off the phone with Maxim, I told him I didn't appreciate being blindsided, that he should have told me." Hattie's voice was gleeful. She's enjoying this, Molly thought. She sounds vindictive. Perhaps Felix wasn't the only one with jealousy issues. Hattie went on. "Natasha has been giving Curtis a hard time. They've basically always avoided each other as much as they could, but when Galena died, Natasha took the gloves off. She told him he had until the 1st of the year to find a new place to live." Molly was surprised. She was kicking him out? "Yeah. She said she didn't like me living here, but I think it was more than that. She never approved of Curtis. I wouldn't doubt if she blamed him for Galena's death, too." Hattie's bare foot started swinging faster. "Anyway, I told Curtis we could rent an apartment in town. The place I lived at before was real nice, but he said, no, we're going to stay right here. He said he'd work something out with Natasha." "Did he work something out?" "Not that I know of." Hattie's mouth turned down. "It was a work in progress." "Do you plan to ask her if you can stay?" "Why would I? She doesn't want me living on the estate. She's a snob like her parents." A stiff breeze rattled the window, and Molly glanced outside. The pine boughs across the street were bending in the wind. Hattie said, "I met Galena in kindergarten. I spent a lot of time at Misty Vale when I was a kid. Natasha knows me. It's not like I'm a stranger. The way she treated me and Curtis, it wasn't fair. But I wasn't surprised. We would never be good enough for her." Molly drank her water. The logs settled into the flames, hissing and sparking. The small room was getting hotter by the minute, and she was sweating under her turtleneck. "How about you and Curtis? Were things good between you?" "Yeah, sure, they were great," Hattie said, but her tone sounded flat, and Molly thought she wasn't being completely honest. She sighed deeply. "Look, the truth is, Curtis wasn't the easiest person to get along with. He had these mood swings, and, well, let's just say he wasn't fun to be around when he was in one of his dark moods." "Did you know about the mood swings when you moved in?" "Yes, because Galena told me years ago. But I always thought he was being cranky because he was stuck in an unhappy marriage." Hattie looked into her glass. She seemed surprised to find it empty. "I loved him so much. I really wanted to make it work. And now he's gone." Her voice faded. She looked up at Molly with tears in her eyes. She blinked, her long eyelashes batting them away. She can't pretend forever that she's not hurting, Molly thought. "What will you do now?" "I don't know," Hattie said. "Maybe I'll buy a condo in the city. Unlike Curtis, I have plenty of money. I got a big settlement when my husband and I divorced." She put the glass on the coffee table and stood up. Cinching the belt of her kimono tighter around her waist, she said, "I'm sorry, Molly, but I can't talk about this anymore. I'd like you to go." Chapter 7. Molly cranked the car's heat up as she sat outside the cottage, the engine idling. The sky had grown darker and a gusty wind had blown up while she was talking to Hattie, and now the temperature was dropping. She grabbed her scarf off the passenger seat and wrapped it around her neck. Then she checked her phone for messages, in case Maxim had arranged a time for her to talk to Natasha. There was nothing from him. She hit her speed dial for Lombardi. When he answered, she said, "I thought you'd like to know I just talked to Hattie. She told me how she met Curtis and warned him not to get close to Galena because she knew her parents would never accept him. Obviously, he didn't take her advice." She gave him a rundown of their conversation. Lombardi listened quietly. "In the end, I've concluded Galena's parents were horrible people," she said. "They weren't around much when she was growing up. They traveled a lot, buying artwork and antiques." "Fascinating stuff, for a soap opera. What's it got to do with Curtis's death?" "Curtis met Galena, Hattie, and Felix Shaw in 9th grade. These relationships go back a long time. If Hattie was telling the truth about Felix having feelings for Galena and blaming him for her death, then there's one person with a very good motive for killing Curtis." "If you think Felix killed him to get revenge,
Then you have to add Maxim to your list. Hattie told you he was angry because she moved in with him.
Molly didn't want to think of Maxim as a suspect, but Lombardi was right. She had to consider his relationship with his father. We can't let Natasha off the hook either, she said. She didn't like Curtis, and he died at her house. Although it does seem a bit risky killing him at home, during a party.
Not if she thought it would influence how I treat her as a potential suspect, he said. You did good, Molly. You managed to get more out of Hattie than I did.
Just so you know, she did tear up a couple of times. I think it's beginning to dawn on her that Curtis is gone.
What's your personal take on her? Do you trust her?
I don't think she was lying to me, but I don't trust her because of the way she threw Natasha, Maxim, and Felix under the bus. These are people she's known most of her life, but she didn't hesitate to point the finger of guilt at them. I do think she was surprised when she moved in with Curtis and found he wasn't an easy person to live with. She thought his mood swings were a result of him being in an unhappy marriage, but realized that had little to do with it. She abruptly ended the interview when it came up, because she didn't want to keep talking about it. But do you think being disappointed in someone is enough of a reason to kill them?
I had a case years ago where a man stabbed his wife to death because she didn't get dinner on the table when he wanted it. I've given up trying to figure out what goes on in the mind of a killer. Who's next on your list?
Natasha. Maxim's supposed to be setting up a time for me to meet with her, but I haven't heard back from him. Since I'm here, though, I think I'll take a drive over to the manor house and knock on the door, in case she can see me now. Can I ask what you're up to?
I just got back from poking around rarest books, and now I'm going to put together a schedule for the door knockers I'll be sending out tomorrow. We have to talk to all the gala ball guests who left the house last night before we could get their statements. Natasha gave me a list of their names.
Molly knew when Lombardi said he was poking around rarest books, he was actually searching the premises, looking for any possible clues in Curtis's professional life that might help him figure out why someone would want to kill him. And since he hadn't offered to tell her what, if anything, he'd found, she didn't bother to ask. I'll let you know when I talk to Natasha, she said.
I appreciate it, but let me remind you, you need to be careful talking to these people, he said. From what you've told me, you're wading into waters of love and hate. Granted, on the surface, they might not have anything to do with Curtis's death, but I find personal relationships with those dynamics can often be volatile. You never know how people will react. Chapter 8. Molly drove down the curving lane to the manor house. When she came to a fork, she saw a sign in the foliage pointing to the manor house main entrance, manor house service entrance, and the Gordon Museum. She took the turn for the service entrance, thinking this would be a good way to meet Peggy. The paved drive soon turned to gravel, and at its end was a parking lot. A white van with Galloway Services stenciled on the doors was parked there, and Molly saw a man seated behind the steering wheel. He was looking at his phone, but glanced up at her as she drove by. She parked near the walkway and got out of her car. The wind whipped her hair into her face, and she held it back with one hand, and with the other snapped the collar of her coat up. When she reached the door, she was disappointed to find it was locked. Reaching into her purse, she took out her phone, intending to call Maxim. Footsteps crunched the gravel behind her. It was the man she'd seen in the van. He was in his early 30s and wore thick-soled work boots, a navy blue windbreaker, and a ball cap with the words Galloway Services printed on the front. "Hi," he gave her a friendly wave. "If you're here to make a delivery, I'm afraid nobody's home."
"Who are you?"
"James Galloway, of Galloway Services. And you are?"
"Molly Appleby, a friend of Maxim's."
"He's not here. He left with Miss Gordon about a half hour ago."
Oh. A wasted trip, Molly thought. Had he even told Natasha she wanted to talk to her? "Is Peggy Shaw here?"
"No, she left about 10 minutes after they did."
"Do you know where they've all gone?"
"No idea, sorry."
He rocked back on his heels and jammed his hands in his pockets.
"You said you're friends with Maxim. Did he tell you what happened here last night? Do you know his father died?"
"Yes, I know. I was actually here when it happened."
Did you know Curtis Cobb? Not really. I'd seen him around from time to time, but if anything needed to be done at the cottage, I always dealt with his wife, Galena. He shook his head. She died last summer. Drowned. Real shame. What do you do here, James? General maintenance, he said. I don't usually work on Sundays, but I wanted to check on a job I did yesterday on some clapboard siding at the pool house. You do only outdoor maintenance? No. Last week I fixed a plumbing problem in one of the bathrooms in the manor house, and the week before that I repaired some broken floor tile in the museum. Have you worked on the estate a long time? Actually, it's my father's company, and he started working for the Gordons 35 years ago. I've been with Dad about 8 years. Ms. Gordon's parents were some of his first customers, so he's very loyal to the family. I am too, he smiled. They gave Dad his lucky break. He likes to say after they hired him, that's when the phone started to ring. Molly's cell phone rang, and Maxim's name flashed on the screen. I'm sorry, James, I've got to take this. It was nice meeting you. Same here. He gave her a little salute and headed for his van. Molly said, Maxim, hi. I'm at the manor house. Where are you? Aunt Natasha woke up with a really bad headache. I took her to the emergency clinic. She's with a doctor. Oh, no. I don't feel so hot either. I think the stress is catching up with us. Did you talk to Hattie? Yes, I learned a few things. Did you know your aunt asked your father to move out of the cottage by the first of the year? Hattie said it was because she didn't like her living there. I had no idea. Dad never mentioned it. I can't believe she'd kick him out. She was probably just surprised, like I was when Hattie moved in. I'm sure in time we both would have gotten used to it. Or not, Molly thought, as she walked back to her car against the wind. She said you stopped speaking to your father when he told you she'd moved in. Yeah, I know it was stupid, but I was upset for a couple of reasons. One, because he had her move in so fast, and two, because he didn't have the courtesy to tell me about it until after it happened. Kurt told me it wasn't doing me any good holding a grudge. It's not like my father ever put me first before, so why should I be angry when he didn't do it this time either? Anyway, when Dad called a few weeks ago to tell me about the problems he was having with the shop, I looked at it as an opportunity to come to terms with the new reality of what life was going to be like going forward without my mother. Rarest books on the verge of closing, Dad deeply in debt, and living with Hattie. It hasn't been easy. Kurt was pushing me to stay with them at the cottage, but I told him no. I'm taking baby steps, thank you very much. I wasn't ready to go that far. Staying at the manor house was close enough. Maxim, do you think your father and Hattie were having an affair before your mother died? There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Molly reached her car and got in. She started the engine, and the call switched over to her Bluetooth connection. Maxim still hadn't answered. Are you still there? Yes, I'm here, he said. Look, I know I asked you to investigate my father's death, and that means you need to know everything about him, skeletons and all. But I'm feeling uncomfortable talking about this. It's not like I have any proof there was something going on between them. I hear a but in there. But it's just, well, I noticed a change in my mother about a year ago, after Hattie moved to Vermont. She became withdrawn. Depressed? No, not depressed. He lowered his voice. Maybe withdrawn isn't the right word either. I just felt she was troubled about something. I thought she might have come to the end of her rope, putting up with Dad. When she came to visit me and Kurt in July, I asked her about it. She told me everything was fine. She was just tired from working extra hours at Monkey Paws. But maybe Dad was doing more than being his typical caustic self. Maybe he was seeing Hattie on the side. I honestly don't know. Molly felt her eyebrows shoot up. Did you say your mother worked for Felix at Monkey Paws? Yeah, she did. How long? About 2-3 years, he said. She used to work with Dad at Rarest Books, of course, but she didn't get paid. Knowing what I do now about their financial problems, taking the job at Monkey Paws makes sense. At the time, I thought she took the job for fun. She wasn't into art the way Aunt Natasha is, but she enjoyed exploring antique stores. When I was young, she'd take me out for the day and we'd go antiquing. That's where my love affair with antiques began.
Molly turned out of the estate. Back on the main road, she felt a sense of relief. Misty Vale was too isolated and remote to be enjoyable. She wondered how Natasha could stand living in the mansion by herself. All those rooms, and she probably only occupied a few of them. She heard voices in the background. "Do you have to go?"
"No, that's not for me. Aunt Natasha's still with the doctor."
"One other thing, since I've got you on the phone," she said. "Hattie told me your grandparents disowned your mother when she married your father. Did your mother ever talk to you about what happened between them?"
"Yes, when I was 16, and it finally dawned on me that Aunt Natasha had inherited everything. I asked her about it. She told me she'd had a falling out with her parents because they didn't like my father, and it had nothing to do with me. She said when I turned 30, I'd inherit the money that would have gone to her, and she was fine with that. I never told her, but I was going to split whatever I got from Aunt Natasha with her."
"Do you know how much it will be?"
"No, she wasn't sure, and I haven't asked Aunt Natasha. I figure she'll tell me when the time is right."
Molly wondered if Natasha had felt guilty about her sister losing her inheritance. It would explain why she gave her the cottage to live in. But after their parents died, why didn't she give her the inheritance that belonged to her?
"Molly, I have to go," he said. "Aunt Natasha is heading my way. I'm going to drive her home, and then I'm going to Raris Books to see what kind of shape the police have left it in. Detective Lombardi was going to search it today. Would you like to get together for coffee, say 3 o'clock?
"Sure. How about Java Jitters?"
"I'll see you there," he said.
Chapter 9. On the drive back to the city, Molly thought about Galena and Natasha growing up on the estate. It must have been lonely, since the nearest neighbors were miles away. There wouldn't have been any trick-or-treating for them, unless their parents, or maybe Peggy, had driven them to Fairhill Village. As she reached the small town, she noted that there were homes off Main Street, which was only a few blocks long, and even on a Sunday morning there were people on the sidewalks. Most seemed to be heading into a cafe on a corner advertising a 2-for-1 breakfast special. At the end of Main Street, Molly saw a sign for Fairhill Cemetery and Mausoleum. She remembered Hattie telling her this is where Galena had been buried. She took the turn in the opposite direction, driving through the countryside, back to Burlington. She appreciated the beauty of wide-open spaces, and she knew there were healthy benefits to living that kind of lifestyle, but she liked living close to downtown, being able to walk to the shops and restaurants. It was also an easier and faster commute for Matt to the hospital. Matt's car wasn't in the driveway when she got home. He always parked there, so Molly and Starling could have the garage for their vehicles. She pressed the button to open the garage door, and as she parked the Audi in the garage, she noticed a silver sedan drive by slowly in her rearview mirror. It looked like the car she'd seen early that morning, which seemed like a lifetime ago. Molly got out of her car and watched the sedan come to a stop in front of Mrs. Houghton's house. She walked out of the garage, wanting to get a better look at it, and maybe write down the license plate number, but the car pulled away from the curb and drove off. Feeling a little uneasy about the car, she went into the house and checked her phone for messages. There wasn't anything from Matt on her phone, but he'd left her a note on the kitchen table to let her know he'd taken Tyler to the grocery store, and Starling had gone to visit her friend Rachel for the day. She left the note on the kitchen table, thinking Curtis Cobb wasn't the only one who was old school. Molly poured herself a glass of iced tea. She knew she was lucky to have found Matt. Being married to him was the best thing that had ever happened to her. He was a wonderful husband. He pitched in whenever he could with grocery shopping, vacuuming, and cleaning the bathrooms, which she truly hated to do. As her mother liked to say, Matt was a keeper. Molly sat at the kitchen table and took a drink of her iced tea. Then she called Mrs. Houghton. She was in her late 80s, and all the neighbors called her their unofficial neighborhood watch person, since she spent most of her time spying out her windows on them. "Hello, Molly! What a nice surprise! How are you?" "I'm very well, thank you," Molly said. "How have you been, Mrs. Houghton?" "Oh, it's not easy getting old. My back pains me every day, and I'm having trouble getting in and out of the shower." Molly knew she'd taken a spill on her lawn a few months ago while she was out gardening. "My daughter wants me to move into an assisted living home. I never thought I would, but I've been talking to some of my friends who've done it, and they all say they wish they'd moved in years ago." "You should check it out," Molly said. "They have a lot of activities you can do to stay busy. They cook and clean for you, and it's a nice way to make new friends." "You sound like my daughter. I told her she should move into one of the apartments if she's so enamored of them." Molly knew if she didn't get to the reason she'd called, Mrs. Houghton would talk her ear off for the next hour about her daughter and her grandchildren. "I'm calling to ask if you noticed a silver sedan parked outside your house early this morning." Mrs. Houghton laughed. "I never get up before 9. Why? Do you think someone was up to no good?" "No, but I thought I saw the car again, just now, when I got home. This time they didn't stop. They kept on driving." "Well, it's no one I know. Should I be concerned?" "I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Maybe it's someone thinking about buying the Laramie's house down the street, and they want to see what the neighborhood is like." "Well, if they're looking to buy the Laramie's house," Mrs. Houghton said, "they should park in front of their house, don't you think? But I'll keep an eye out for the car, and if I see it, I'll ask the driver what he wants." No, don't do that," Molly said quickly. "You don't want to risk walking down your driveway and falling again. If you see the car, give me a call, and I'll have a chat with the driver." "All right, I'll do that. I saw Starling out the other day with Tyler. He's gotten so big. Is he walking?" "Yes, a little. He's eating regular food now, which is a lot easier than making special meals for him. He's a real joy." "Well, that's wonderful. When Sharon and my son were little, they were both a handful." Mrs. Houghton went on for a while, talking about her children and grandchildren, as Molly knew she would. She listened politely, but when she heard the front door open, it gave her the perfect opportunity to end the call. "I have to go, Mrs. Houghton. Matt and Tyler just got home from the grocery store." Matt came into the kitchen carrying a grocery bag in one hand, and Tyler in the crook of his free arm. Molly ended the call, and he handed Tyler off to her. "I've got a few more bags in the car," he said. "I'll go get them. Are you hungry?" "I'm starving," she said. After they unpacked the groceries, Molly made tuna sandwiches. Matt poured himself a glass of iced tea and gave hers a refill. He also got Tyler into his high chair and cut up his lunch into small pieces. As they ate, Molly told him about her meeting with Hattie and the phone conversation she'd had with Maxim. "I'm going to meet him at Java Jitters at 3. I think there's something he wants to tell me, but he wants to do it in person." "Seems to me, if Hattie's right and Felix was in love with Galena, he should be at the top of your list of suspects. His resentment of Curtis, blaming him for her death. He could have snapped and killed him." Molly took a bite of her sandwich and chewed. It's also possible that over the years his feelings mellowed for Galena, and they weren't romantic, and he was content having her in his life as a dear friend. "Fair point. What about Maxim? Was he angry enough with his father about Hattie moving in that he could have killed him?" "I hope not." "You like him?" "Yes, I do, and I doubt he'd ask me to investigate his father's murder if he killed him. But I also know I have to keep an open mind and not lose my perspective. I like Maxim, but I can't let that cloud my judgment." "He was at the gala ball last night, and he's been staying with Natasha. He obviously knows the house, and he knows that room with the big window would be the perfect place to push someone out." "Being upset about Hattie moving in seems like a poor motive." "Revenge, then? He blamed his father for his mother's death, like Felix did." Molly ate a potato chip. "That works better. Still, it all seems a bit flimsy as far as motives go." Matt fed Tyler a small piece of his sandwich. "Who were you on the phone with when we came in?" "Oh, that was Mrs. Houghton. I saw a silver sedan parked in front of her house this morning when Lombardi came over, and when I got home, I thought I saw the same car. I walked down the driveway to get a better look at it, but the driver took off. I thought it was a little odd, so I called her. She doesn't know who it is. Have you seen the car around?" "Not that I recall," he said. "Do you think it was a good idea to tell Mrs. Houghton? You know she'll probably be staring out her window all day looking for it now." "She stares out her window anyway." "True. You don't think this car has something to do with the case, do you?" Molly thought about it. "No. How could it? Curtis died less than 24 hours ago, and I saw the car this morning. It seems too soon for it to be connected to his case, don't you think?" Matt shrugged. "Unless they were following Lombardi," he said. "Maybe you should tell him about the car." "I will," she said, "if I see it again." Chapter 10. Java Jitters was Molly's favorite coffee shop, not just because the owner, Joyce Jazzy Chen, was a good friend of hers, but because she loved the coffee and pastries and the character of the shop. The brick walls, concrete floors, 12-foot-high tin ceilings, and soft jazz music playing over the speakers in the ceiling. It was also on Church Street, Burlington's pedestrian shopping street, and the treasure trove was only a short walk away, which made it convenient when she wanted to visit her mother. The coffee shop was usually busy, but midday on a Sunday afternoon, there wasn't a line at the counter. When Jazzy saw Molly come in, she moved over to her brushed steel coffee machine and started pushing buttons. She knew Molly would order her favorite French vanilla latte. "Hello, girlfriend," Jazzy said as Molly stepped up to the counter. Her short dark hair was streaked with purple highlights, and her signature apron of the day, which she wore over frayed jeans and a tight halter top, read, "It's all about the pie." "I've been meaning to call you," she said. "I heard on the news this morning that a guest at the gala ball died last night. Were you and Matt there when it happened? They said a man fell out a window." Molly hadn't been paying any attention to the news, but Lombardi had obviously put out his press release. "We were there," she said. "His name was Curtis Cobb." "You want your coffee for here or to go?" "Here, please," Molly said. "And I'll have a slice of the pecan pie." "Good choice." Jazzy made all her baked goods from scratch, and Molly knew whatever she ordered would be delicious. The coffee machine stopped, and Jazzy poured her latte into a large mug. Then she went to the cabinet and took out the pecan pie, cut a large slice, and put it on a plate. "There was a Maxim Cobb a couple of years ahead of me at school. Are they related?" "Yes, he's the son." "I'm sorry to hear it. Poor Maxim." "He's having a rough time. His mother died a couple of months ago while on vacation in Florida. It was a drowning accident." "How awful!" Jazzy pointed to the credit card reader. "Ready when you are." Molly put her card in the reader. "I'm supposed to be meeting Maxim here. I'm going to write an article about his father." Jazzy looked at her. "Was he an antiques dealer?" "He owned rarest books." Molly lowered her voice, even though there was no one close enough to hear them. "He didn't just fall out a window. He was pushed. Someone killed him." Jazzy's eyes widened. For the time being, Lombardi's calling it a suspicious death, but he's investigating it as a homicide. "And you're involved, right? That's why you're meeting Maxim. Does your mother know you're on another murder case?" "Mom's been in Boston with Sean all weekend. They're driving home tomorrow. I'll tell her when she gets back." Jazzy smiled. "Good luck with that." She handed her the receipt. "Maxim just walked in the door. I forgot how handsome he is. Is he married?" "Yes, to a man named Kurt." "Oh, too bad." Molly waited for Maxim to catch up to her, and then introduced him to Jazzy. "Joyce Chen. I remember you from the halls of high school," he said. "How long have you owned this place?" "Going on 5 years," Jazzy said. "What can I get you?" He looked at Molly's coffee and pie. "I'll have what she's having." "Coming right up. If you two want to find a table, I'll bring it over." Maxim started to reach for his wallet, but Jazzy said, "It's on the house. I'm sorry to hear about your father and your mother."
"Thanks. It's all a bit of a nightmare at the moment."
They chose a window table, and as they sat down, Molly said, "How is Natasha feeling?"
"Better. They gave her prescription-strength ibuprofen, and it seems to be working. She went straight to bed when I got her home. On the drive back, I told her the truth, that I've asked you to investigate Dad's death. She's not happy about it. I explained you have a lot of experience, and as a favor to me, you're also going to write an article about him. She was hesitant, but finally agreed to meet you tomorrow morning at 9:30.
"I'll be there," Molly said. Jazzy came over and set a plate and mug on the table in front of Maxim. "Enjoy your coffee and pie," she said. When she'd gone, he sipped his coffee and took a bite of his pie.
This is really good."
"Jazzy is an excellent baker. I met her on my first visit to Burlington. She made our wedding cake." Molly took a bite of her own pie and savored the flavor in her mouth. It reminded her of the best pecan pies she'd ever had in North Carolina, perfectly sweet and nutty, with just a hint of bourbon in its gooey filling. "Maxim, did you blame your father for your mother's death?" Maxim took a drink of his coffee. When he set the mug down on the table, he said in a quiet voice,
"You know what, Molly? I haven't given it much thought. But I suppose if I'm going to be honest with myself, I have to say there is a part of me that blames him, because it was such a stupid accident. I don't understand why he'd let her go for a moonlight swim in the first place. It seems like a dumb idea, don't you think?"
His eyes suddenly filled with tears.
"I miss my mother, and I hate the way she died. It's so unfair. It's like she could never get a break, not from her parents or my father. Even at the end of her life, she died a horrible death."
"I know, and I'm so sorry." Molly didn't know what else to say. She drank her coffee and ate her pie, giving Maxim time to compose himself. When he seemed ready to talk again, she said, "I'll be honest with you. My brief meeting with your father didn't endear him to me. Was he always so, crabby?"
"He was a difficult man," Maxim said. "A real curmudgeon, if ever there was one. He enjoyed stirring the pot, upsetting people, pushing their buttons. I remember one time, when I was a kid, I heard him arguing with my mother in the kitchen. I came into the room, behind her, so she didn't see me standing there, but Dad did. He looked at me and winked, like he was saying, 'Isn't this fun, the way I'm tormenting your mother?' It made me sick."
"Why do you think she stayed with him?"
"Kurt thinks they had a codependent relationship, and they were both guilty of feeding off each other."
"He could be right," Molly said. "It does happen, especially in long-term relationships. People are unhappy, miserable even, but they adjust and make excuses."
"Kurt knows something about it because he had a bad experience in a previous relationship, long before he met me. He says he learned a lesson from it."
"Sometimes that's all we can do. Learn the lesson, move forward, and try not to repeat it," Molly said. "But what do you have to say about it? Why do you think your mother stayed?"
"I could be wrong, but I think she stayed because she didn't want to prove her parents were right about my father. My mother was a proud, stubborn woman. She wouldn't want to admit he couldn't make her happy, that she'd made a mistake marrying him. It would give them a win."
"Were you close to your parents?"
"I was close to my mother," he said. "Dad and I got along as long as I agreed with everything he said and did things his way. When I left for college, I never looked back. My mother would visit me in Boston, but Dad stayed home. I think he felt the same way about me. The less we saw of each other, the better. He used the shop as an excuse not to visit me."
Fresh tears appeared, and he wiped them away with a napkin.
"Sorry about that. Now that they're both gone, I wish I had spent more time with them. Isn't that crazy?"
"No, it's not crazy at all." Molly took another bite of pie and sipped her coffee. "Meeting here for coffee, was there something in particular you wanted to talk to me about?"
"Yes, actually there is," he said. "It's something I promised my mother I would never tell a soul. and it's not easy for me to break that promise. But if the police find out, they might think it has something to do with my father's death. I don't think it does. Or maybe I should say, I don't want to believe it does. Anyway, I don't know what to do, whether I should tell you or not."
Molly finished her pie and set her fork down. "It sounds very mysterious. But whatever it is, I can't promise you that I won't tell Lombardi. I will, if I think it's relevant to the case. So it's up to you. Tell me or don't tell me, but don't expect me to keep it a secret, too."
"Well,"
Maxim hesitated.
Molly waited.
He was struggling, trying to decide if he should tell her, and she didn't want to push him. He'd have to make up his own mind. When he spoke again, he talked fast, as if he was trying to get it all out as quickly as possible. "Okay, so last summer my mother took an antique from the Gordon collection without Aunt Natasha's permission, and she enlisted Felix's help to find a buyer for it on the dark web. You know what the dark web is?" Before Molly could answer, he kept going. "It's where users can hide behind encrypted messages, and sometimes deals are made that people want to keep secret, like the one my mother was trying to make happen. She took a Fabergé egg, a family heirloom, and was going to sell it. Of course, in her mind, she thought it belonged to her as much as it did to Aunt Natasha, but it's very precious. It was a gift to my great-grandmother from the Empress Alexandra." Molly held up her hands. "Take a breath," she said. In fact, she needed to take one, too. This was a major bombshell he'd just dropped in her lap. "Let me get this straight. Your mother took a Fabergé egg from your family's art collection, an egg that the Empress Alexandra, as in Tsar Nicholas's wife of Russia, gave to her, and then she sold it without Natasha's permission?" "More or less, yes," he said. "How did your great-grandmother end up with it?" "Her name was Darya Petrov, and she was a personal maid to the Empress. She was with the Romanov family when they traveled to Tobolsk in the Urals in August of 1917. "While the revolution was going on?" He nodded. "By October, the Bolsheviks had seized power, and their provisions ran low. By March of 1918, the Tsar had to let go of 10 of their servants, and my great-grandmother was one of them. According to the story that's been handed down, the Empress Alexandra gave her several pieces of her jewelry and the Fabergé egg to thank her for her loyal service. Darya went home to St. Petersburg and married my great-grandfather, Motya Gorev. They sold one of the jewels to buy their way out of Russia and start a new life in America. When they got here, they changed their last name to Gordon, and in 1920 they bought Mistyvale." "I don't remember seeing a Fabergé egg at the museum." "The egg has never been displayed, because it's a family secret that we have it. I found out about it when I was 17, when my mother felt I was old enough to understand the importance of keeping quiet." "Why did your family keep it a secret? People would love to see one of the lost Fabergé eggs. It should be in a museum, like the Gordon Museum. Was Natasha worried about security? Or did you all think your great-grandmother's story wasn't true, and she might have stolen the egg from the Empress?" "Again, the story handed down to us was that great-grandmother didn't want the Soviets to get hold of it, so she kept it locked in a safe. When she died, it went to my grandfather, and he kept up the tradition of secrecy, and Aunt Natasha did the same." Molly couldn't believe they were having a conversation about a Fabergé egg that had once belonged to Tsar Nicholas and the Empress Alexandra. This was the last thing she'd expected to hear when she'd agreed to meet him for coffee. "The Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, she said. "Why not make it public then?" "According to my mother, her father was worried if the Romanovs' descendants found out that we had it, they'd demand its return. Aunt Natasha's just as paranoid." "So what if they found out? It would be hard to prove it wasn't given to your great-grandmother as a gift, especially if there are records that show she worked for the Tsar and his wife. I think it's a shame something with such historical value has been locked away out of sight for so long." "I agree. It's exquisite, and it should be in a museum where people can see it. But that's not what the family decided, and I'm part of that family and swore to keep it a secret." "Have you seen the egg?" "Yes, my mother showed it to me. I don't know if you've ever seen photos of the Fabergé eggs made for the Tsar, or read about them, but they have little surprises inside. And this one has a tiny gold dog with a collar of rubies and diamonds around its neck." "Did Felix find a buyer?"
Yes, a private collector who asked to meet my mother in person, in Florida. That's why she was there. My parents rented an Airbnb in Cocoa Beach. She had to bring proof of her lineage, as well as photographs of the egg, which Felix took. Dad went with her, but the buyer would only meet with my mother. When she got back from the meeting, she told Dad it went well, and the buyer was going to make arrangements for his own appraiser to examine the egg to confirm its authenticity. If it checked out, she'd get paid, and the exchange would be made.
How much money are we talking about?
$6 million, he said.
Molly felt her eyebrows shoot up.
It's a bargain at that price. In 2002, the winter egg sold at auction at Christie's for $9.6 million. And that egg was an Easter gift to Tsarina Maria Feodorovna from Tsar Nicholas II in 1913. At the time, it was the most expensive egg ever made by Fabergé.
Why sell it on the dark web? She could have gotten more for it at auction.
Yes, of course, but she couldn't do that without Aunt Natasha's finding out she'd taken it.
Molly set her mug down on the table. Her mind was racing. Maxim might not think the egg had anything to do with his father's death, but it was practically screaming at her as the biggest motive of all.
He said, "So what do you think? Would this be of interest to the police? Or will they think it's nothing more than a family matter?"
You haven't told me if the sale went through.
Did it?
Maxim shifted on his chair. He was nervous, talking to her about his family's secrets. He looked around the shop, and when he turned back to Molly, his eyes were worried.
A couple of days after my mother died, the buyer got in touch with Felix to set things up for the appraisal. When he told him about her death, he cut off all communication. By that time, Aunt Natasha realized Mom had taken the egg. When my father got home from Florida, she demanded that he return it. He paused. The problem is, he couldn't give it back, because the egg is missing.
Molly sat back in her chair. What? How can it be missing?
My mother hid it somewhere in the cottage, a place only she knew about, and now no one can find it. As soon as my father got home from Florida, even before the funeral, he was looking for it. Aunt Natasha joined him, and Hattie, and he got me involved when I came home a few weeks ago. I didn't know anything about this scheme to sell the egg until Dad told me about his troubles with the shop.
On the phone call he made to you with Hattie in the room?
He nodded.
Did she already know?
He told us together. He paused. At least, I think he did. She sounded surprised, but who knows? I couldn't see them. We were on the phone. Anyway, Dad told me it was my mother's idea to sell the egg and use the money from the sale to pay off all the debts and save Rarest books.
Maxim was still talking fast. Molly had to concentrate to take it all in. Was anyone else getting paid?
Felix, of course, for helping them. I don't know if there was anyone else. I never asked.
What about Hattie? He shrugged. She didn't say a word to me about the egg when I interviewed her.
She wouldn't, because my father made us both swear not to tell anyone. As if I needed reminding.
He leaned toward her and lowered his voice.
I can't get the thought out of my head that maybe the buyer came to Vermont to talk to my father about it in person, because they didn't believe the egg was lost, and when he wouldn't give it to them, they killed him.
Molly was skeptical. Why wouldn't they believe him? He needed the money.
I don't know.
He blew out his breath and ran his hands through his hair. It stuck up straight, like a duck's quills.
Maybe they thought he was going to sell it to someone else, and they got angry.
He looked at her.
What do you think? Could the egg be connected to his death?
The egg is worth a lot of money, and whoever this mysterious buyer is, they made a substantial offer to buy it.
She paused a moment, organizing her thoughts.
Unless, of course, they never had any intention of actually buying the egg, but planned all along to kill for it. Are you absolutely sure your father didn't find the egg before he died?
Maxim ran his hands over his face. God, I'm not sure of anything right now. But I like to think if he had, he would have told me.
Because if he did find it, it would be a game changer and the reason he was killed, Molly said. He might have tried to sell it on his own, either to the buyer your mother met with or someone else, and in the process got mixed up with some dangerous people.
Maxim's eyebrows shot up. Oh, man. This just gets worse and worse. But I don't see how my father could do it alone. The original buyer had cut off all communication, and he had rudimentary computer skills. Are you sure? He was playing online poker. It's not that complicated, he said. Navigating the dark web would intimidate him. What about Hattie? He stared at her. Yeah, she could do it. Before she came back to Vermont, she worked for a tech company in Connecticut. But if Dad did find the egg, why wouldn't he tell me? Maybe he was afraid you'd tell Natasha. So what? He was going to give it back. His eyes widened. Unless he decided not to, right? Molly nodded. She was glad she didn't have to point this out to him. She felt bad enough as it was, digging into his father's past and the mistakes he'd made right up to the present. Look, I'm reasonably certain Dad didn't find the egg. He was upset it was missing and was angry with my mother for hiding it. He searched every building on the estate, so did Aunt Natasha. But since my mother said she hid it in the cottage, he was still looking for it there, right up until the day he died. Your mother was close friends with Felix. Maybe she gave it to him for safekeeping and he's been hiding it, either to sell himself or to keep as a reminder of your mother. Hattie told me he brings flowers to her grave every week. If your father found out he had it... What? You think Felix killed my father? Maxim shook his head. I don't believe he could do something like that. Besides, he swears he doesn't have it, and I believe him. He let Aunt Natasha search his house and the shop, and it's not there. Just because it wasn't in either of those places doesn't mean he didn't move it somewhere else, like a safe deposit box at his bank or somewhere you wouldn't think of. I take it you've only got his word for it that the buyer cut off all contact? Yes, but Felix wouldn't lie. He would never betray my mother. Except your mother isn't alive, Molly said. Maxim was naive, but she could understand how he felt about Felix. He was an old family friend, a man her mother treated like a brother, which would make him more like an uncle to Maxim. How much of a cut was Felix getting? $1 million, according to my father. The rest of the money was going to be split between my parents and Aunt Natasha. Why her? I thought she didn't know your mother took the egg. She didn't, but Dad said Mom was adamant she'd be given a share of the proceeds. I guess she felt bad about taking it. Stealing would be the better word, Molly thought, but Maxim didn't want to think of his mother as a thief. I have another theory, she said. It's a bit off the wall and might not be easy to hear. It's okay, go ahead. What if your father found the egg, told Natasha, and blackmailed her? He tells her he'd be willing to give it to her for the discounted price of, let's say, $3 million. If she refuses, he'll sell it on the dark web, and then she won't get a dime, and the egg will be lost to her family forever. He wouldn't be worried she'd call the police, because he knew the egg was a family secret, and she didn't want the publicity. Maxim's face began to crumple, and tears welled up in his eyes again. I know Aunt Natasha feels it's her duty to protect the Gordon name and the Fabergé egg, but she would never give in to blackmail. I'm certain she'd go to the police. Molly didn't think he looked all that convinced. He grabbed another napkin and wiped his eyes with it. I shouldn't have told you about this. It was a big mistake. I don't think you would have told me unless you felt it was important. He sat back in his chair. Are you going to tell Detective Lombardi? I think I have to, don't you? My father was a lot of things, Molly, but he wouldn't have blackmailed my aunt. Please don't tell Detective Lombardi he did. It's a theory, nothing more. But the police have to consider every possibility. Could you at least talk to Aunt Natasha before you tell him? Can you do that? Molly hesitated. She had to let Lombardi know about the egg. It was worth a lot of money, and was a huge motive for murder. But as Lombardi would most likely say, blackmail was only one theory. And there were other reasons Curtis could have been killed. Reasons that had nothing to do with the missing Fabergé egg. The least she could do was meet with Natasha, ask her about it, and gauge her reaction. All right, I'll talk to Natasha before I say anything to Lombardi, but only if you promise not to tell her I know about the egg. I'll bring it up with her when we meet, but I don't want her having a heads up that I know. Agreed?
He crossed his heart with his finger. "Agreed," he said. Chapter 11. It started to rain around midnight, and the sound of it pounding on the roof and the wind howling around the eaves kept Molly awake. Matt and the cats were sleeping soundly beside her. Tyler was snug in his bed, and Starling had called earlier to let them know she was spending the night at her friend Rachel's house. At least Molly didn't have to worry about her driving home in the pouring rain. But trying to get back to sleep was impossible. She couldn't stop thinking about the Fabergé egg and the theories floating around in her mind about Curtis trying to sell it on his own or blackmailing Natasha before he'd give it back to her. He needed money, and fast. His wife's untimely death hadn't changed his financial situation. Sometime in the early morning hours, she finally drifted off to sleep. But when the alarm went off at 6:30 and Matt got up for work, she climbed out of bed and put on her robe and fuzzy slippers and went downstairs. She fed the cats, then mixed together a bowl of yogurt and muesli for Matt's breakfast. For herself, she had a bowl of multigrain cereal and a slice of raisin bread toast. Before Matt left for work, they checked on Tyler, but he was still fast asleep. Matt kissed her goodbye, and Molly went back to bed for an hour. She woke to the sound of the garage door opening. Starling was home. She got out of bed and padded into Tyler's room. He was wide awake, standing up in his crib, and his diaper needed changing. Starling came upstairs. "Aunt Molly, I can change his diaper." "I've got it," Molly said. She appreciated Starling's enthusiasm for her job, but she also wanted to make sure she had time off from doing it. Living in their house made that somewhat problematic, as Starling was always ready to pitch in. "Did you have a nice time with Rachel?" "Yeah, it was great," Starling said. "We went shopping, and then we went out to dinner, and we watched an old movie, The Thomas Crown Affair, starring Steve McQueen. Have you seen it?" "Yes, I have. It's a great movie. I like the remake with Pierce Brosnan, too." Molly finished with the diaper and dressed Tyler in a red and black fleece-hooded romper. "It's so weird you watched that movie. Have you had breakfast?" "No, not yet." "Tyler's ready. Let's go downstairs. And while you're eating, I'll tell you a story I heard about a Fabergé egg that could be connected to Curtis Cobb's case." In the kitchen, Molly made 2 cappuccinos, and Starling toasted 2 slices of multigrain bread. One was for herself, the other for Tyler. Molly took a hard-boiled egg out of the refrigerator and cut it into small pieces for Tyler. As she fed him, and Starling ate her breakfast, she told her about her conversations with Hattie and Maxim, and the story of the Fabergé egg. When she was done, Starling said, "It is a little like the Thomas Crown affair, with a mysterious art collector trying to buy the egg from Galena." She sipped her coffee. "Her life could be a movie, the way her parents weren't around much when she was growing up, and how they disowned her because she married someone they didn't like. How could anyone do that to their child? It makes me wonder what it did to her psyche. It had to have affected her in some way, even into adulthood." "All I know is, I could never disown Tyler for marrying someone I didn't approve of," Molly said. "I might try to talk to him about it and express my concerns, but at the end of the day, it would be his decision." "Do you know what the Fabergé egg looks like?" "No, but Felix was the intermediary between Galena and the buyer, and he took photographs for her to take to Florida, so I'm hoping he has duplicates. When I talk to him, I'll ask if I can see them." "Do you think it's true the buyer cut off all contact when he heard she was dead?" "That's what Maxim said, and I suppose it makes sense if they were worried the sale could become public. An anonymous art collector wouldn't want anyone to know what they're buying." Molly looked out the sliding glass doors. The downpour had ended, and it was raining lightly now. "Of course, this is supposing Felix isn't lying," she said. "If he was still in touch with the buyer, because he and Curtis decided they'd sell the egg without Natasha's knowledge, or if Curtis was doing this on his own, it's possible that something went wrong with this deal, and that led to his death." Starling took a bite of her toast. "Now that you know about the egg, are you going to bring it up when you interview people?" "Yes, absolutely. It beats all the other motives I've been exploring." "Have you told Tony?" "No, not yet. Maxim asked me to talk to Natasha first, and I agreed that I would." "Has he shared any information with you?"
Nothing significant. I know he's sending a posse of cops out today to knock on the doors of all the guests who flew the coop after Curtis died. I think he's going to look into Curtis's business and his gambling debts. There could be something there. You don't sound too convinced. I have to admit, I like your egg theory better. The mysterious buyer could be a very dangerous person, and Galena and Curtis got mixed up in something way over their heads. Molly finished feeding Tyler and wiped his mouth with a napkin. There might not be anything more nefarious about the Fabergé egg scheme than the fact that Galena took it from the Gordon collection without permission, but I have to explore it, especially with Natasha. Because if Curtis did find the egg, and in his desperation to sell it he tried to blackmail her, that gives her a very good reason to kill him. Isn't she too old? Does she even have the strength to kill a man? Molly smiled. She's 64. Which I know sounds ancient when you're in your 20s, but believe me, she's fit enough and quite capable of pushing someone out a window. She leaned over and kissed Tyler's cheek. All done, baby boy. I better get a move on. She stood up. I'm supposed to be at the manor house at 9:30 to meet Natasha. She started for the stairs, but stopped and turned. By the way, if you see a silver sedan parked down the street outside of Mrs. Houghton's house, or anywhere else for that matter, would you let me know? Sure. What's it about? I think I saw the same car yesterday morning, and later in the afternoon. Mrs. Houghton doesn't know who it belongs to, and while it's probably nothing, I don't like not knowing who's driving that car. After what happened over the summer, with that box being delivered to our front porch, I don't want to take any chances. I totally get it, Starling said. I'll keep an eye out for it. And I'll be sure to set the house alarm after you leave. By the time Molly arrived at the manor house, the rain had completely stopped, and the sun was trying to break through the gray clouds. As she walked up the path to the door, she realized a woman was watching her from behind one of the downstairs windows. She had gray hair, and Molly thought it might be Peggy, since she was an older woman. She disappeared as soon as Molly looked her way. The door was open this time, and Molly entered a long, tiled corridor. The woman she'd seen at the window appeared in an open doorway down the hall, drying her hands on a dish towel. She was tall and gaunt, with a long neck and sharp cheekbones. Are you the new girl from the cleaning company? No, my name is Molly Appleby. She cut her off. I hope you're not selling anything, because we're not buying. Didn't you see the no solicitation sign on the road coming in? I'm not a solicitor, Molly said. I write for Collectors Weekly. Forget it. The woman waved a hand at her, shooing her away like she was a pesky fly. Ms. Gordon doesn't subscribe to any magazines. I have an appointment to see Natasha. Maxim has asked me to write a story for my magazine about his father, and I'm talking to everyone who was close to Curtis, all the people who knew him best. Natasha said I could come by at 9:30. Could you let her and Maxim know that I'm here? Maxim's out, and Natasha hasn't asked for her breakfast yet. She's probably still sleeping. Curtis's death has hit everyone hard. Her tone was accusatory, as if Molly had a lot of nerve being there at all. I understand, but she did agree to talk to me. Molly felt a little irked that Natasha wasn't up and ready to meet her. Did she think her time was more valuable than her own? Could you check to see if she's up? No, I will not. She'll let me know when she wants her breakfast, but you can come in and wait if you want. Peggy turned on her heel and walked into the kitchen. It was a chef's delight, with top-of-the-line appliances and a granite countertop and a large island with 6 stools around it. The walls were painted a bright canary yellow. The cabinets were white with black iron handles. A fluffy white cat was lapping water from a dish on the floor. It looked up at Molly and started to walk toward her. What a pretty kitty, Molly said. She started to bend down to pet the cat, but Peggy stopped her. Don't touch her. She might bite. The cat veered away from Molly and ran out the door into the hall. Loki was Galena's cat, Peggy said. Do you know about her? Yes, she was Maxim's mother and died in a drowning accident this past summer. That's right. Natasha took Loki in after Galena died, but the cat's having trouble settling into her new life here. She's been acting out, scratching and nipping. I think the manor house is too big for her. We hardly see her. She's always roaming, and only comes in here when she's hungry or thirsty."
"Why didn't Curtis keep her?"
"He wanted nothing to do with Loki, and besides, Hattie hates cats. Loki had nowhere else to go, and Natasha certainly wasn't going to send her to the shelter. She says she's part of the family. I think she's determined to make friends with her, but as I said, the cat is having a hard time adjusting."
"Maxim told me you were close to Galena. It must have been devastating for you when she died."
"It's not something I want to talk about," Peggy said. "Do you want coffee? I've made a fresh pot."
It would be Molly's third cup of coffee that morning, but she wasn't going to refuse. Sitting at the table and drinking a coffee would give her an excuse to linger in the kitchen until Natasha woke up.
"Thank you," she said. "That would be nice."
Peggy gestured for her to sit at the kitchen table, where a lazy Susan held a sugar dish and a cream pot. She poured 2 mugs of coffee, set the mugs on a tray, and added a small plate and a knife and fork. She brought the tray to the table and set it down in front of Molly, handing her the plate and utensils. Then she went to the counter and lifted a large plastic container, which she brought back to the table.
"Leftover sweets from the party Saturday night." She popped off the lid. "Help yourself."
Molly looked inside. There were all sorts of cookies and cakes. She chose a slice of lemon poppy seed cake. "Did you make any of this, or was the entire event catered?"
"Natasha hired a caterer. I don't have the staff or the energy to throw a big party."
Peggy sat down across from her and stirred cream into her coffee.
"I remember your name. My son mentioned he met you. He said you were with Maxim in the dining room after Curtis fell."
"I went to find him and stayed with him for a little while," Molly said. I hope it's not out of place for me to say, but Curtis didn't fall. Someone pushed him." Peggy sipped her coffee and nodded.
"I'm well aware. Detective Lombardi informed Natasha, and she told me. Has he questioned you?"
"Yes, and my husband," Molly said. "Matt is a doctor. He was the first one on the scene. When Natasha arrived, she was so cool and calm. I was very impressed. Even under that kind of stress, she didn't lose her composure."
"No, she wouldn't, because that's not the way she was raised. She rarely shows her emotions. His death has shocked her, of course. It's shocked everyone who knew him."
"I'm sure it has." Molly took a bite of the cake. It was good, but not as good as the lemon poppy seed cake her mother made. Thinking about her mother, she made a mental note to call her later, since she was driving back from Boston with Sean that morning. "Maxim told me you've been working for the Gordons since 1968. You must like working here."
"Of course I like working here," Peggy snapped. "I wouldn't stay if I didn't."
Her tone was defensive, which Molly thought was curious.
"Back in those days, the house was filled with servants. It stayed that way until Mr. Gordon passed away, 6 months after his wife, in 1998. When Natasha took over the estate, she decided it would be more cost-effective to hire outside firms to do most of the work. I'm the only one she kept on full-time."
"Does it get lonely working here by yourself?"
"Sometimes, but people come and go. There are the house cleaners, lawn people, the maintenance man."
"James Galloway? I met him yesterday."
"Yes, James, or his father, is usually around during the week."
"Do you live nearby?"
"I live here in the manor house," Peggy said. "When everyone else was let go, Natasha told me I could live in the housekeeper's quarters. It's a 1-bedroom apartment, just down the hall from the kitchen. It's very convenient, not having to drive back and forth, especially now as I'm getting older. My eyes aren't what they once were, and this time of year driving on country roads without any streetlights, it's not easy."
"I know what you mean. Especially when it rains, I find it very hard to see the road." Molly sipped her coffee. "You obviously knew Curtis, since he was married to Galena and went to school with Felix. What was your opinion of him?"
"I won't lie. I never liked him. He was arrogant, moody, and full of himself. And he took pleasure in criticizing Galena and Maxim every time they spoke. It didn't matter what the subject was. If they said the sky was blue, he'd say it was a pale gray. I think, over the years, it wore Galena out. Maxim, of course, was able to move away. Molly added a little more cream to her coffee. It was stronger than she was used to. Why did Galena stay with him? Peggy lifted her nose, like she'd caught the scent of something foul. She took her wedding vows seriously and did her best to make the marriage work. She doesn't believe a word of that, Molly thought. Not that Curtis made it easy for her, mind you, but she had Maxim, and I suppose being a mother became her main focus in life and kept her going. I know about Galena's parents disowning her when she married Curtis. Did you think it was the right thing to do? No, I thought it was horrible. But I can't say they were wrong about their assessment of him. He was a good-for-nothing boy, and he turned into a good-for-nothing man. Molly didn't like having to wait for Natasha, but at least Peggy wasn't holding back on how she felt about Curtis. Hattie told me Galena confided in you, that you were more like a mother to her than her own. Did you try to talk her out of marrying Curtis? I did more than that, much earlier. I told her not to date him, but she was determined to do things her way. And while it was true we were close, I knew if I pushed her on it, she might never speak to me again. So I wished her well and told her I'd always be here for her. Peggy looked out the window, and they sat for a time in silence. Molly drank her coffee and ate her cake, and when Peggy looked at her again, there were tears in her eyes. Galena knew she could trust me. I loved her like she was my own. I'm glad she had you in her life. I think she needed someone to love her, especially after the way her parents treated her. Molly ate the last bite of her cake and pushed the plate aside. Maxim told me she thought of Felix as the brother she'd never had, but Hattie told me Felix was in love with her. Is it true? Everyone loved Galena. Felix more than most, I suppose, but only because they grew up together. What was Galena like? Peggy's face lit up. Oh, she was very smart. Always got good grades in school. She excelled at everything she did. She was the captain of the high school swim team for 4 years. Natasha never took to swimming, but Galena was like a fish in water. Really? How tragic that she died in a drowning accident. Yes, well, she had her flaws, too. She could be reckless. Is Natasha reckless? No, the girls were very different. There was a 12-year age difference between them, and their personalities were like night and day. Galena was outgoing, and Natasha has always been quiet and reserved. But they loved each other. Molly wasn't going to take Peggy's word for it that they loved each other. She'd quickly gotten the impression that Peggy wasn't going to badmouth either woman, or give her any reason to believe there were problems between them. What did Natasha think about her marrying Curtis? Did she have objections? You'd have to ask her, Peggy said. I will. Molly sipped her coffee. She was almost finished drinking it, and Peggy hadn't offered her a refill. When she reached the bottom of the cup, she had the feeling Peggy was going to tell her it was time for her to go. How would you describe Maxim's relationship with his father? Peggy set her mug down on the table. Curtis treated Maxim the same way he treated everyone, with indifference and an unending amount of criticism, as I said. I didn't like it, I can tell you that. No one, and especially not a child, should be treated that way. I agree, Molly said. Maxim told me when he left home for college, he never looked back. Why would he? I don't think his father even cared that he left. Didn't he want Maxim to take over the store one day, like he did from his father? I don't know, Peggy said. But what I do know is Galena didn't want that for Maxim. She was counting on him inheriting her share of the estate when he turns 30. How did that all come about, if her parents weren't speaking to her? Peggy sat back in her chair. Molly hadn't lost her yet. She was still willing to talk to her. When Maxim was born, they asked to see their grandson. Galena agreed, as long as they reinstated her lost inheritance to him. Molly was astonished. She blackmailed them? She compromised with them, Peggy said. She gave Maxim the middle name of Gordon, as they wished,
and she allowed them to visit with him twice a month. Natasha would collect him and bring him back when the visitation was over for the day. In Molly's book, this was still a form of blackmail, but she let it slide. It was time to talk about the biggest motive for murder out there. "I know about the Fabergé egg," she said. "Maxim told me his mother took it from the Gordon collection, intending to sell it. I also know Felix found a buyer for it, but before Galena went to Florida to meet the buyer, she hid it in her house, and no one has been able to find it." Peggy's face twisted into something between a grimace and a scowl. "Maxim shouldn't have told you about the egg. You can't write about it. If you do, Natasha will probably sue your magazine and you personally." Her tone was combative, and Molly realized she hadn't been a mother figure only to Galena, but to Natasha as well. She loved both girls. What would she do if Curtis threatened Natasha? Would she kill for her? "Maxim's worried the egg might have something to do with his father's death, and I think he could be right. I would think Natasha would want to know who killed him." She paused to give Peggy a chance to reply, but she was silent. Her motherly instinct to protect all of her chicks had kicked in. Molly lowered her voice, going for a softer tone. "Did Felix need convincing to help Galena sell the egg?" Peggy sighed. "As a matter of fact, he tried to talk her out of it, because he thought it was a bad idea. It turns out he was right. It's brought nothing but misery to everyone who was involved in trying to sell it. Maxim told me the price was $6 million. Once the store was saved, and the bills paid, do you know what Galena and Curtis planned to do with the rest of the money?" Peggy stared at her. "How should I know?" "Galena confided in you." "She didn't about the egg." Peggy's mouth turned down. "I only found out it was missing when Natasha told me." "This was after Galena went to Florida?" "Yes, after." Peggy's expression hardened and her eyes shifted to the door. Molly wondered if she was lying. She was loyal to the family, and the subject of the egg was taboo. She also wanted her to leave. Any second now she'd be showing her to the door. "Do you think Curtis found the egg before he died?" Peggy shrugged. "I wouldn't know." Molly finished her coffee. She had a buzz from too much caffeine and the sugar in the cake. "Did Galena tell you where she hid the egg?" Peggy frowned. "No, of course not. If she had, young lady, I would have told Natasha where to find it." A wall phone rang, its ringer like a fire alarm, loud and shrill. It startled Molly, but Peggy got up calmly to answer it, clearing her throat before she lifted the handset. "Good morning, Natasha." Molly realized it was an internal phone, not a landline. Peggy listened and nodded. "Yes, ma'am, I'll have lunch waiting for you. By the way, there's a woman here to see you, Molly Appleby. She says Maxim arranged for you to meet with her." "Yes, of course, I'll let her know." Peggy put the handset back in its cradle and turned to Molly. "Natasha apologizes. She forgot about your meeting, but says she'll see you now. You'll need your coat." Chapter 12. Natasha had asked to meet Molly at the Gordon Museum. She hadn't slept in. She'd forgotten about their meeting and had gone to the museum to do some work. Believing the fresh air would be good for her, Molly took a shortcut through the woods, leaving her car in the parking lot. By the time she reached the end of the gravel path, she wished she'd taken the car. What had she been thinking? Even bundled up in her coat, with her hat and gloves on, the damp air felt raw and cold, and the sky was getting dark, the clouds thickening. She hoped she'd make it back to her car before it rained again. The museum was located in the former carriage house on the property. It was closed for the season, and there weren't any lights on in the windows. Molly hoped Peggy hadn't sent her on a wild goose chase. If Natasha wasn't there, she was going to be very annoyed. But the door opened when she pushed the bar, and as she stepped inside, she could see a light on in the gallery to her right. As she walked through the gallery, she was surprised to see blank spots on the walls where paintings used to be. She remembered seeing works by Pablo Picasso, Marie Cassatt, and Vincent van Gogh, but they were gone. She wondered what happened to them. Most of the paintings that were left on the walls were Russian works of art, some by well-known artists such as Pavel Filonov and Valentin Serov, but the majority were by obscure artists she had never heard of. She found Natasha at the rear of the gallery, standing over a long glass cabinet, arranging the display inside. When she saw Molly, she said, "I apologize for keeping you waiting. I completely forgot about our meeting." Her flawless hair and makeup of the other night had been replaced by a sloppy bun, no makeup, and reading glasses dangling on a chain around her neck. She wore a red mock turtleneck sweater over a knee-length black wool skirt and black ankle boots. There were dark circles under her eyes, and Molly thought she looked exhausted. Yet even without all the bells and whistles, she was still a beautiful, elegant woman. "How are you feeling? Maxim told me about your headache." "It's better today, but I feel numb." Natasha sighed deeply. "I'm finding it difficult to believe someone murdered Curtis, and that it happened right here at Mistyvale." "I won't take up too much of your time. What are you working on?" "A new exhibit for our spring opening," Natasha said. "I found some handwritten correspondence in the archives between Josiah Morton, the original owner of Mistyvale, and his Boston architect, Daniel Ritter." Molly saw that the correspondence between the two men wasn't the only set of items on display. Natasha had included some beautiful textiles as well, 2 colorful quilts, and a small hand-hooked rug with a ring of red roses on a black backdrop. There was also a set of fine bone china dinner plates with a pink rose trim, and a place setting of gleaming silverware. Molly wondered if the silverware belonged to the set Felix had his eye on. Natasha realized she was checking the contents. "Every item in the case belonged to my paternal grandparents. The china and silverware are the first purchases they made after moving into the house." "Maxim told me they bought the property in 1920. "They did, but the land was originally purchased in 1899 by Josiah Morton, a wealthy Bostonian. He had the manor house built as a gift for his new bride, Emmeline, but she fell ill and died before they could move in. Josiah couldn't bring himself to live in it, and the house remained empty until my grandparents bought it." "I heard you gave your sister the cottage to live in after your parents died. That was very generous of you." "Yes, it was." Natasha's chin lifted slightly. She was proud of her generosity, which made Molly wonder if hosting fundraisers and offering her sister a home were heartfelt acts, or if she did it to appear charitable. As if she knew what Molly was thinking, she said, "The cottage was run down and needed a lot of work, but they needed a place to live, and I wanted Maxim to grow up here on the estate. He'll inherit Mistyvale one day." Maxim was right about his aunt, Molly thought. He'd told her Natasha cared about her family and protecting the Gordon name. His sister had needed a place to live, and she'd provided it. "Was it your Russian grandparents who first started the Gordon collection?" Natasha smiled. "They wouldn't like you calling them Russians. When I was little, I told my grandmother I liked her accent, and she scolded me. She said, 'I don't have an accent. I'm an American.' But yes, they were great collectors, particularly of Russian art, evidenced by what you see around you. They became pillars of the community, too. They were well known for their charitable work. My father picked up the mantle from them, and I've continued the family tradition of philanthropic work, doing my best to honor the Gordon name. My parents instilled that in me from a very young age." "What about Galena? Did she feel the same way?" Natasha's smile vanished. "She wasn't into art." So the answer to that question is a resounding no, Molly thought. Galena didn't carry on the family tradition. "Maxim told me she used to take him to antique stores, and she was working for Felix at Monkey Paws." "Monkey Paws is not an art gallery. Felix has nothing in his shop that can compare to what we have in the family collection. As for my sister, the only antiques or artwork she cared about were the ones with the biggest price tags." This is it, Molly thought. The perfect opening. Is that why she took the Fabergé egg from the collection and not something else? Because she knew it would sell for the most money? Natasha stared at her. Then she breathed a sigh and said, "I suppose it was Maxim who told you what's happened." "He did, yes," Molly said. Natasha frowned. "He shouldn't have said anything." "It could have something to do with his father's death." "I doubt that very much," Natasha said. "And before I say anything else, I want you to know I only agreed to talk to you because Maxim asked me to. I love my nephew very much, and I'll do whatever I can to help him get through this terrible time. But I don't want it getting out that we have the egg. Or I should say, had the egg. I have no idea what my sister did with it. I'm very upset that it's missing. It's an important family heirloom." "What I can't figure out is why she felt the need to hide it at all. Why didn't she put it in a safe deposit box or leave it with Felix?" Natasha made no reply, so Molly went on. "Maxim said you realized it was missing after she left for Florida. How did you discover it was gone?" "It was kept in a safe in my home office," Natasha said. "That's why I knew Galena took it. She was the only person, besides me, who had the combination. Before I could call her, Curtis called to tell me she was dead. When he told me what they were doing in Florida, how she'd hidden the egg in the house, I couldn't believe it. Even before he got home, I started looking for it, without any success. Every building on the property has been searched. It's a nightmare, knowing it's out there somewhere but not being able to find it." The pain in her eyes looked real enough. But was it there because her sister and Curtis were dead, or because she hadn't been able to locate the egg? "Since Maxim told you what I'm doing, I hope you don't mind me asking about your relationship with Curtis." "I didn't have a relationship with him," Natasha said. "He was married to my sister. He was Maxim's father. We didn't socialize or speak often. I've kept my distance from him." "You didn't approve of their marriage?" "I always believed it was Galena's decision to make, whether to marry him, but I know she could have done better." "What did you think of your parents disowning her?" "I thought it was very unkind," Natasha said. "I tried to talk them out of it, but they were firmly against her marrying Curtis, and I couldn't change their minds. They didn't think he was good enough for her, which was true." "Do you think if Galena had inherited her share of the estate, and if your parents hadn't cut off her allowance, Curtis might have tried harder to be a better husband?" Natasha hesitated a moment, and when she spoke again, her voice was cold. "I'm not a psychiatrist. I can't possibly answer that question. What I do know is Raris Books never made them enough money to live on, and if it wasn't for me, they would have been living on the streets." "You gave them money?" "Money? The cottage? I paid for their cars, vacations, Maxim's college. I gave my sister money to buy groceries. They made very little with the shop, certainly not enough to keep them in the Gordon lifestyle. I wasn't going to let her or my nephew be humiliated." No, that wouldn't do at all, Molly thought. She had to keep up appearances for the sake of the family name, and yet there was a limit to her generosity. "Why didn't you just give Galena her share of the estate after your parents died? Why hold it aside for Maxim when she clearly needed it?" Natasha frowned. Her eyes narrowed, and for a moment Molly expected her to end the interview right there, but she said, "I'll tell you what happened, so you'll understand the kind of man Curtis was. But you can't write anything about this. I want your word." "You have it," Molly said. "All right. When I inherited the estate, I had every intention of giving Galena her money. But first I gave her a few pieces of our mother's jewelry. A week later, she came to see me, angry and upset. She told me Curtis had taken the jewelry and pawned it. Fortunately, I was able to buy it back from the pawnbroker. But after that incident, we both agreed it would be better if I didn't give her anything else. Curtis simply couldn't be trusted. We decided it was best to stay with the original plan to give Maxim the money when he turns 30. So, all these years you've known they were having money troubles. And Galena knew you knew because you were giving her money. In all that time, did you ever talk to her about leaving Curtis?" Natasha sighed. I tried to, but she always made it about the business. How if Curtis would listen to her and take some of her ideas, they could make it a success. She had some very good ideas, too. Before it became a fad, she wanted to buy sofas and have a coffee station with specialty drinks. She wanted to expand the book section and bring in modern-day titles, and make Raris Books a place where people could mix and mingle and read. Curtis hated the idea. He shot it down. Why? If the shop was losing money, he was an idiot, that's why. The cold snap in her voice had returned. What little profit they were making only shrank over time, of course, because their customers were older, loyal people who knew Curtis's father. When they died off or moved away, the money went with them. I was giving Galena money right up until the day she died. Who do you think paid for their vacation to Florida? Is that why you told Curtis he had until the first of the year to move out of the cottage? Did you decide you'd had enough? Natasha was amazed. You've certainly been busy talking to people. I suppose Hattie told you. Yes, she did. She said you didn't like her living there. I don't, but that's not the reason I asked Curtis to leave. My sister is dead, and Maxim is married and has a successful business. I did agree to continue to buy Curtis his groceries for another year. I had Peggy go to the grocery store to buy them and deliver them to the cottage. That's how much I trusted him with money. Wow, Molly thought. There is some serious animosity going on here. Do you blame him for your sister's death? Natasha brushed a stray piece of hair from her face, tucking it up into the bun. He ruined her life, she said. I will always hold him responsible for making her miserable. She paused. I'm not sorry he's dead. He was a liar and untrustworthy, and he treated my sister and Maxim badly. But I didn't kill him. She's not stupid, Molly thought. She knows I suspect her, because of her history with Curtis. I understand why you didn't trust him, Molly said. But you must realize you backed him into a corner. How so? The egg. If he did find it, why would he give it back to you? Nothing had changed. He still needed money. He had bills to pay. He wanted to save Raris Books, and you added the extra burden of him finding a new place to live. Even buying his food had a time limit. Natasha's green eyes narrowed. He could have asked Hattie to contribute. She has plenty of money. If she wanted to live with him, she could have picked up the slack. Not me. Not anymore. She rubbed the space between her eyes. My headache's coming back. Was he blackmailing you? What? Natasha's head jerked back. Of course not. Whatever gave you that idea? I thought if he did find the egg, he might have tried to hold it hostage. Well, he didn't. The egg, as far as I know, is still missing. Natasha's cell phone rang. She looked at the screen. Fairhill Cemetery. I'll call them back. She declined the call. I don't want to bury Curtis in the family plot with Galena. My parents would hate it. But I'll do it for Maxim. He wants his parents to be buried together. Your parents will never know, Molly said. Natasha looked at her. You probably think my parents were unkind because of the way they treated Galena, but they really did have her best interests at heart. They thought she'd come to her senses. But when it was obvious she wasn't going to, why not let it go? They were all far too stubborn. My parents, Galena. Natasha closed the display cabinet and locked it, and a sad image bubbled up in Molly's mind. One of two sisters with different interests and personalities. Natasha, the quiet one, living at home, following in her parents' footsteps. Galena, the stubborn one, rebellious even, wanting to do things her own way. It's ironic, Natasha said. Galena was more like our parents than I was. She had a spine of steel, just like them. She wouldn't give in, and neither would they. They were at an impasse, and there was no way around it. She shook her head. If only Galena had done what they'd asked. Was it really so much of a burden to give up Curtis? Was it worth losing everything? Her voice was brittle, and there was a deep sadness in her eyes. She loved her sister, but she disobeyed their parents, and the result was a rift that could not be bridged. And where did this leave Natasha? The lone sister, in charge of the estate. Even if their parents had groomed her for it, it was still a heavy responsibility to take on alone. Natasha turned and walked away, expecting Molly to follow. As they passed through the gallery, Molly said, "I can't imagine what it's been like for you all these years taking care of such a large estate by yourself. If Galena hadn't had a falling out with your parents, would she have worked with you to keep it going?" "I like to think she would have. But honestly, Galena never took an interest in our family's art collection or the charities our parents supported. She coasted through life, expecting everyone else to take care of her." She shrugged. Maybe she was right to stay away. Every year managing the estate becomes more difficult and more expensive, and I'm not getting any younger. I'll be happy to hand it over to Maxim someday. Well, for the record, I think you've done an incredible job. The manor house, from what I saw of it, is beautiful, and this museum is amazing. Although I did notice as I was walking through the gallery that there are a lot of blank spots. She pointed to an empty space on the wall. What happened there? I've been fortunate to receive, on loan, paintings from other museums and private collectors, Natasha said. I simply can't afford to buy great masterpieces. Only the Russian artwork you see is mine. It's all part of the Gordon collection, our family's legacy. Do you still collect art? Or are all the pieces in the museum handed down? I've bought a few pieces. I love art, but my real passion is antique furniture, and I'd rather spend my money there. They'd reached the front door, and her face had brightened, and her voice had lifted. She was on a subject she enjoyed talking about. I'll tell Maxim to give you a tour of the house sometime. You could dedicate a section of the museum to some of your antique furniture. Natasha looked at her. I'm embarrassed to say I never thought of doing that. It's a very good idea. Felix would probably be happy to give you advice on how to set it up. His shop is beautiful, and he knows how to stage furniture. Natasha frowned. I'm quite capable of doing it myself. Her smile disappeared. Was she the snob Hattie made her out to be? Was Felix simply not good enough? Not for her sister, or as someone she'd ever go to for advice? Everyone says Felix and Galena were close friends. But I wonder, were they ever in love? They reached the door. Natasha put her hand on the push bar, but she didn't open it right away. She turned to Molly. We all knew he had feelings for Galena that went beyond friendship, but she never reciprocated. Her love for him was platonic, never anything else. Were you angry with him when you found out he was helping Galena sell the egg? I was disappointed, but as I said, I'm well aware of his devotion to my sister. A devotion that brings him to Galena's grave every week, Molly thought. Maybe Galena's love was platonic, but it seemed Felix's love for her was deep and unbending. Do you think Felix would have killed for her? Oh, yes, Natasha said without hesitation. I'm not saying he killed Curtis, of course. She pushed on the bar and held the door open for Molly. But I believe he would have done anything for her. Chapter 13. Molly left Mistyvale, intending to drive back to the city to talk to Felix at Monkey Paw's Antiques. She had a lot of questions for him. He was devoted to Galena, in love with her, and was instrumental in helping her find a buyer for the Fabergé egg. If he blamed Curtis for her death, or later learned Curtis planned to find the egg and sell it out from under Natasha, he had a couple of good reasons for wanting to kill him. Loyalty to Galena and the Gordon family, and pure revenge. As she entered the village of Fairhill, she thought about Galena and Curtis being buried together at the Fairhill Cemetery. Would Felix still want to visit her if Curtis was in the ground beside her? She drove down Main Street, and at the end of the street turned in the direction of the cemetery. She wondered if she might find Felix standing over her grave. There were only 2 other cars in the parking lot, a small compact, and a large black SUV with a vanity plate, MPAWS. It had to be Felix's. She parked by the office and went inside. A young woman sat behind the reception desk reading a book. She put it down and smiled. "Good afternoon, may I help you?" "I'd like to visit the grave of Galena Cobb," she said. "Can you tell me where she's buried?" "Of course, I'll just check the computer." She did a search, and a few moments later said, "Okay, here it is. Galena Gordon is in a family plot. Section 10, plot 43. I'll give you a map." She opened a desk drawer and pulled out a map of the cemetery. Laying it flat on the desk, she used a yellow marker to circle the exact location. "Go out the door, take a left, and follow the path. You'll see a little sign sticking up out of the grass along the way. When you see the one for Section 10, walk down the row and you'll find her grave on the right." "Thank you very much." Molly took the map and went back outside. As she started down the path, her stomach growled. It was almost 1 o'clock, way past her preferred noon lunchtime. But her stomach would have to wait. She could pick something up on the drive back to the city, or call her mother to see if she was back from Boston. If she was, they could meet somewhere for lunch, and then she could tell her in person that she was working on another murder case. She'd buy her dessert, too, to sweeten her up. If there was one thing Molly didn't want to do, it was upset her mother. Matt was right. Since Tyler's birth, she wasn't as keen on Molly's crime reporting. Molly found Section 10 and Felix, who was kneeling in front of a headstone farther down the row, arranging flowers in a vase in the grass. Not wanting to startle him, she cleared her throat. He turned around. "Molly." He looked surprised. "What are you doing here?" He stood up slowly, his pants grass-stained with smudges of dirt on them. He didn't bother to brush it off. He didn't care. "I was at Mistyvale and thought I'd stop by to pay my respects to Galena," she said. "I spoke to your mother and Natasha. I was going to stop by your shop to see if you'd have time to talk. Maxim's asked me to write an article about his father, and I'm interviewing everyone who knew him. But this probably isn't the best time and place to have that conversation. Will you be at the store later?" "Actually, I don't mind talking to you here, if you're all right with it." His voice broke, and his eyes filled with tears. "I'm sure Galena won't mind." Molly glanced at the white granite headstone. An angel with wings in flight was carved above her name, her date of birth, and a line from a poem beneath it. Molly read the words out loud. "I am the soft stars that shine at night." She looked at Felix. "Do not stand at my grave and weep," by Mary Elizabeth Fry. It's a beautiful poem. Did you choose it? "No, not me." Felix blinked back his tears. "My mother chose it. She wanted to do something special for Galena. Natasha told her she could pick something out for the headstone. It's not much, I know, but it was something she could do for her." "I know your mother was very close to Galena. I'm sure her death hit her hard, and you, of course. Hattie told me you come here every week and bring her fresh flowers." "Galena loved flowers," he said. "She worked so hard on her flower garden. It's behind the house, and it's gone to ruin. Curtis didn't do a thing to save it, and he wouldn't let me near it. But you should have seen it when it was in full bloom. It was truly glorious." He glanced up at the steel-gray sky. "It will snow soon, I think. Then I'll stop bringing flowers when it snows." And no doubt, Molly thought, he'll start bringing them again when the spring arrives. "Maxim told me about the Fabergé egg," she said. Felix was shocked. "Does Natasha know he told you?" "Yes, we talked about it. I know Galena asked you to find her a buyer. Your mother said you tried to talk her out of it." "I did. I told her the egg should stay in her family, for Maxim to inherit. I told her I'd give her a raise or a loan if she needed the money, but she wouldn't let me." "Did you know how deep in debt they were?" "I suspected for a long time they were living above their means," he said. "My shop is across the street from Raris Books. I know they didn't get much foot traffic, and Curtis wasn't interested in setting up a website or selling online. I often wondered how they were managing to stay in business. Galena finally told me Natasha was supporting them." "When did she tell you?" "Oh, it was when she came to work for me about 3 years ago." He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "She should have told me sooner.
but I suppose she didn't want me to worry about her. I did know Natasha had given them the cottage to live in. I should have realized she was helping them financially all these years. It explained how they had the money to live their lifestyle and send Maxim to an expensive college.
Molly couldn't imagine how much money Natasha had spent on her sister's family all these years, but she wouldn't be surprised if someone told her it was in the 6 figures. Maxim told me the buyer wanted to see pictures of the egg. I couldn't find anything online. Do you have the photographs?
I have copies at the shop, he said. Come by sometime and I'll be glad to show them to you. I took them with my phone, but Natasha asked me to delete them. She even watched me do it. She was worried someone might hack my computer, and then everyone would know the egg exists.
Again with the paranoia, Molly thought. Natasha was very kind to give her sister money, and the cottage, but it makes me wonder why Galena didn't ask her about selling the egg, if she needed the money.
He shrugged. Maybe she was too embarrassed to ask her, because Natasha had already done so much.
What happened after she died, when you heard from the buyer and told him? Did he completely disappear, or did you stay in touch?
Molly was watching him carefully, looking for any signs in his eyes or his facial expression that he might be lying to her.
He didn't even blink.
He cut off all communication.
How did Curtis and Natasha react when you told them the buyer had disappeared?
Curtis was angry. Natasha seemed relieved.
His expression was neutral, and his voice was flat. Molly thought he sounded uninterested, which surprised her. Or maybe, she thought, he didn't care about any of it. He missed Galena, and she was still all that mattered to him.
Natasha wants the egg back, he said. She didn't care about the buyer.
I have to ask you this, and I hope you'll be honest. Did Galena leave the egg with you?
No, she did not, he said firmly. You have to believe me. If I had the egg, I would give it to Natasha. I even let her search my home and business to reassure her that I had nothing to hide.
Sounds to me like she didn't trust you.
No, it wasn't like that, he said. She knew I was close to Galena. I don't blame her for thinking she might have entrusted the egg to me.
Entrusted is a nice way of saying she gave it to him, Molly thought. And why would Galena have done that? Had she hidden more than the egg? Could she have hidden her feelings for Felix over the years? Did you have a romantic relationship with Galena?
His eyes widened. Whatever gave you that idea?
Molly looked pointedly at the flowers. You do come here once a week.
Yes, but...
He shook his head.
We were friends, that's all. You must believe me, she didn't give me the egg. She hid it in her house.
Did she give you a reason why she felt the need to hide the egg?
He nodded. She said she wanted to be in control of the sale. She was worried if Curtis got too involved in it, the whole thing would fall to pieces. You have to understand, he wasn't trustworthy. Natasha didn't trust him either. She asked me if I would monitor the dark web for her, in case the buyer resurfaced, or if there was anything out there about a Fabergé egg being sold online. I really didn't want to be involved after Galena died, but I thought it was the least I could do to help her. I've been keeping an eye on it. But so far, nothing. Not even a whisper.
Molly considered how this might relate to her theory that Curtis did find the egg. If he had, and began to search for a new buyer, and Felix discovered it because he was monitoring the dark web for Natasha, he could have baited Curtis to meet him on the night of the gala ball in order to take back the egg. But even if this theory turned out to be true, did his loathing for Curtis go so deep that he could kill him? I know you and Curtis weren't good friends, she said. But do you think you can give me an unbiased opinion of him?
Felix thought for a moment. You know what, I don't think I can. I have nothing nice to say about him. He was a selfish man, and Galena deserved far better.
His eyes filled with tears again.
She never should have married him.
Molly opened her purse and took out a packet of tissues. She handed him one, and he took it and wiped his eyes. He took a deep breath and said, When she told me they were engaged, I warned her not to marry him. I said he'll never change, and you'll never be happy with him. She said I was worrying about nothing, that she knew what she was getting into. But the truth is, she had no idea. She wore blinders when it came to Curtis.
She couldn't see his flaws. Or maybe she didn't want to, I don't know. She fancied herself in love with him, and no one was going to talk her out of it.
I'm curious about how they reacted when it became clear she'd been disowned by her parents. Did she confide in you?
Felix looked away, past the row of graves, toward the quiet woods along the edge of the cemetery. His shoulders slumped as he went back in time, remembering things he couldn't change, that no one could. Galena told me when she got the letter from her parents' lawyers informing her. Curtis stormed out of their apartment, went to a bar, and got drunk. The next day, he started talking about divorce, but it turned out she was pregnant. And when she told him, he said he would stay.
He stayed because she was pregnant?
Actually, I think it had more to do with his father still being alive. He looked at Molly. Mr. Cobb was a good man, and he adored Galena. I always thought if Curtis told him he was leaving her because the money had been cut off, his father would never have forgiven him. And if there was one person in the world Curtis respected, it was his father. He took his death hard. He didn't get out of bed for 2 weeks. Galena had to run the shop on her own. When he did come back to work, his heart just wasn't in it. He paused. Looking back on it now, I think that was the beginning of the end for Raris Books. Molly imagined the two men, both of them young, both of them after the affections of the same woman. Felix had every reason in the world to hate Curtis for stealing Galena's heart. But why did Curtis dislike him so much? Was it jealousy over a long friendship? Or was it something more? Did Curtis know that you tried to talk Galena out of marrying him? Yeah, he found out. Because Galena told Hattie, and she decided to tell Curtis. Then he and his friend Joey Blair kidnapped me. Molly felt her eyebrows shoot up. Did you just say they kidnapped you? He nodded. They drove me out to the old Salter farmhouse. It's an abandoned house out in the woods. Teens of my day used to go there to hang out and smoke cigarettes. They beat me up, stripped me naked, and left me there. Molly was astonished. Did you report the assault to the police? No. I didn't want to upset Galena, and quite frankly, I was too embarrassed to tell anyone. It was a long walk back to the main road, though. Mosquitoes were feasting on my flesh the whole way. I hid in the bushes until I saw Mr. Hawley coming down the road in his pickup truck. I flagged him down, and he gave me a ride home. Did Galena know? I never told her, he said. Hattie swore to me she never told her. So Hattie knew about the kidnapping too? Yes, because Curtis told her. She thought it was hilarious. Said she wished she could have been there to see it in person. Molly was disgusted. She couldn't understand why Felix and Galena had ever been friends with her. Did you know that when Galena went abroad in the summers, Hattie and Curtis were seeing each other? And I don't mean just as friends. Felix's eyes widened. I had no idea. I didn't see much of them over the summer. I was always working. How could they do that to her? Hattie told me they were discreet. But do you think Galena knew? He shook his head. No. If she'd known, she would have broken up with Curtis. Molly wasn't so sure about that. A young teen with blinders on could convince herself it didn't mean anything. Felix, did you blame Curtis for Galena's death? Again, tears filled his eyes. I suppose I did blame him, he said, sniffling. If he hadn't made a mess of everything, she never would have gone to Florida, and she wouldn't have drowned. He started to cry, but despite the waterworks, Molly wasn't getting the impression that Felix had killed Curtis because he resented him for marrying the love of his life, or to exact revenge, because he'd been in Florida with her when she died. If she'd never heard about the Fabergé egg, she'd be willing to draw a line through Felix's name and move on to someone else. But she did know about the egg, and by his own admission, his involvement in the sale, and his desire to see it return to Natasha. She couldn't write him off as the prime suspect, not yet. It's obvious to me you loved Galena very much, Molly said gently. Anyone would understand if you felt Curtis was responsible for her death. You must have thought about making him pay. He'd put her into a difficult position with his gambling and drinking, racking up all that debt.
making them dependent on Natasha to pay the bills. If Galena hadn't taken the egg to sell, she wouldn't have been in Florida, and she'd probably be alive today. Felix stared at her as if she'd lost her mind.
"You're accusing me of killing Curtis?"
No, Molly lied. Accusing him was a good way to push his buttons, to see what kind of reaction she'd get out of him. He did seem genuinely shocked at the notion.
"Look, I'll be honest with you," he said. "I didn't like Curtis. Not from the first time we met, and I won't cry over his grave, but I didn't kill him."
He glanced down at Galena's grave and wiped fresh tears from his cheeks with the tissue.
"I would have killed him, though," he said in a near whisper, "if it would have brought her back to me."
Chapter 14. As Molly drove away from Fair Hill Cemetery, she licked her dry lips and tried to ignore her growing hunger pains. If she was going to spend so much time in the car, she thought she better bring a bottle of water and some granola bars with her the next time she left the house. She thought about calling her mother, but she knew when Clara got home from Boston she'd want to unpack and unwind a little, and she'd probably already had lunch with Sean on the road. Instead, she called Lombardi. "I have a million things to tell you," she said. "A lot has happened since yesterday afternoon. I think I know why Curtis was killed."
"Well, this I have to hear. Go ahead. And then I've got something to tell you."
Molly wasted no time. She told him everything Maxim had told her about the Fabergé egg, and her subsequent meetings with Peggy, Natasha, and Felix. She ended by saying, "What strikes me is how they all have a connection to the egg. Felix found the buyer, Hattie and Maxim were helping Curtis search for it, and Natasha was worried Curtis would find it and try to sell it on his own." He laughed and said,
"I'm blown away, Molly, how people talk to you. They clam up around me."
"Well, I'm not as intimidating as you, and I can't arrest them," she said. "But what do you think about the egg?"
"I like your theories about Curtis blackmailing Natasha for it, or Felix feeling duty-bound to get it back to her at all costs. But without any proof, it's meaningless. Finding the egg would help, especially if it turns out she has it."
"Can you get a search warrant for Mistyvale and search every building?"
"I'll look into it, but without more to go on, it's probably a long shot. I'm working on other leads, though. The door knockers are out in force, so keep your fingers crossed. Maybe someone at the gala ball saw something. Also, I'm leaving here shortly to question 2 people. One is a former customer of Curtis's named Jeremy Phillips. He filed a statement of claim against Curtis 3 years ago regarding money he gave to him to purchase a rare book. Curtis didn't follow through and refused to return the money. They settled the dispute out of court, but I want to know more about it. The other person is a man named Joseph Blair."
"Wait, I know that name. Remember I told you Curtis kidnapped Felix when they were younger, and he had a friend help him? Well, his name was Joey Blair. It has to be the same guy. How did Joey's name come up?"
"A year ago, Curtis and Joey got into a fight at the bar. Joseph punched Curtis so hard he knocked him out. The police were called, a report was written up, and Curtis was taken to the emergency room. He didn't press charges, so the case was dropped. The report says they got into an altercation over a baseball game. Not sure I believe that, but I'll see what Joey has to say. He works as a mechanic at Precision Auto. As soon as we hang up, I'll be stopping by there to talk to him."
"Would I be getting in your way if I talked to Joey?"
"I don't think so," he said. "But why do you want to talk to him?"
"Because he's a friend that goes way back, and you're not the only one who'd like to hear what he has to say about Curtis. Besides, he might tell me something he won't talk about with you."
"Well, if he confesses to murdering Curtis, be sure to let me know."
They promised to stay in touch, and as Molly ended the call, she felt satisfied that the investigation was moving along, even if Lombardi wasn't convinced the Fabergé egg was the motive. She knew he had to consider others, and not settle on a single thing without firm evidence. But if the egg was at the center of Curtis's death, as she believed it was, then whoever killed him had to be someone who knew about it, and that meant the field was limited to Maxim, Natasha, Hattie, Felix, and Peggy. This gave her one advantage over Lombardi. While he was pursuing other leads, she could concentrate on the 5 of them. Her phone rang again, and she saw it was Starling calling. She quickly answered. "Is Tyler okay? Are you?" She tended to panic whenever she saw Starling's name flash on her call screen. "Nothing to worry about, we're both fine," Starling said. "I'm calling because there's a silver sedan parked in front of Mrs. Houghton's house. Do you want me to try to get the license plate number?" "No, I'm really close to home. I'll pull up behind the car and get it myself." Molly turned down her street 10 minutes later and saw the sedan was still parked along the curb. She drove slowly, not wanting to scare the driver off, and smoothly pulled into the spot behind the car. She could see the back of a man's blocky head, but he didn't turn around, and he didn't drive away. She scribbled down a Massachusetts license plate number and wondered what the driver would do if she went up to the window and knocked on it. Would he give her his name and tell her why he was parked in front of Mrs. Houghton's house? She was thinking about doing just that when his door opened and he stepped out of the car. He was in his mid-40s, with a shaved head and a goatee. He wore black jeans, a black leather jacket, and heavy black army boots. She thought he looked like a biker, not a boring silver sedan driver. He came back to her car, and she got a good look at his face. Crooked nose, close-set eyes, and a scar on his left cheek. All of her senses went on full alert. Be careful, she thought. He could be dangerous. She did not power down the window.
"Molly Appleby, my name is Noble Dyson."
He reached into his jacket pocket and took out a business card, holding it up to her closed window so she could read it. Underneath his name, she saw a Boston address and private investigator.
"Can we talk?"
He took a step back, giving her space to get out of her car. After a moment's hesitation, Molly unlocked the door and stepped out. She snatched his business card from his hand and walked past him to the sidewalk, where she waited for him to join her. "How do you know my name?"
"I was following Detective Lombardi yesterday morning, and he led me here," he said. "It wasn't hard to find out who you are. Molly Appleby, senior staff writer for Collectors Weekly. Only you don't just write about antiques. You solve murders, too. Impressive."
She slipped his card into her purse. "What do you want?"
"Your help in recovering a valuable item," he said. "I work for a very wealthy, powerful man who was negotiating to buy a rare antique from Galena Cobb. You know what I'm talking about?"
"I assume you mean the Fabergé egg."
"Right you are," he said. "The sale didn't go through because Galena Cobb died."
"I was told your client disappeared when he heard the news."
"Yeah, he did, because he was being cautious. He feared he might have fallen prey to a scam, or worse, some kind of FBI sting operation. The thing is, Molly, he hasn't been able to stop thinking about the egg. He really wants it."
"Maybe you haven't heard, but the egg is missing, and Galena's husband, Curtis Cobb, is dead."
"I know."
"You were at the gala ball at Mistyvale?"
"No, I was in my hotel room most of the night. I heard about Cobb's death on the 11 o'clock news. I drove out to Mistyvale and talked to a cop at the door. He told me the detective in charge of the case was Detective Anthony Lombardi. I waited around for him to leave."
"He was there a long time."
"So? I had nothing better to do. I wanted to see what he'd do next, and lo and behold, first thing the next morning he came here. When I realized you've helped the police solve other cases where there's an antique at the center of it, I figured he must have found out about the egg, and he came here to ask you for your help. And if that's true, then you're my new best friend."
He grinned, and Molly saw he had a gold front tooth.
"You're a lot easier to follow than Lombardi. He would have spotted me by now. You've been busy."
Molly was annoyed with herself. She hadn't noticed Dyson was tailing her.
"So tell me, what have you found out? Do you know where the egg is?"
Molly ignored the question. "Why did you come to Vermont?"
"I told you. My client wants the egg."
"I get that part, but what's your plan?"
"My initial plan was to talk to Curtis, which I did Saturday afternoon."
"The day he died?"
"Yeah. I hung around his shop until his son left around 3. I renewed the offer from my client, and that's when he told me his wife had hidden the egg in his house and he was looking for it." You didn't know it was missing? No. My client knew Galena Cobb had died, not that she'd hidden the egg. Curtis told me he was confident he'd find it soon, and promised to get in touch when he did. That rat, Molly thought. He would have sold it the minute he found it. He's dead now, which means the deal is off, she said. So why are you still here? Noble Dyson regarded her for a long moment. His dark eyes were so devoid of expression, it sent a chill down Molly's spine. The deal is the same as it's always been. $6 million for the egg. You're my new plan to get it. So, if you know where it is, and you give it to me, my client will pay you the money. What makes you think I know where it is? Like I said, I know what you do for a living, and since I've been following you around, I know you've been talking to a lot of people. He smiled, and his gold tooth gleamed. You must have found something out. Yes, I have. She didn't want to let on that she'd learned Curtis wasn't a successful book dealer, that his shop was on the verge of closing, that he was in debt up to his eyeballs due to mismanagement, gambling, and excessive drinking, and but for the generous nature of his sister-in-law, he would have had to declare bankruptcy years ago. I know the people I've talked to, people who knew Curtis, aren't very upset that he's dead. Really? Poor fella. I thought he was a perfectly nice man. He was nice to you because you told him who you represented, and there was a pot of money at the end of the rainbow. Yeah, you're probably right, he said. But come on, Molly. There's got to be more. I know you've been out to Misty Vale a couple of times now. I figure you've been talking to Natasha Gordon, Hattie Mills, and heck, maybe even the cook, Peggy Shaw. Am I right? Molly stayed silent. You also stopped at the cemetery. Now she felt sick. He really had been following her around, and she was oblivious. How had she not seen him? Did you have a little chat with the late Galena Cobb? Ask her what she did with the egg? He grinned. That would be one for the books. I found Felix Shaw visiting her grave, and I talked to him. Dyson took a step toward her, and Molly took a step back. He was making her nervous, even standing out there in the open on the sidewalk in broad daylight. Who's Felix Shaw? Molly smiled. He wasn't as well informed as he pretended to be. You don't know? Obviously I don't. Who is he? Felix is a friend of the Gordon family. If he didn't know Felix was the intermediary for Galena's deal, she certainly wasn't going to tell him. He kept his identity as hidden as the buyer's. He doesn't know anything about the egg, she lied. Honestly, I don't think any of the people I've talked to know where it is. You're wasting your time following me. I can't help you. And I told you, my client wants that egg. You get it, hand it over, and you'll get the money. Don't tell me you can't use $6 million. The egg belongs to Natasha, she said. She wants it back too. Her sister had no right to take it. Dyson looked slightly amused. No right to take it? Well, what do you know? It seems I'm not the only one who doesn't know everything. Let me tell you something. When Galena met with my client, she told him if he wanted the egg, he better make up his mind fast before her sister changed her mind. Molly was stunned. You're saying Natasha knew? Am I speaking English or a foreign language? Yes, she knew. But that can't be right. Natasha told me she didn't know Galena took the egg until after she'd left for Florida. Maxim backs up her story, and so does Peggy. He clucked his tongue. Tisk, tisk. People are not being honest with you, Molly. Don't be loyal to them. You don't owe them anything. I'm not being loyal. I'm trying to find out who killed Curtis. And let me tell you this, Mr. Dyson. If the egg is connected to his death, it's only a matter of time before the police find your client and question both of you. Maybe you should be more concerned about that, because I have your name. Actually, I'm not even going to wait. I'm going to call Lombardi and report you. For what? Bribing me to steal the egg, stalking me, and sitting outside my house. Well, technically speaking, I've been sitting in my car outside your neighbor's house, not your house. As for the stalking and bribing, it's your word against mine, Buttercup. Don't call me that, Molly snapped. Ooh, touchy. He took another step toward her. I told you, I want the egg. If the egg is ever found, you can take it up with Natasha. She started walking back to her car, but he grabbed her arm and held her back. Molly glared at him. Dyson frightened her, but she wasn't going to put up with this any longer. Take your hand off of me, she said through gritted teeth. He released her arm, flashed a smile. You're feisty and brave. I like that. He held out his hands as if surrendering. I mean you no harm. I just want the egg. It would be in your best interests to find it and give it to me. And before you accuse me of threatening you, let me remind you I'm incentivizing you with $6 million. Think about it. Even if I knew where the egg was, I wouldn't give it to you. As I said, it belongs to Natasha. It's up to her to decide if she wants to sell it, if she can even find it. She paused. Which begs the question, why haven't you talked to her? And have her call the cops? No, I don't think so. You weren't worried about Curtis calling the police. Why are you worried about her? I told you. Galena told my client Natasha was having second thoughts. I can't risk her going to the cops because my client wants to keep this a private matter. And by the way, I did some research on Galena before she met with my guy in Florida, and when I did a little digging into Curtis's background, I found out about the debt, and I figured he was the perfect person to approach. He paused. You said no one cares that he's dead, but that's not quite true. I care. In fact, I'm very upset about it, and so is my client. Curtis was on board. He would have gone through with the sale. Now he's dead, so I'm appealing to you because I'm confident you can find that egg. I have no idea where it is, and I'm done talking to you. Molly marched back to her car with her head held high. She wasn't going to let Dyson get under her skin. As she opened the car door, he called out, Will you at least let me know if you, or someone else, finds the egg? She supposed this wasn't an unreasonable request. It might also make him go away and leave her alone. As long as Natasha is in possession of the egg, I'll let you know, she said. Then you can take it up with her. He nodded. Fair enough, Molly. But if you find the egg first, and you change your mind, my client's offer stands. Chapter 15. Molly sat on the bench in the mudroom and took a few deep breaths. Starling stood in the kitchen doorway with Tyler balanced on her hip. Are you okay, Aunt Molly? I saw you out the window talking to that man. I was getting scared. I almost called Tony. I'm fine, really, Molly said. He works for the man who wanted to buy the egg. He still wants to buy it. She stood up and took off her coat. I have to tell Lombardi. I'll fill you in later. Have you two eaten lunch? Not yet. I was going to chop up the rest of the hard-boiled eggs to make egg salad sandwiches. Would you like one? I would, thank you. Molly went into her office and shut the door. She dialed Lombardi, expecting to get his voicemail, but he answered. I thought you were interviewing Joey Blair at Precision Auto, she said. I'm on my way there right now, he said. What's up? Someone's been following me. She told him about Noble Dyson. I have his license plate number if you want it. Yeah, I do. Text it to me and I'll check him out. Also, if you see him or hear from him again, call me immediately. You really shouldn't have handled this on your own. What were you thinking? I didn't want to waste your time. For all I knew, he was a prospective home buyer. But he wasn't, and he frightened you. Yes, he did. He also made me mad. I don't know what to believe. If Natasha did know her sister was going to sell the egg, why is everyone lying about it? Dyson could be the one who's lying, he said. Could he have bought a ticket to the gala ball at the door? I'm not sure. Matt purchased our tickets online. I don't think the woman who was collecting the tickets at the door was selling them, but I could be wrong. I've got her name. I'll ask her. If Dyson wanted to sneak into the event, he could have gotten in through the service entrance on the east wing of the house, she said. It opens to a corridor that goes past the kitchen and to the rest of the house. The caterers must have used it the other night. All he'd have to do is wear a coat over his tux, pretend to be staff, and once inside, ditch the coat and walk into the party.
He'd blend right in, and no one would know he didn't have a ticket.
Did he mention the name of the hotel where he was staying?
No, sorry. I didn't think to ask.
That's okay. He's probably on his way back to Boston. Now that he's dangled $6 million in front of your nose, he won't feel the need to hang around.
I told him I'm not interested in the money.
Yes, but you also told him you'd let him know if Natasha gets the egg back. And since he's aware of your investigative skills, he's probably feeling pretty good about things right about now. I'll get in touch with the Boston PD and see if they know anything about him.
With this new development, she said, I'm even more convinced that the Fabergé egg is the reason Curtis was killed.
You could be right, but I still need a lot more to prove it. Did you get the impression he talked to someone else besides Curtis?
No. If he did, why was he following me around?
Could be Dyson and his client concluded that if anyone was capable of finding the egg, it's you. If I was in their shoes, I'd think so too.
How am I supposed to find it? It's not like I can search the cottage or anywhere else on the estate. That's your job.
Right. Forget I said anything about you finding the egg. I want to make an arrest in this case, but I don't want it to be you. I'm almost at Precision Auto.
One more thing before you go, she said. I was wondering if you could get hold of a copy of the police report on Galena's death.
Sure, it shouldn't be a problem. But why do you want it?
It was something Dyson said to me about my visit to the cemetery. He said it would be one for the books if I'd had a chat with the late Galena Cobb.
He was trying to be funny, and it fell flat. What's the big deal?
I don't know. There was something about the way he said it, and it's not sitting right with me.
Okay, I'll get back to you with the report. In the meantime, stay out of trouble.
Don't I always? He laughed and hung up.
Chapter 16.
Molly made another call, this time to Carl Swanson, her boss. She'd been putting it off and wanted to get it over with. He answered in his usual bombastic voice.
Appleby, about time you checked in. How's that article on folk art portraitures coming along?
I got sidetracked with something else, she said. Remember I told you Matt and I were going to a charity ball at Mistyvale?
Yeah. Saturday night, the black tie shindig. Did something happen?
There was a murder. Swanson went into a coughing fit, and Molly held her phone away from her ear. He was a chain smoker who'd tried to quit more than a few times, but it never lasted long. When he could finally breathe again, he wheezed,
Another murder! That's great news.
Molly thought she could hear him rubbing his hands together. He was obsessed with the magazine's circulation rate. He didn't care if someone died for a story, as long as it brought in more subscribers.
Tell me what happened, and don't leave anything out.
Molly gave him a full rundown on the case, but she kept her theories out of it. She stuck to the facts as she knew them. When she was done, he said, If you aren't ready to send me something on folk art portraitures, you better get a move on with the murder case. I need something soon. Do you think you can find the egg? Molly frowned. Why did everyone think she could find it? No one has been able to find the egg, she said. And don't forget there are other reasons Curtis could have been killed. She felt she owed it to Lombardi to mention this fact, even if she did prefer the egg as the motive. He was gambling, and according to Maxim, he owed a lot of money.
I get it. The man was in debt, but the egg is worth a fortune, and the egg would have solved all of his problems. Can't you search Curtis's house?
I told you. Lombardi needs a warrant, but doesn't feel he has enough to go on yet to get it.
I'm not talking about Lombardi. I'm talking about you.
Molly stared at the phone. What was it with Swanson? Had she taken too many risks in the past that he assumed she would do something illegal? I can't just break into the cottage, she said.
I'm not suggesting you do. Go see Hattie again, and tell her Natasha gave you permission to search the place. She probably won't check. From what you've told me, they don't seem to be on speaking terms.
Molly thought it over. He was probably right. Hattie wouldn't check with Natasha. You know what? That's a good idea. I'll give it a try.
Great. Keep in touch. And get me something by Friday.
A dial tone sounded in her ear. Molly had her marching orders. Swanson had nothing more to say.
Chapter 17.
Molly had another restless night as another storm moved in and rain came down in sheets on the roof. It only started to slack off when she got up with Matt at 5:30. She put on her robe and slippers and checked her phone. Her mother had left her a text message. "Are you free for breakfast? 7 o'clock, the crow's nest?" Molly slapped her forehead. She should have called her mother yesterday, but she'd completely forgotten. She texted her back, "I'll see you there." By 6:30, Matt had already left for work, and Starling had gotten up with Tyler. Molly ran out the door to meet her mother. The worst of the storm had passed, but it was raining lightly. She felt lucky to find a parking space a few doors down from the crow's nest. It was a small diner on the east side of the city, newly discovered by Clara and Sean. Molly had been there once before, and she was happy to go back since the food was good. Clara was waiting for her in a booth, drinking a cup of coffee. Molly slid into the seat opposite her and shrugged out of her coat. Even early in the morning, her mother looked beautiful. She wore a light green cashmere sweater with an orange and gold silk neckerchief tied at her neck, and sparkling diamond studs in her ears. Not a hair was out of place, and her makeup was expertly applied. Molly felt like a slob. She'd been in such a rush, she'd tied her hair back in a ponytail and had thrown on a flannel shirt and jeans. She wasn't wearing any makeup, not even lipstick. The waitress came over to their table. "You ladies need some time to look at the menu?" "Actually, I'm ready to order," Molly said. "I'll have scrambled eggs with a side of bacon and hash browns." The waitress held up the carafe she was holding. "Coffee?" "Yes, please." Molly turned her mug over. The waitress filled her mug to the brim, which always irritated Molly since she liked to add cream to it. Then she topped off Clara's and said, "How about you, hon?" Clara said, "I'll have the ham and cheese omelet with whole wheat toast and a fruit cup." The waitress nodded and hurried off without writing it down. Molly hoped she'd remember their order. There was a line forming at the door, and all the tables were filled. Clara took a sip of coffee, and Molly noticed she'd painted her nails a pretty shade of orange to go with the autumn weather theme she had going on with her outfit. "How was Boston? Did you and Sean enjoy visiting his friends?" "Yes, we did." Clara looked at her. "I hear you've been busy. When were you going to tell me you're helping Lombardi on the Curtis Cobb case?" Molly blew her breath out. "I'm sorry, Ma. I was going to call you yesterday, but I didn't get a chance. Who told you?" "Tony, last night." Clara and Starling were the only people Molly knew who called Lombardi by his first name. It usually sounded cute when they said it, but at that moment she felt annoyed with him. He should have warned her that he'd spoken to her mother, although, to be fair, he probably didn't want to get stuck in the middle of a mother-daughter squabble. Clara went on. "He called Sean late last night to ask if he knew anything about Curtis and his bookstore. Sean put the call on speaker, so I heard everything." Molly drank some of her coffee and then stirred in some creamer. "Matt and I were at the gala ball when Curtis died," she said. "I'd met him earlier that night, along with his son Maxim, who I like very much. Maxim asked me to look into his father's death. I couldn't say no." Clara leaned back in the booth. "You never say no," she said. "You should have called me on Sunday." "I didn't want to spoil your trip to Boston." "I thought you forgot to call." "Oh, Ma, I'm sorry." Clara waved her hand in the air. "Never mind, dear, it doesn't matter," she said. "I did find the story about the Fabergé egg fascinating, but I'm concerned about this Noble Dyson person. He sounds dangerous." "Geez, what didn't Lombardi tell you?" "Nothing happened. It was broad daylight, and Starling was keeping an eye on things from the house." "Tony thinks he's gone back to Boston, but what if he hasn't? He's obviously desperate to get his hands on the egg." "Maybe I should have taken him up on his offer. I could use $6 million. "Molly!" "I'm joking, Ma. And trying to lighten up this conversation a little," she thought. "I told him if Natasha found the egg, I'd let him know, and then he and his client could talk to her about buying it. I thought that seemed fair." "Are you going to tell Natasha that he approached you?" "No, I'll leave that up to Lombardi." Clara took a sip of her coffee. "Do you think Dyson was telling the truth, that Natasha was in on the sale from the beginning?" "I don't know." Molly glanced out the window. The wait line for the diner was out the door, snaking down the sidewalk. She was glad her mother had gotten there early. He could be lying. I think it's weird that Natasha would lie about it, not to mention everyone else. There would have to be a reason. Maybe the others don't know, Clara said. Maybe she agreed to sell the egg to help her sister, and they were in on it together right from the start. Tony said Natasha's been supporting her for years. I'm so glad he called you and Sean last night, Molly said. It saves me the trouble of having to brief you. You sound annoyed, dear. I'm simply trying to help you. The sooner you get the case solved, the sooner you'll be out of it, and out of harm's way. You're not going to tell me to leave it alone. I know my maternal powers are limited when it comes to persuading you not to work on a mysterious death. Molly smiled. It was true. Yes, but I always end up telling you everything anyway, and you always offer your advice and your opinion, which I appreciate. She paused. I promise I'll be careful. She hated having to say it, but she knew her mother expected it. I'll hold you to that promise, Clara said. Now, getting back to the egg, they would have gotten a lot more money for it if they'd auctioned it off. The smell of fried bacon was making Molly's mouth water. I know, but for over 100 years, the family has had a pact to keep the egg a deep, dark secret. Natasha wouldn't risk going to an auction house, not even a reputable one that would protect her anonymity. She's that paranoid. I think it's a shame Galena didn't listen to her parents about marrying Curtis. I know what they did was wrong, but what Natasha said about them having her best interests at heart could be true. They may have been trying to use tough love on her. If they were, they went way overboard, Molly said. I know she was young, but she was in love, and it was her decision to make, not theirs. Even Natasha agreed it was her choice. She thought their parents were unkind. I think that's the reason she helped her with the bills and let her live in the cottage. She felt guilty about inheriting everything, while Galena was left out in the cold. The din of voices around them was getting louder. Waitstaff were bantering with customers, a local radio station was playing rock music over speakers in the ceiling, and kitchen cooks were barking out orders ready for pickup. Clara leaned toward Molly, raising her voice to be heard. I can certainly understand why Natasha would give her sister the money to help keep them going, she said. What I don't understand is why she would agree to sell the Fabergé egg, an irreplaceable family heirloom with great sentimental value. Something must have prompted it. Molly drank her coffee and looked toward the kitchen, hoping their breakfast would soon be coming out. She was hungry. Maybe Galena told her she'd finally had enough of Curtis and was going to get a divorce, but she needed money. She saw their waitress grab a couple of plates off the counter. The egg was in the safe, not doing anything but gathering dust. They could sell it and never even notice it was gone. They'd also be breaking the promise they'd made to keep it in the family. Their waitress headed over to their table and set their plates down in front of them. When she'd gone, Clara said, Are you sure Maxim is being honest with you? Molly sprinkled salt and pepper on her eggs. About what, specifically? That he doesn't know anything about his mother's hiding place, and when he went looking for the egg with his father, they didn't find it. Of course he could be lying, but why would he tell me about it in the first place? She took a bite of her eggs. Nice and creamy, the way she liked them. What's the point? Natasha might not be the only one with a guilty conscience in that family. If Maxim found the egg, Curtis could have pulled on his heartstrings to make him agree to stay quiet about it. Curtis did tell him it was his mother's idea to sell the egg. Molly sipped her coffee. I can almost hear him saying, Don't tell your aunt we've found it. It's what your mother wanted. But Maxim seems like such a decent, honest young man, and I can't think he'd keep the egg from Natasha. Besides, if Maxim and Curtis had found the egg, wouldn't Curtis have told Noble Dyson? $6 million could have been his. There's simply no advantage in telling me about it. Clara cut into her omelet. Do you think the Fabergé egg is connected to Curtis's death? I'm convinced it is, Ma. I just don't know the who or how or why exactly. Curtis might not have gotten back in touch with Dyson if he was afraid he was being scammed, Clara said.
Here's this strange man who comes into his shop, offering him all this money, but he's never seen him before and had no prior contact, because that was Galena's role. I could see how he might want to be cautious. Good point. Molly took a bite of bacon. It was perfectly crispy. I wonder if he told Felix about Dyson's visit. After all, Felix was the intermediary. He might be able to confirm who Dyson was. Although I'm not sure how he could do it, since the buyer shut down all communication. Would you like to know who I suspect killed Curtis? Absolutely. Go for it. Her mother was on a roll, which was far better than having her on a rampage against her investigating Curtis's death. Of everyone you've talked to, I think Felix has the strongest motive, Clara said. Not only because of Galena, but because of Natasha, considering his long history with the family. I've had the same thought, Molly said. If Hattie was telling the truth, he knew he had to be loyal to the Gordons, just like his mother. And if he thought Curtis had the egg, or was going to sell it, he could have killed him to stop him, because he felt it was his duty to protect Natasha. She drank more coffee and took another bite of her eggs. There's one other person I'd like to talk to. He's an old friend of Curtis's. He might not have anything to do with the egg, but Lombardi told me he got into a fight with him at a bar last year, and I'd like to know more about it. If you're talking about Joey Blair, Tony said he spoke to him at Precision Auto and he was a dead end. Molly was amazed. Her mother knew more than she did. Lombardi hadn't told her anything about his interview of Joey Blair. Well, I'd like to go see him anyway and form my own opinion, she said, feeling stubborn. Clara held her mug out over the table to the aisle. Their waitress was rushing in their direction, carrying a plate in one hand and the carafe in the other. She skidded to a stop and topped off Clara's coffee before racing off. Molly knew if she'd tried that maneuver, the waitress would have sailed right past her. No one ever ignored Clara. If you're going to talk to him, Clara said, I'm going with you. Why? You just told me Lombardi thinks he's a dead end. He'll probably turn out to be a dud. Joey kidnapped Felix. That doesn't sound very duddy to me. Yeah, almost 30 years ago. So, he could still be dangerous, given he had that fist fight with Curtis not too long ago. I want to make sure you're safe. You worry about me too much, Molly said. I can handle Joey Blair. Clara sighed. If you would stick to writing about antiques, I could live my life worry-free. But you don't stick to writing about antiques. You're like a hound dog with your nose to the ground, sniffing out murderers. I'd feel better if you'd let me go with you, she smiled. I'll be your backup. Molly thought it was sweet how her mother wanted to watch over her like a mother hen, but as far as being her backup, she didn't look the part. She looked like she'd stepped out of the pages of a fashion magazine. Her only weapon, a Coach satchel bag. Okay, you can come with me, Molly said, but make sure you bring your purse. Chapter 18. Molly used the map app on her phone to find the address for Precision Auto. On the way there, Clara said, I wonder if we should call Tony to let him know what we're doing. Molly glanced at her. I don't think so, Ma. It's better that we stay on parallel tracks as much as we can. I don't want to do anything to jeopardize his investigation. This way, I'm just doing my own thing. Precision Auto had 4 auto bays, and they were all occupied. Molly and Clara went into the office, which had a large window overlooking the bay and a connecting door. A woman with a small child in a stroller was in front of a standing desk being handed back her car keys. She thanked the man behind the desk, and Molly held the door open for her. She knew what it was like to have her hands full with a baby in a stroller. The man smiled at them. He wore a gray Precision Auto uniform without a name tag. His hair was dark but sprinkled with gray, and he had a rough, ruddy complexion. Can I help you, ladies? I'd like to speak to Joey Blair, Molly said. Is he here today? His eyes narrowed slightly. Who's asking? I'm Molly Appleby, and this is my mother, Clara Appleby. Molly handed him one of her business cards. I'm writing an article about Curtis Cobb. I've been told Joey was a friend of his, and I'd like to ask him some questions about him. He handed her back her card. I'm Joey. And yeah, we were friends. But I don't want to talk about Curtis again. I did all my talking to a cop yesterday.
Molly tried to persuade him. I'm writing the article about Curtis for my magazine, as a favor to his son, Maxim. He's filled with grief after losing his mother recently, and now his father. I was hoping you could tell me something about Curtis. I'm trying to get as much background information on him as possible to make it a human interest story.
Like I said, I already talked to the police.
Yes, but I'm not the police, Joey. I'm a reporter. I want to know about Curtis's struggles with his shop, how he handled the death of his wife, and what kind of friend and father he was. You've known him a long time, haven't you? Joey blew out his breath.
Okay, yeah.
He ran a hand through his hair. It looked like it had some kind of pomade in it, or maybe, Molly thought, it was grease from working on the cars.
I knew Curtis a long time. We met in high school, on the wrestling team. Curtis was the new kid in town, and I invited him to hang out with me and my friends.
Did everyone like him?
Not everyone. Curtis had an attitude. Always thought he was smarter and better than everyone else. It didn't go over well with the guys. The girls didn't seem to care. They'd follow him around like lovesick puppies.
Did you know he started going steady with Galena freshman year?
Yeah, but they kept it quiet. They were afraid if her parents found out, they'd put a stop to it.
The adults, except Peggy, might have been oblivious, Molly thought. But she was beginning to think all the kids in their class probably knew. What did you think of their relationship?
Me? I don't know. I guess I wasn't surprised he wanted to date the richest girl in town. Curtis was smart, but he was lazy. He told me once all he wanted to do was marry Galena and not have to work too hard. I guess that's why he worked for his father. That bookstore was a snooze fest.
Did you know that after he married Galena, her parents cut her out of their will? He looked at Molly.
You know about that?
Yes. I also know you helped him kidnap Felix, leaving him naked in the woods, because he told Galena she should think twice before she married him. Which, in retrospect, seems like it was pretty good advice. Joey made a face.
Did Hattie the cat tell you?
No, Hattie Mills didn't tell me. It was Felix.
Oh.
Joey scratched his nose.
Well, he deserved it. What was Curtis supposed to do? Let it go? He had to retaliate. Besides, we didn't really hurt him. Just roughed him up a little. Curtis did it to teach him a lesson. He told him he needed to start showing him some respect as Galena's husband, or else.
Or else what? Joey looked blank.
I don't know. It was a threat. To scare him, that's all.
Why did you call Hattie a cat? He curled his fingers and raked them in the air, mimicking invisible claws.
Meow. That's what I mean. Hattie has a well-earned reputation for gossiping and spreading rumors.
She told me a friend of Curtis's from college stood up for him at his wedding. Do you know who that person is?
She said that?
He shook his head.
Guess she doesn't remember me. And I didn't go to college with Curtis. I went to a vocational school to be a mechanic. It's a good living, too, he said, sounding defensive.
Clara said, I'm sure it is. A good mechanic is worth his or her weight in gold.
Darn right, he said.
Molly said, since you stood up for Curtis, I assume that means you were happy for him and Galena, and you didn't see any problem with them marrying?
I, wouldn't go that far, he said. I told Curtis he should think about it. Maybe wait a few years.
Why? Did you have something against Galena?
No, she was all right. I just thought they were both too young. I said, play the field, have some fun. He said he knew what he was doing and I should mind my own business. I never brought it up again.
How was Curtis after Galena died? Was he having a hard time dealing with her death?
Like I told the cop, I haven't seen him since the funeral. I did call him a couple of times to check on him. He told me he was doing all right, was busy with the shop, and didn't have time to talk. He didn't even want to get together for a beer. Of course, I knew Hattie had moved in with him, so I figured she was keeping him under her thumb.
Why do you put it that way?
Because she always wanted to get her claws into him. Everyone knew it.
Did Galena know?
He shrugged. I don't know how she couldn't. Hattie was always flirting with Curtis.
Why do you think Galena was friends with her?
How should I know? Maybe she felt sorry for her, because all the other girls steered clear of her. This was a new revelation, Molly thought. She hadn't gotten the impression that Hattie was some kind of outcast when she was young. Have you seen Hattie lately? No, he paused. Wait, I take that back. I did see her. Must have been about 3 weeks ago. I was out to lunch with my girlfriend at Pig's Fly, that new barbecue place that opened. You been there? Not yet, Molly said. Well, you should both go. The food is good, real good. Anyway, she was with some guy, definitely not Curtis, in case you're wondering. He was wearing a suit and tie and had a briefcase with him. I thought he looked like a lawyer, but I could be wrong. Maybe they were on a date? Doubt it. They were having a serious conversation. Didn't look cozy at all. Joey drummed his fingers on the countertop. He was getting impatient. Tell me about the fight you got into with Curtis last year, she said. What was that about? He looked at her. How do you know about that? I'm a nosy reporter, she said. People tell me things. Yeah, I guess they do. So what happened between you and Curtis? Why the fight? It was a stupid argument over a ball game, he said. It wasn't my fault. Curtis was a Yankees fan. He hated the Red Sox, and he was mouthing off about them, which is never a good idea when you're in a crowded bar in New England. People were getting sick of it, and some tough guys were about to clobber him. I thought I'd do it instead so he wouldn't get killed. I slugged him harder than I meant to. He went down, the bartender called the cops, and I got arrested. Curtis dropped the charges, and the cops decided not to press it. Molly was amazed. This was the first time she'd ever heard of someone assaulting a friend to keep someone else from hurting them. Knowing Curtis as long as you have, she said, do you have an opinion about who might have wanted to harm him? Curtis could be a jerk, okay? Sometimes he'd get so drunk he couldn't drive home from the bar, and he'd make the bartender call Galena to come pick him up, and she'd haul his hide out of there. I felt sorry for her, and more often than not, he didn't know when to shut his trap. But I can't think of anyone who'd want to kill him. He was an ordinary guy. Molly thought he was far from ordinary, or at least she hoped so, considering his excessive drinking, the gambling, and the contempt he had for his wife. These were terrible traits that any man with a shred of decency would avoid. Were you aware that he was heavily in debt? Like I told the cop, we didn't talk about stuff like that. But you must have known he was playing online poker. Sure, I knew. I played sometimes too, but I knew when to stop. Do you know who he owed money to? Like I told the cops, I got no idea. The door between the garage and the office opened. A man in a precision auto uniform stuck his head into the room and said, Hey, Joey, we need you as soon as you're done with the customer. Yeah, okay, Bill. I'll be right there. Bill nodded and closed the door. Joey turned back to Molly. I've got work to do, and I've got nothing more to say to you. He walked to the door, but stopped and turned before he opened it. Unless you need your car fixed, I'd appreciate it if you didn't come by here again. Chapter 19. Molly pulled her car into an empty space along Main Street to drop her mother off. The sky was growing dark again, and more rain was in the forecast, but she thought it would hold off long enough for her mother to walk to the treasure trove. Thanks for coming with me, Molly said. I'll let Lombardi know about our conversation with Joey, in case he told me something he left out during his interview. I always find it fascinating how people open up to you, Clara said. Of course, he had no idea who you really are. He thought he was talking to a reporter for an antiques magazine. He was. Yes, but he doesn't know about the work you've done with the police solving crimes. Clara unbuckled her seatbelt. I thought it was interesting what he said about Galena picking Curtis up at the bar when he was drunk. I wonder if he did it on purpose, refusing to be driven home by anyone else. Molly looked at her. You mean, like a control thing? He forced her to come and get him? She shook her head. If that's true, he's even worse than I already think he is. And what about Hattie being a vindictive cat? Is that surprising? She certainly didn't waste any time getting her claws into Curtis after Galena died. True. Molly switched off the car's engine.
I'd love to know who she was having lunch with at Pig's Fly. Why did you turn off the car? Melanie's fabulous donut shop is right down the street. I'd never had donuts made with mashed potatoes until I tried Melanie's, and now I'm hooked. I think they're the best donuts I've ever had. I'm going to pick up a box before I head out to Misty Vale to talk to Hattie. I could let Sean know I'm going to Misty Vale with you, if you want some company. Thank you, Mom, but it's not necessary. Besides, Sean probably needs your help since you've both been out of the shop all weekend. Clara opened her door. I'm coming with you. Ma, I told you I've got this. Clara, halfway out of the car, looked back at her. Not to Misty Vale, dear, to the donut shop. It started to rain again, first as a light sprinkle, and then as a full-fledged deluge. Molly could hardly see out the car's windshield, it was coming down so hard, and by the time she reached the cottage, she practically had to peel her fingers off the steering wheel from gripping it. There weren't any lights on in the windows, but Hattie's white Mercedes sedan was parked out front, which was a good sign she was home. With the rain pounding on the roof of her car, Molly flipped the hood on her coat over her head, opened the door, and ran for the covered porch. Standing under the archway, with the rain bouncing off the roof and gushing down the gutters, she pressed the doorbell. When no one answered, she tried again. Why wasn't Hattie answering? Her car was there. If she wasn't home, where was she? Molly tried the doorknob and was surprised when it turned. She opened the door and stepped into the house. It was dark inside and quiet. She called out, "Hattie? Are you here?" Immediately, a muffled voice cried out from upstairs. "Help! I'm locked in the office!" "I'm coming." Molly ran up the stairs to the second floor. At the landing, she looked down the hall and was shocked to see a chair wedged under one of the doors. She moved it out of the way, and when she opened the door, Hattie stood there, hands on hips, eyes furious. "He took my cell phone and locked me in," she said. "Who did?" "Felix!" "Are you all right? What happened?" Hattie pushed past her. Molly glanced into the room. It was a bedroom, but it was being used as a home office, furnished with a desk, a file cabinet, and a row of bookshelves filled with a wide assortment of books, both old and new. Molly followed Hattie downstairs. She was in the living room, looking through her purse. When she pulled out her cell phone, she held it up to Molly like a prized possession. "Thank God he didn't take it with him," she said. "Are you going to call the police?" "No, I don't want to get him in trouble." "Felix locked you in a room, without your phone, or any way to get out, and you don't want him to get in trouble? You could have been in there a long time if I hadn't stopped by. Why did he do it?" "He wanted to look for the egg," Hattie said. "He told me we didn't do enough to find it. I asked him why he suddenly cared, after making it clear to the rest of us he didn't want to be involved anymore. He said he'd had a dream about Galena, and she told him to find the egg and give it to Natasha. I told him he needed to see a shrink. It's bad enough he's still visiting Galena's grave every week. Now he's talking to her in his dreams." Molly looked around the living room. It didn't look like it had been searched. Was Hattie lying? "Are you sure he searched the house?" "Yes, I'm sure. He started with Curtis's office, even though I told him the egg wasn't there." Hattie shook her head. "I tell you, Molly, he was having some kind of psychotic episode. He's gone completely bonkers. I told him if he didn't stop, I was going to call the police. He said, 'Go ahead, call them, and I'll tell them you're a thief.' He thinks Curtis found the egg, and the rest of us are lying about it." "Did Curtis find the egg?" "No, of course not." Hattie's voice was rising. "I told him it was a waste of time to look for it. I reminded him we've searched the cottage numerous times, and the manor house, and the museum. Every place we could think of where Galena might have hidden that stupid egg. At this point, I don't think it will ever be found. But he wouldn't listen to me. He said he was going to search the entire house. Then he grabbed my phone and a chair, and he shut me in the room." "How long was he here?" "About an hour or so. I could hear him down here opening drawers, banging around. I watched him leave from the window. I knew he didn't find the egg. He looked too upset. He slammed the car door and raced out of here." She gave Molly a quick flash of a smile, delighting in his going away empty-handed. She glanced around the living room. "I suppose I should be grateful he didn't trash the place. Not that I care at this point." "Do you have any idea where he could have gone?" "How should I know? He's probably at the cemetery, crying over Galina's grave. He thinks he's the only one who's suffered a loss. What about me? I loved Curtis most of my life, and when we finally had a chance to be together, he ends up dead." She blew out her breath. "I don't need this aggravation, I really don't." "Hattie, on the day Curtis died, did he tell you he met a man at the shop by the name of Noble Dyson?" Hattie looked at her. "What? No, I've never heard the name. Who is he?" "A private investigator from Boston," Molly said. "He told me his client is the buyer Galina met with in Florida. He spoke to Curtis the day he died and told him the buyer still wants the egg. Curtis told him as soon as he found it, he'd let him know. He agreed to sell it to him. Are you sure Curtis didn't tell you?" "Of course I'm sure," Hattie snapped. "I can't... It's not..." She was having trouble breathing. She stopped and took another deep breath. Her expression was a mix of disbelief and anger. "Are you making this up?" "No, I'm not." Molly took Dyson's card out of her purse and showed it to her. Hattie stared at the card, disbelieving. "I met him, Hattie. He told me himself." Hattie's face turned red. "I can't believe Curtis didn't tell me about meeting this Dyson person. Why didn't he tell me, Molly? How could he do this to me?" "I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. But I wonder if you might have seen Noble Dyson at the gala ball. He'd be hard to miss. He's a big man, mid-40s, with a shaved head and a goatee." "I don't remember seeing anyone like that. But what do I know? He could have been there." "I've been thinking if Curtis did find the egg, he could have set up a meeting with Dyson at the gala ball, and something went wrong." Hattie stared at her. "I think Felix isn't the only one out of his mind. Curtis hadn't found the egg, so why would he set up a meeting?" "He didn't tell you about Dyson. Are you so sure he didn't find the egg?" "Of course I'm sure. He would have told me." Hattie spoke firmly, but for the first time, Molly saw a hint of doubt in her eyes. "Who did you meet with that pig's fly a few weeks ago?" Hattie looked confused by the sudden change in direction. "What?" "You were seen having lunch with a man in a suit and tie. Who was it?" "Not that it's any of your business, but it was my financial advisor. We get together a few times a year to go over my portfolio. If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself. His name is Dennis Marsh." Hattie turned on her heel. "I'm going to check into the Marriott. I'm not staying in this house another minute." Molly stood staring after her as she went quickly up the stairs. When she heard a door slam upstairs, Molly put her hood up again and went out the door. She ran back to her car and slammed the door shut. The rain hadn't slacked off at all. It was running sideways down the windshield. She didn't want to drive home until it slowed down. She decided to wait and sat in her car, thinking about Hattie. If she was telling the truth and didn't know anything about Curtis meeting with Dyson, or any other plans to sell the egg, then she probably didn't kill him. Felix was obviously on the hunt for it, and if a dream about Galina had made him lock Hattie in a room, he probably wasn't ready to give up yet. But where did he go? Molly doubted he'd be at the cemetery in this kind of weather. But what about the manor house? He might have gone there to see his mother, or to try to search for it on his own. She could drive to the manor house, since she was on the estate already. She started the engine and drove slowly away. Chapter 20. Molly knew she'd get soaked if she walked from her car to the service entrance, even with her hood up. She turned around in her seat and searched the floor of the car for her umbrella, which she found halfway under the passenger seat. She put up her hood as she opened the door and got out fast, opening the umbrella and running to the door. There was no arched roof above this door to protect her, but it was open, and she was able to get inside. Dripping water on the tile, she saw an umbrella stand in the corner and put her soaking wet umbrella in it. The aroma of fresh brewed coffee and cinnamon cake floated down the hall from the kitchen. She walked down the hall and stopped in the doorway, looking into the room. Peggy was sitting at the table, staring off into space, somewhere between the refrigerator and the stove. Loki, the cat, was relaxing on the wide windowsill, staring out at the rain. She jumped down when she saw Molly, which startled Peggy out of her reverie. "Sorry to disturb you," Molly said. Loki ran over to her, but at the last second turned and ran out the door into the hall. "I was a million miles away," Peggy said. She didn't get up or offer Molly a coffee. The oven was on, the cinnamon cake was baking, and it smelled divine. "If you came to see Natasha or Maxim, they're not here. The funeral home called. They'll be collecting Curtis's body from the mortuary tomorrow, and they've gone to make arrangements for the funeral." Molly knew this meant the medical examiner's office had finished their job. Lombardi would be able to announce Curtis's death was officially a homicide. "I wasn't looking for Natasha or Maxim. I thought I might find Felix here." "Felix?" Peggy looked surprised. "Why would he be here?" Molly took off her coat and draped it over one of the chairs before she sat down at the table with her. "It seems your son bullied his way into the cottage this morning and locked Hattie in a room. He was searching for the Fabergé egg, and if I hadn't come along, she'd still be locked up." "Are you sure? Because you can't believe everything Hattie tells you. She's such a liar." "She's not making this up. I know because I rescued her." "Oh." Peggy paused. "Well, I don't know where Felix is, so I can't help you. Maybe you should go." Molly looked at her closely. Peggy's eyes were darting around the room, as if she was trying to find a way of escape. "You've heard from Felix, haven't you?" Peggy stood up fast, almost knocking over her chair. She wore an apron over her clothes and smoothed away invisible wrinkles with her hands. She went over to the oven and clicked on the oven light to check on the cake. Molly pressed her. "Where is he, Peggy? I need to talk to him." Peggy turned to face her. "I don't know where he is," she said. "He called about 20 minutes ago and asked me to let Hattie out of the room at noon. He wouldn't tell me what was going on or what it was about. He hung up on me. He never hangs up on me. I tried calling him back, but he won't answer." Her eyes were anxious. "Did Hattie call the police?" "No, she's packing her bags and moving out." Peggy looked relieved. "What about you? Are you going to tell Detective Lombardi what he did?" "I'd rather talk to Felix. I'm worried about him. Aren't you?" "Yes, of course I am. But as I said, he isn't returning my calls. Of course, I'm sure I'll hear back from him, and when I do, I'll tell him to give you a call." "Peggy, does Felix have a history of mental health problems?" "No. Why would you say such a thing?" She took a step toward Molly. "I know what you're doing." Her voice was shaking. "You want to blame him for Curtis's death. But he's a good boy. It's true he's been upset about Galena, but he'd never hurt Curtis. I won't let you accuse him or call him crazy." Peggy was wringing her hands together. Felix might be half a century old, but she'd called him a good boy. In her mind, her child could do no wrong, but she was worried. Molly said, "He told Hattie he had a dream about Galena, and in the dream, she told him to find the egg and give it to Natasha." "So? Dreaming about her doesn't make him crazy." "No, of course it doesn't." Peggy went back to her chair. She sat down and her shoulders slumped. "I wish Galena had never tried to sell that egg. If they hadn't gone down that road, none of this would have happened." "What do you mean?" Peggy waved a hand in the air. "I meant what Felix did to Hattie. It's inexcusable. I'll have a talk with him." Molly waited to see if she'd say more, but Peggy folded her arms across her chest. "You should go," she said. "I really have nothing else to say to you." She turned her face away and looked out the window. Molly did too. The clouds were finally moving on, and the rain was tapering off. She knew Peggy was done talking to her. She put her coat on, retrieved her umbrella at the door, and went outside. She didn't bother opening her umbrella. She got into the car, threw it into the back, and took out her phone. Should she call Lombardi to tell him what Felix had done to Hattie? Or should she wait until she'd had a chance to talk to Felix? Hattie didn't want to report what he'd done, and the fact that he'd locked her in a room to search the house was pretty good proof that he wasn't in possession of the egg. Molly decided to wait on calling Lombardi. As she came around the crest of the hill, the cottage came into view, and she saw the Mercedes was gone. Hattie hadn't wasted any time packing her bags and moving out. Then she remembered Felix telling her about Galina's garden at the back of the house. The rain was now a mist, and since Hattie wasn't there, she thought it would be the perfect time to check the garden. She parked and popped her trunk open, removing an old pair of boots she kept in there, and changed into them, since the grass was wet. She walked around to the back of the house and was immediately disappointed. Galina's garden was a muddy plot of earth. Whatever flowers had once thrived there had shriveled up or blown away, leaving weeds to grow among the brittle remains. She pushed aside some dead leaves, looking for any signs in the dirt where Galina might have dug a hole to hide the egg. She couldn't see a thing since the ground was so wet and muddy. She thought about trying to find a branch or something she could dig with, but she soon realized that was a task that would take hours, if not days, to accomplish. And anyway, that was a job for the police, not her. After changing back into her clean shoes, Molly drove away from Misty Vale feeling like she was getting nowhere with this case. Hattie claimed she didn't know anything about Curtis finding the egg or meeting with Dyson, and there was no way to prove she was lying. She'd hit a wall with her, and now Felix was on the run. When the Fairhill Cemetery came into view, she slowed her speed. Driving past the rows of graves, she looked to see if he was there, standing over Galina's grave, rain or no rain. But there was no one in the cemetery, only the dead, who were resting and weren't trying to solve a murder case. As she drove out of Fairhill and made her way back to the city, she thought it might be time to give up sleuthing. She could go home, finish her article on folk art portraitures, and wait for Lombardi to solve Curtis Cobb's murder. Once the killer was arrested, she could write an article about him as she'd promised Maxim, covering the investigation from Lombardi's point of view instead of her own. She felt confident she'd done her best, providing additional information to help him solve the case, but she didn't see how she could prove the egg was at the heart of Curtis's death unless it could be found, and there was only so much she could do. Molly felt good about her decision. There were simply too many moving parts in this case. She felt so good about walking away, she was about to call her mother to give her the good news, when she saw a sign for the Preservation Society along the side of the road. Suddenly, all thoughts of giving up flew out the window. She'd met the Society's president, Sherry Goodwin, a few months earlier at a cocktail party, and remembered Sherry telling her how they'd recently completed an overhaul of their computer system. This gave Molly an idea. At the next intersection, she took a turn and followed the signs. Chapter 21. A historical marker by the front door of the Preservation Society building said it was constructed in 1846 as a general store and had remained in the same family until 1985, when the Preservation Society bought the building. Molly thought it still looked like a general store from the outside, with its wide porch and rocking chairs, steel tubs filled with colorful mums, and pumpkins on either side of the welcome mat. But when she opened the door and the little bell jingled above her head, she didn't see a candy counter or merchandise for sale. All that remained of the original store were the oak floors that had been refinished, but still retained old scuff marks, dents, and scratches. There were bookcases with reference books, shelves filled with antiques, and framed photographs of Burlington and the people who had lived there going back to the mid-19th century. There was also Sherry Goodwin, sitting behind her desk, working on the computer, a radio tuned to a classical music station. As soon as she saw Molly, she got up and came over to greet her. She was probably 50, but had flawless skin, was slim and fit, and could easily pass as 10 years younger. "Molly, it's so nice to see you." "Good to see you too, Sherry." "What brings you by? Would you like a tour? I'd be happy to show you around. We have a new film you can watch on Vermont's history." "I wish I had time to see it. I really do," Molly said. "But I'm on a mission of sorts, and I'm hoping you might be able to help me." "Sounds intriguing. What do you need?" Do you have any information on a property called the Old Salter Farmhouse? Have you even heard of it? Yes, of course. I know the house you're talking about. A long time ago, it was a popular hangout spot for teenagers. I went there a few times with my friends. Do you know if it's still there? I have no idea. Do you know who the property belongs to? Yes, of course. Natasha Gordon is the owner. Molly stared at her. Natasha owns the Old Salter farmhouse? She owns it now, but actually it was her parents who bought the property. Let me check our database. We worked so hard on it. If we don't have any information on the house, I'll be very disappointed. Sherry went back to her desk, and Molly took the visitor's chair in front of it. Did you hear about Curtis Cobb? Molly asked. Yes, I did, Sherry said, pulling out her computer keyboard. I just heard the update about it on the radio. They said it's now a homicide investigation. I hope they find whoever killed him. It makes me nervous, knowing there's a murderer on the loose. Did you go to school with Curtis and Galena Cobb? They were a year behind me, but I knew who they were. Sherry stopped tapping keys and looked at Molly. Galena Gordon was Natasha's sister. She died this past summer in a drowning accident. Yes, I know. Sherry went back to her keyboard. The first time I ever spoke to either of them was about 2 years ago. Someone told me Raris Books had some interesting history books on Burlington. I went to the shop, and Curtis was there. I asked him if he might like to donate some of the books to the Preservation Society. He said if I wanted them, I'd have to pay like everyone else. Did you buy the books? No, he wanted too much for them. I was surprised to see what had become of him. When he was young, he was incredibly handsome. All the girls were wild about Curtis Cobb. When I saw him, he was unshaven, smelled of alcohol, and was extremely rude. I got out of there in a hurry. Sherry moved the mouse around on the mousepad. The next day, big surprise, Galena showed up here with the books. She gave them to me free of charge and apologized for her husband's behavior. It probably wasn't the first time he'd embarrassed her. I felt sorry for her. She shook her head. It's hard to believe they're both dead. She turned the computer screen so Molly could see it. Okay, so this is the property record for the Salter house, she said, pointing to the screen. It was built in 1925 by Thomas and Sally Salter, who sold it in 1960, along with their 5 acres, to Victor and Nadia Gordon. That would be Natasha's and Galena's parents. She clicked the mouse again and went to the next page. This is the site map for Misty Vale, the Gordons' estate. You can see their land abutted the Salters' land, which is probably why they wanted to buy it. She sat back in her chair. I'm surprised they didn't tear the house down, now that I think about it. Leaving it out there to rot was dangerous. What if someone got hurt? I never thought about it when I was young, of course, but it could have turned into a nightmare of a lawsuit for them. Maybe they didn't know kids were hanging out there. Of course, you're right, Sherry said. We didn't have permission to be there. We were all trespassing. Molly wondered if Felix was trespassing right that minute. Do you know how I can find the house, or whatever's left of it? Let me think. Sherry sat back in her chair. I know the driveway was on Brookside Road. It's probably overgrown by now, unless Natasha has been using it as a service road for the estate. If you want to try to find it, drive past the entrance for Misty Vale, go about a mile or so, and the driveway for the farmhouse should be on your left. Of course, if you don't see anything, it's probably a lost cause. She paused. May I ask what your mission is about? I'm curious what it has to do with that old farmhouse. I thought I'd write an article about historic homes. Molly had to think fast to come up with a reasonable excuse. But now that she'd said it out loud, she liked the idea for a future article. Someone told me about the farmhouse, and I thought it would be a good place to start. Oh. Sherry hesitated. Look, I don't want to throw cold water on your project, but the farmhouse really isn't of any great historical value. If you want a house with an interesting history, I'd suggest you write about the manor house at Misty Vale. The original owner, Josiah Morton, built it for his wife. I know. She died before they could move in, and he refused to live there, and Darya and Motia Gordon bought the estate in 1920. Sherry smiled. Of course you already know something about it. Have you been to the Gordon Museum to see their collection? There's lovely pieces of Russian artwork and old European masterpieces. She gets the European masterpieces on loan from other museums and private collectors, Molly said. Really? I had no idea. Molly didn't relish the idea of trying to find the old farmhouse. Even if a road to it did remain, it would probably be unpaved, and she didn't want to drive her car in the mud. Another idea suddenly popped into her head. Do you have any information on the other buildings on the estate? As a matter of fact, we have the blueprints, Sherry said. Natasha's parents donated them in 1992. Molly couldn't believe her luck. Could I see them? Of course. I'll show you to our conference room. You can wait there, and I'll bring them to you. Sherry escorted Molly to a small conference room tucked away at the back of the building. When she returned, she was carrying 2 tubular cylinders. Molly helped her open them, and together they carefully unrolled 2 sets of blueprints across the table. This first set of blueprints is for the manor house, Sherry said. The second set shows the smaller buildings, cottage, carriage house, and a barn that was once on the estate. It was torn down in the 1980s. I remember because the Gordons sold off all their livestock, and my Uncle Jimmy bought 2 of their cows. Anyway, all of the buildings were designed by the same architect, Daniel Ritter. I didn't realize the estate was a working farm. Oh yes, there was a meadow and fields on the other side of the woods. Molly saw the architect's name printed on the blueprints, and under it, the date, 1888. It's amazing, she said. These were drawn in 1888, but they look almost new. The Gordons took very good care of them. You're not kidding. Molly studied the blueprint for the cottage. I know this might sound like a silly question, but I was wondering if Ritter might have designed a secret room, and if he did, would it be on the blueprint? It's not a silly question, Sherry said. Back in those days, it wasn't unheard of to have a secret room. There's a magnificent house in New Hampshire called Castle in the Clouds. The owner, Thomas Plant, built it for his second wife, Olive, and gave it to her as a present in 1914. If you decide to expand your research of historic homes to other New England states, you should include it. It's at the top of a mountain, and the views are spectacular. Thomas Plant had a secret room cut into the wall in the library for his own private space. He said he used it to get away from the burden of business. What kind of business was he in? He owned a shoe factory, made millions. Sherry leaned over the blueprint with her, and they studied it together. I don't see anything that looks like a secret room, or any kind of hiding place in the cottage, but let's take a look at the other buildings. They went over all of them, and by the time they were done, Molly realized she'd hit another dead end. Sherry said, I'm sorry, Molly, but I don't see anything that looks like a hidden room, or even a small cubbyhole. Molly was disappointed, and it must have shown on her face. Sherry patted her shoulder. Don't give up. Just because we can't see it on the blueprint doesn't mean it isn't there. She began to roll up the blueprints. Perhaps Ritter left it out. She smiled at Molly. You know what you should do? Talk to Natasha. If anyone knows about a secret room on the estate, it would be her. Chapter 22. It was almost 1:30 when Molly walked into the treasure trove. Sean was showing a customer a German schrank with beveled mirrored doors and elaborate carvings, and Molly hoped the man would buy it. It had been for sale over a year, and she thought it was a shame such a beautiful piece of furniture was languishing in the store. Sean gave her a wave when he saw her, then turned his attention back to his customer. Clara was behind the counter, folding hand-crocheted linen napkins. She took one look at Molly's face and said, What's wrong? Did Hattie kick you out of the house? Molly rested her elbows on the counter. Actually, I rescued her. What? Felix locked her in a room while he searched the house for the egg. Clara was shocked. What on earth? Why would Felix do such a thing? I thought he told you he wanted nothing more to do with the egg. Hattie thinks he's having a mental breakdown. He told her he had a dream about Galena, and in the dream, she told him to find the egg and give it to Natasha. I don't know why he thought he'd be successful when everyone else who's looked for it has failed. Short of tearing the house down, I'm beginning to think it's lost forever. Do you know where Felix is now? No. I went by the manor house, in case he went there to search. He didn't, but Peggy told me he called her and asked her to let Hattie out of the room at noontime. She tried to get him to tell her what was going on, but he hung up, and now he's not returning her calls. Oh my! Clara shook her head. Poor Felix! He should talk to someone about Galena's death. He's obviously not handling it well. Did you get a chance to ask Hattie about the man she had lunch with? She says his name is Dennis Marsh, her financial advisor. She meets with him a few times a year to go over her portfolio. A smile lit Clara's face. Sounds like she was anticipating a windfall of new money. Curtis must have found the egg. She says he didn't, and she got upset when I told her he'd met with Noble Dyson. She couldn't understand why Curtis didn't tell her. Molly picked up one of the hand-crocheted linen napkins. The lace edging on these napkins is exquisite. They're Victorian. Sean found them at an estate sale in Brattleboro. Molly put the napkin back on the counter. Anyway, Hattie got so upset about Curtis keeping the meeting with Dyson from her that she packed her bags and moved out of the house. She's had enough of Misty Vale. Have you seen any sign of Dyson? I've been checking my rearview mirror and haven't seen a silver car. Of course, he's probably so good at tailing people he's like a ghost, and I wouldn't know it if he was right behind me. Getting back to Felix, Clara said. Have you told Tony what he's done, and the state he's in? Not yet. I'd like to talk to Felix first. I figure by asking his mother to let Hattie out at noontime, he was buying time for himself to search somewhere else. So, I asked myself, where would he go? And I thought of the old Salter farmhouse, where they used to go when they were kids to hang out. Isn't that where Curtis beat him up? Yeah, that too, Molly said. It turns out the house is on the Gordon estate. Maybe when Galena was talking about hiding the egg at her house, she meant that house. Please tell me you didn't go out there alone. I didn't go at all, Ma. First of all, I had no idea where to find it. Good. But driving back to the city, I got an idea, and I stopped into the Preservation Society, and Sherry Goodwin told me. Of course, with all the rain, the road is probably all muddy, if there's even a road remaining. Molly! Her mother stared at her as only a mother can. I will not allow you to go traipsing around alone in the woods looking for an abandoned farmhouse, not when Felix could be there too looking for the egg. Felix is probably long gone. I don't care. Clara stopped talking as the front door opened. An elderly man and woman came into the shop, and she smiled at them. Good afternoon, welcome to the treasure trove. Let me know if I can help you with anything. They thanked her and smiled as they walked past them. Clara turned back to Molly and lowered her voice. Felix is not in his right mind. Either tell Tony what he did or go to Monkey Paws. If he isn't there, wait for him. There will be customers and employees around. At least you'll be safe talking to him in a public space. Actually, talking to Felix isn't my highest priority. While I was at the Preservation Society, it occurred to me that the reason no one has been able to find the egg could be because there's a secret room in the cottage where Galena stashed it. Sherry told me Natasha's parents donated the blueprints for all of the buildings on the estate to the Preservation Society years ago, and she was able to show them to me. Oh! Clara's eyes widened. That's actually a very good idea. Did you find the secret room? No, but Sherry said that didn't mean there isn't one. It could be there, it just wasn't included on the blueprint. She told me I should ask Natasha, which, of course, I can't do, because I don't want her to know I'm trying to find Galena's hiding place. So I'm back to square one. And at this point, I think I should probably give Lombardi an update and let him take over. Clara was surprised. You're giving up? Well, yeah. Aren't you happy I'm going to walk away from the case? I know I should be, but I happen to agree with Sherry. There could be a secret room in the cottage, but it isn't on the blueprint. Okay, but how does that help me? What I mean is, It wasn't there when the cottage was originally built, but it could be there now because it was added recently. Galena could have had something built to keep her valuables safe from her husband. Natasha did tell you he pawned their mother's jewelry.
That's true, Molly said. Ma, you're a genius.
That remains to be seen, Clara smiled. But I'm glad you like my idea.
Like it? Molly came around the corner and hugged her.
I love it.
Chapter 23.
Molly knew exactly what she needed to do. She got back in her car and drove to Galloway Services, eating a triple berry glazed donut from Melanie's fabulous donut shop on the way. The company's office was located in a small strip mall between a hair salon and a GameStop. She walked into an empty waiting room, where a vacant receptionist's desk had a small bell on it, with a sign that read, "Please ring for assistance." Molly rang the bell, and a moment later, a door in the back swung open. James Galloway came into the room. Without his ball cap on, she saw he had dark wavy hair. He wore blue jeans and a red shirt he'd buttoned to the neck, and he smiled when he recognized Molly.
"Well, hello again, Mary."
"It's Molly, actually. Molly Appleby."
"Right, sorry," he said. "What brings you by, Molly?"
"You mentioned Galloway Services does general maintenance at Mistyvale. Work that includes the cottage, correct?" He nodded.
"Yes, of course. We take care of all the buildings on the estate."
Over 20 years ago, Natasha renovated the cottage so Galena and Curtis could live there. Did your father do the renovations?
"Yes."
Did he ever say anything to you about finding a secret room there? Or some kind of a hiding place? Or maybe Galena asked him to build something, to give her a place to keep her valuables? He looked at her suspiciously.
"Why do you want to know?"
Molly knew there was no way around this. If she wanted an honest answer, she'd have to be honest with him. Before she died, Galena hid something in the cottage for safekeeping, and now no one can find it. Curtis and Natasha have looked everywhere. I thought maybe when the house was renovated, your father might have built a hiding place, or discovered one that's not on the original blueprints. His brows grew together in confusion.
"If this is so important, why hasn't Natasha asked me about it? What's your interest?"
"Because Curtis was murdered, and I'm trying to find out who killed him," Molly said. "I believe this valuable object could have something to do with his death." She paused. "Look, I'll be frank with you, I don't trust anyone. Not Natasha, Maxim, Hattie, Felix, or Peggy Shaw. They're all too close to this. So if you know something, I'd ask that you either tell me or call Detective Lombardi and tell him. My only interest in this is trying to find out who killed Curtis. Just please don't talk to anyone else about it." She could see James was trying to make up his mind about what he should do, which gave her hope there was something to tell. She said, "I promise I'm doing this for Natasha and Maxim. I want nothing more than to clear their names, but the only way I can do that is to find this object." She thought this sounded like a reasonable explanation, but James wasn't going to be rushed. He stared at the floor, mulling it over. Finally, he lifted his eyes, nodded slowly, and said, "I promised Galena I wouldn't tell a soul, but I suppose I could tell you, since she's gone." Molly waited. He bit his lower lip, hesitating. "I know you're loyal to her," she said, "and the family. But whatever secret she made you keep, I'm sure she wouldn't mind if you told me about it now. This object might help us find her husband's killer." Molly held her breath while he thought it over a little longer. Just when she thought she was going to burst, he said, "Okay, so it wasn't my father. It was me. I built Galena a hiding place last August, about 2 weeks before she died." Molly let her breath out. She felt like jumping up and down and cheering, but she kept still. "She told me she wanted something that would blend into the woodwork, to make it hard for the eye to see. We walked through the house together, and I gave her some suggestions. She finally settled on a small space behind one of the baseboards in the kitchen pantry. It's under the bottom shelf, on the right-hand side as you walk in. You have to get down on your hands and knees to find it. You'll see one of the boards is shorter than the others. All you need is a screwdriver to pop it off. It closes nice and easy. You just have to push it back in." Did she tell you what she wanted it for?
No, he said, and I didn't ask. I figured it was none of my business.
Thank you, James. She paused. Has anyone else asked you about this?
No, you're the only one.
Well, if anyone does, like I said, please don't tell them. Only talk to me or Detective Lombardi about it, all right?
Yeah, of course. But can you at least tell me what it is you're looking for?
I promise I will, if I find it, she said. In the meantime, remember, not a word to anyone.
Chapter 24.
On the drive back to Mistyvale, Molly ate another donut and tried not to get her hopes up too high. It was possible the hiding place in the kitchen pantry had nothing to do with the Fabergé egg. On the other hand, what else would Galena have wanted it for, so soon after she'd taken it from her sister's safe? It would be the perfect hiding place. She doubted anyone had thought to crawl under the shelves in the pantry and pry off the baseboard. Approaching the cottage, Molly saw the parking area was empty, which was a huge relief. She couldn't very well search the kitchen pantry if Hattie was there. Molly assumed she'd locked the house up tight, but it was worth checking, especially since Hattie had left so abruptly. If it was locked, she could always ask Peggy. There had to be a spare key. She'd tell her she left her gloves in the house when she'd rescued Hattie and wanted to get them back. After checking the front door, which was locked, she went around back. It didn't appear anything had changed in the garden since she'd been there. She climbed the steps to the back door, and to her great relief, found it unlocked. She slipped quietly into the kitchen and took a moment to look around the room. It was a basic kitchen, probably installed during Natasha's update over 20 years ago, with light oak cabinets, a white Formica countertop, and black and white floor tile. Nothing fancy, although the appliances looked fairly new. The pantry door was closed. She opened it and switched on the overhead light. Rows of shelves held boxes of cereal, plastic containers of flour and sugar, assorted cans of soup, tuna fish, beans, a rack of spices, 3 crock pots of varying sizes, a pressure cooker, and a turkey-sized roaster. The roaster made her think of Thanksgiving dinner and the turkey that she had yet to take out of the freezer to defrost. Note to self, put the bird in the fridge when you get home. Shaking her head to clear out all other thoughts than the job at hand, Molly got down on her hands and knees, turned on the flashlight, and peered under the bottom shelf. She moved the beam along the baseboard until she found the shortest one. She'd have to get closer to pry it open, and the shelf was low, which meant she had to be careful not to bang her head on it. Very carefully, Molly scooted her way under the shelf toward the wall until she could touch the baseboard. She wedged the screwdriver behind it and gave the board a little push. It popped open easily, and she quickly grabbed it before it hit the floor. Focusing the light into a small, hollowed-out space behind it, she saw a small wooden box. She took it out, and, clutching it in her hand, scooted back into the pantry until her head cleared the bottom shelf and she could stand up again. Holding the box in both hands, she took a good look at it. The wood was old, with an aged and worn patina. The box itself was unadorned, with only a simple metal clasp securing the lid. Molly walked into the kitchen with it and set it down gently on the table. Then, taking a deep breath, she unlatched the lid and opened the box. Chapter 25. Molly didn't need to see a photograph of the Fabergé egg to know she'd found it. Resting gently on a purple velvet cushion, it had an enamel body of soft pink, laced with ribbons of gold, intertwined with rows of tiny diamonds and rubies. She lifted the egg out carefully and was surprised by its weight. She could see the seam where the egg opened, and pushed it open. Inside was the golden dog that Felix had told her about, complete with its diamond and ruby collar. Tears suddenly sprang to Molly's eyes. She felt overwhelmed with joy, but also a deep sadness. If the story Daria had told her family was true, and the Empress Alexandra had given the egg to her as a gift, it was done shortly before she was murdered, along with her husband and children. The thought of putting this piece of history back into the box and straight into Natasha's safe, where it would never be seen again, made her feel a little ill. The Fabergé egg was an antique of great historical importance. To her, it seemed wrong of the Gordon family to have kept it a secret, but it wasn't up to her to decide its fate. The egg belonged to Natasha. Molly laid the egg back on its velvet cushion and secured the lid. Her legs felt a little wobbly from the excitement of finding it, and she pulled out a chair and sat down at the table. She took her cell phone out of her purse and called Lombardi, and when he answered, she put the call on speaker.
"Molly, I was just about to call you," he said.
"I'm at the cottage," she said. "I found the egg."
"Are you kidding?"
"No. It was in the kitchen pantry behind a baseboard. You should see it. It's so beautiful."
"Did Hattie let you search the cottage?"
It's probably better you don't ask how I got in," she said. "The thing is, I don't want to give it back to Natasha. I want to try to convince her to go public with it, or donate it, or loan it to a museum."
"Look, I know you feel passionate about antiques," he said. "But right now, what you need to do is bring the egg to the station so I can log it into evidence. I promise. We'll lock it up and keep it safe. And later, you can talk to Natasha about what to do with it."
"Log it into evidence? Does this mean you've decided it's connected to Curtis's death?"
"I'm not completely on board with it yet, but I'm a lot closer to believing it could be because of a phone conversation I just had with Detective Rodriguez in Cocoa Beach, Florida. That's why I was going to call you, to tell you about it. Remember, you asked me to get the police report on Galina's death?"
"Yes. What did it say?"
"It wasn't what I expected, which is why I called Rodriguez. He was the lead detective on the case. It seems they never found Galina's body."
"What?" Molly was stunned. "I don't understand. They had a funeral for her. I saw her grave and the headstone."
"Rodriguez told me they found her swimsuit cover-up on the beach where she went into the water, along with her sandals, a towel, her phone, and the key to the house they were renting. He said there was a storm that night out at sea, and the waves were higher than usual, the water rough. Not exactly the best time to go for a swim. Curtis reported her missing at 10:39, 2 hours after she'd left the house. He told Rodriguez it was something she liked to do, swimming at night, and she was a strong swimmer, so he wasn't too worried when she didn't come home right away. Rodriguez suspected Curtis right off the bat. He said he smelled of booze and thought his story was hinky. But without a body, or any other evidence to implicate him in Galina's death, he had nothing to hold him on, and he couldn't arrest him on a hunch. They did search the rental house, but it was clean. No signs of a struggle or any kind of violence. The house is on a private beach, and the nearest neighbors didn't hear or see anything. There was no way to prove Galina didn't go out for a swim and get swept out to sea, so they ruled her death an accidental drowning.
Maxim told me his father wouldn't let him see her body, that it was a closed-casket funeral.
He would, wouldn't he? Since they didn't have a body to bury.
"I think it's horrible Curtis didn't tell him," she said, feeling appalled. "Maxim deserved to know. So did Natasha."
"I've got 2 thoughts on this. 1, if Curtis did kill Galina, the last thing he'd want to do is draw suspicion to himself. Maxim would have asked too many questions, and if he was planning to sell the egg on his own, once he found it, he wouldn't want him complicating things."
"That makes sense," she said. "What's your second thought?"
Curtis was innocent, and Galina drowned because she was stupid to go for a swim in the dark when the ocean was rough. And maybe he didn't tell Maxim about her body disappearing simply because he felt bad about not being able to bring her home, or he didn't want to put the image of her getting eaten by sharks in his head for the rest of his life."
Molly grimaced. "Gee, thanks a lot for putting that image in my head."
"Sorry."
She sighed. "I suppose we'll never know why he didn't tell Maxim. Will you tell him? Or would you like me to?"
"I'll tell him when I see him tomorrow. With so many new developments, I'm interviewing everyone again."
"There are a few other things you should know." Molly told him about Hattie being locked up in the house by Felix so he could search for the egg, her visit to the Preservation Society, and how she got the idea to talk to James Galloway. "My mother was the one who gave me the idea," she said. "She thought the hiding place could have been built recently. I feel like an idiot for not thinking of it before."
"Don't be so hard on yourself. You only just heard about the egg. A whole slew of people have been looking for it for weeks without any luck.
James told me Galena made him promise not to tell anyone, but no one's asked. Not even Natasha. I'm surprised she didn't think of a secret hiding place in the cottage.
She didn't have your mother to talk it over with, he said.
True. She's always ready to give her opinion, and she's usually right. Molly paused. I have an idea of my own, actually. When you interview everyone again, tell them you have the Fabergé egg. Whoever killed Curtis will be thrilled you found it. I bet they'll bide their time until it's returned to Natasha, and then they'll crawl out of the woodwork, no pun intended, to steal it from her. You should talk to Natasha about setting up some kind of sting operation.
You're forgetting. She could be the killer, he said.
But what if it's not her? My plan could work. Won't you try?
Solving a case can be like peeling an onion, Molly. It's one layer at a time. So I'll bring everyone into the station to put the pressure on, and I'll watch their reactions and body language when I tell them I've got the egg. Who knows? Maybe I'll get lucky and someone will break down and confess. It's been known to happen.
I don't suppose you'd let me observe the interviews.
Just bring the egg to the station, he said.
Molly imagined he was shaking his head at her.
Let me know when you get here, and I'll meet you at the door.
Chapter 26. Molly sighed as she hung up with Lombardi. To have come this far, to be the person who found the egg, but not be able to know what was said when he questioned everyone, was immensely disappointing. All she could do was deliver the egg into his hands and hope he might run with her idea of using it to lure the killer into the open. She picked up her purse, intending to put her phone back in it, when she heard a floorboard creak behind her. She turned in her seat and saw Hattie standing in the doorway between the kitchen and the dining room. "Oh my gosh, you about gave me a heart attack," she said, before she realized Hattie was holding a gun in her hand and pointing the barrel at her. "What the—" "I came back for some of my things," Hattie said. "Imagine my surprise when I saw your car parked outside. I knew you had to be up to something, so I came in quietly and heard you talking to Detective Lombardi." Molly felt like an incompetent fool. Was she losing her touch? She hadn't noticed Noble Dyson tailing her, and now she hadn't heard Hattie sneak into the house. "How much of our conversation did you hear?" "Enough to know Curtis buried an empty casket." So she heard everything, Molly thought. "Sounds like the cops think he might have killed Galena. What do you think?" "I hope he didn't," Molly said. "Where did you get the gun?" "Oh, this?" Hattie smiled. "It's mine. I think of it as home security on the go. I keep it in my purse. But enough chit-chat. Open the box. I want to see the egg." Molly started to get up, but Hattie waved the gun at her. "Nope, sit down." Molly sat down again. "Open it." She opened the box, and Hattie stepped into the room and came closer to the table. Her eyes widened as she stared at the egg. "It's magnificent," she whispered. "It is," Molly said. "Now we know what all the fuss was about." Hattie glanced at her. "Too bad you won't be able to give it to the police. Close the box and slide it across the table to me." Molly did as she was told. Hattie put the box inside her bag and snapped it closed. "Now, give me your purse. Slide it over here." Again, Molly complied. Hattie took the purse and turned the contents out on the table. She found Noble Dyson's card and tucked it into her jacket pocket. "Thanks for telling me about Mr. Dyson. I'll give him a call and let him know I'm ready to sell the egg to his client." "You and Curtis were always going to sell it if you found it, weren't you?" "Of course we were," Hattie said. "I told Curtis, if Felix can find a buyer, so can I." "Did you kill him so you could sell it on your own?" "I didn't kill Curtis. I told you before I loved him." "If you really loved him, you'd help me. We can use the egg to trap his killer." "What's the point? Curtis is gone, and solving his murder isn't going to bring him back to life. Besides, I know he'd want me to have the money." "Nothing good is going to come of this," Molly said. "Why don't you let me deliver the egg to the police, and we'll tell Natasha you're the one who found it. I'm sure she won't take much convincing to give you a reward. You'll be a hero to her."
Hattie's eyes flared. Why should I help that stingy old cow? She was going to kick me and Curtis out on the street. I don't owe her anything. She hitched her bag further up her shoulder. I'll tell you what I will do, though. If you agree to keep your mouth shut, as soon as I get paid, I'll give you 100 grand. Agreed? Molly stared at her. Why did everyone think she could be bought? Not interested, she said. Why not? All you have to do is keep quiet. The egg belongs to Natasha and the Gordon estate. It should be returned to her. Oh, please. Get off your high horse. I heard you tell the cop you don't want to give it back to her. You're right, I don't, Molly said. It makes me sick to my stomach thinking it will be stuck in a safe again, where no one will be able to appreciate its beauty. But the man who wants to buy it is going to do the same thing with it. He'll keep it to himself, and he'll be the only one who sees it. If you sell it to him, the egg will be lost forever. Hattie shrugged. Not my problem, she said. And I'm not in the mood to argue with you. If you won't take the money, you're not leaving me much choice about what to do with you. Molly knew the easy way out of this mess would have been to agree to Hattie's offer. She was, after all, pointing a gun at her. She had to think of another way to get out of this alive. Take the egg, she said. I'll tell Lombardi it slipped out of my hand and it broke. He'll want evidence. Molly had to think quick. I saw a small decorative enamel figurine on the mantel in the living room. The girl with the cat? Yes, it's an antique. I can break it up. He'll never know the difference. I'll tell him it's the egg. Natasha would know the difference, of course, but Molly hoped Hattie wouldn't think of that. You swear? Molly had to force herself not to roll her eyes. How old was Hattie? 10? Yes, I swear, she lied. Hattie nodded slowly. All right, I guess I'll have to trust you. I'd rather not have to deal with hiding your body in the woods. She picked up Molly's wallet, cell phone, and car keys and shoved them into her purse. Don't think I couldn't easily kill you. When I was a kid, I used to hunt deer with my father. Remember, I grew up in Vermont. She went up to the cupboard, opened a drawer, and took out a pair of scissors. Molly hadn't noticed before, but there was a traditional landline phone on the wall, and Hattie cut the cord. Come on, get up, she said. We'll get the figurine and break it up in here. Molly walked in front of her into the living room. She took the figurine off the mantel and carried it back into the kitchen. Hattie opened a drawer and took out a box of plastic bags. She put the figurine in a bag, zipped it, and using a wooden meat mallet, broke it up into small pieces. Not bad, Hattie said, holding up the bag. It's very colorful. Trust me, he'll never know it's not the egg, Molly said, hoping she sounded convincing. Hattie laid the bag on the table. I am going to need a head start to get away, so if someone finds you, tell them Felix locked you up. Come on, we're going upstairs. Again, Hattie stayed behind Molly as they went up the stairs and down the hall to Curtis's office. She pushed her inside, then took the chair Felix had used earlier to shut her in, setting it out in the hall. I'm going to lock you up, the same way Felix did to me, since I know it worked, she said. I'll be in touch when I've sold the egg. You do what you said about tricking Lombardi, and that 100 grand is yours. How am I supposed to get out of here? I'm sure someone will come looking for you eventually. Maybe it will be Lombardi. All you have to do is tell him Felix locked you in. Say he showed up and got mad when he saw the egg was broken. That doesn't sound believable. Plus, Felix could deny it. Just let me go. No, Felix is a loon. Tell them he's lying. But I don't care, Molly. Just make something up. Hattie slammed the door in her face, and the chair went under the knob. As her footsteps receded down the hall, Molly tried the door, but it didn't budge. She went over to the window and looked out at the parking area. Hattie's Mercedes was parked next to her Audi. She heard the front door open and close, and Hattie came into view, walking to her car. She opened the trunk and stood behind her car, where Molly couldn't see what she was doing. She wondered if she was putting the box with the egg into something more secure than her bag. Hattie closed the trunk and got in her car. She glanced up at the house and smiled as she drove away. Molly swore under her breath.
She was effectively cut off without her phone and car keys. Even if she could get out of the room, Hattie had snipped the cord on what was probably the only landline in the house. The only way out was through the window. Too bad she didn't have a ladder. There was, however, a large oak tree next to the house. It was big and old, with solid branches. She unlatched the window, and a blast of cold air swirled into the room. She took a deep breath of it, and bracing her hands on the windowsill, leaned out. As a child, she'd often climbed the big willow oak on her grandmother's property in North Carolina. Of course, she was a lot older now, but she thought she could do it. This was a good tree with sturdy, thick branches. Taking another deep breath, she pulled herself up and out of the window and grabbed hold of the nearest limb. It felt wet from all the rain, but she held on to it, swung herself out, and planted her feet on the branch below it. Moving slowly and carefully, she climbed down the tree, branch by branch. The leaves were wet from the rain, the water dripping onto her head and face. When she was near the ground and felt confident she wouldn't be in danger of breaking any bones if she dropped down, she let go of the branch. Her feet hit the muddy dirt, her knees taking most of the impact. It was not a good feeling, but she was able to stand up and walk, and that's all that mattered. She looked up at the tree, amazed that she'd actually climbed down it. For some reason, it seemed a lot taller from the ground than it had from the second-floor window. She realized she was lucky she hadn't broken her neck. Now all she had to do was figure out how she was going to let Lombardi know Hattie had taken the egg. She needed a phone. For the second time that day, she opened the back door and entered the cottage. Back in the kitchen, she retrieved her coat and stuffed the contents of her purse back into her Chanel bag, which thankfully Hattie hadn't damaged. She locked the door behind her and walked in the direction of the manor house. She could use Peggy's phone and call Lombardi from there. She soon realized that what was a relatively quick car ride was a very long walk, and by the time she reached the manor house, she was silently cursing Hattie for taking her car keys. Her hat and gloves were locked in her car, and without them, her hands and ears were freezing. So was her nose, which had turned red and was running. She dug a tissue out of her purse and blew her nose before she went into the house. Murmured voices floated down the hall from the kitchen. Female voices. Molly moved quietly, afraid for a moment that Hattie was there. She stopped just outside the door to listen and heard a woman's voice, one she didn't recognize, say, "I'll have a double espresso." Peeking around the door jamb, Molly saw Peggy walk over to the coffee machine. The other woman was seated at the kitchen table with her back to her. Molly waited for Peggy to finish making her an espresso before she walked into the room. Peggy almost dropped the cup and saucer in her hand when she saw her. "Molly, what are you doing here?" The woman turned around. She looked straight at Molly, whose mind raced to make sense of what she was seeing. There was no mistaking who the woman was. 12 years younger than her sister, the family resemblance was too striking to be mistaken. She had the same high cheekbones, long nose, and green eyes. Only her hair wasn't white like Natasha's. It was dyed to match her natural dark brown color and cut in a shaggy, layered style. Galena Cobb was beautiful and very much alive. "So," she said, "you must be the famous Molly Appleby. You look half frozen. Peggy, make her something hot to drink." Chapter 27. Molly sat on the opposite side of the table from Galena. No one spoke as Peggy made her a cup of coffee. The silence stretched on until Peggy placed the mug in front of Molly, and it was Peggy who spoke first. "I didn't hear your car. How did you get here?" "On foot. I walked from the cottage." All thoughts of calling Lombardi had been pushed aside for the moment. She wanted to talk to Galena and Peggy first. "I found the egg," she said. Galena was watching her with those steady cat eyes. She was calm and cool, like her sister. They had that in common, too. "How did you know where to look?" Molly took a sip of the hot brew. She was still wearing her coat because she felt chilled to the bone. "James Galloway told me." Galena pursed her lips. "That disloyal man. I told him—" "Hey, don't be mad at him," Molly cut her off. He only told me because I said I was looking for an item that might help the police solve Curtis's murder. He thought he was doing the right thing. Remember, you're supposed to be dead." Galena stretched out her hand, palm up. "Give me the egg." "Not so fast," Molly said. "I want answers before I give you anything. Let's start with you being alive. What happened in Florida?" "I faked my death," Galena said. Molly stared at her. "I kind of figured that part out already. I want details." Peggy grabbed Galena's arm. "Don't say anything else. I told you she's working with the police. She can't be trusted." Galena gently pried her fingers off her arm. "It's all right, Peggy." She patted her hand. "From everything you've told me about her and from what I've read, I think Molly will appreciate what I've done." "I'm sitting right here, so talk to me," Molly said. She hated being talked about like she wasn't in the room. "I know you met with a buyer for the Fabergé egg, and you supposedly died later that night. Why don't you pick up the story from there?" "All right, I will." Galena sat back in her chair, looking smug. "When I got to the rental house after the meeting, Curtis was in one of his foul moods. He told me we'd made a mistake, that we should have asked more for the egg. He ordered me to get back in touch with the buyer and tell him I wanted more money. I told him I wasn't going to do that because things were already set in motion, and we'd go through with the sale as planned. He fumed about it over the next few hours, drinking too much, telling me I was selfish, that I was making a big mistake. When I couldn't take it anymore, I put on my swimsuit and told him I was going out for an evening swim. As I was about to walk out the door, he grabbed me, shoved me against the wall, and started to choke me. He'd always had a temper, but he'd never been physically violent before. I was shocked. I pushed him away, which wasn't that hard to do since he was drunk. He fell on the floor and passed out." She paused. "I remember standing there, looking down at him, thinking how pathetic he was. And then I realized I was pathetic, too. I'd put up with his drinking and gambling, the constant put-downs and the mood swings. And I was worn out, Molly. Attacking me physically was the last straw. I took some money from my wallet and went to the beach. But I didn't go for a swim. The water was far too rough. I left my things there to make it look like I had." "You could have reported the assault to the police," Molly said. "They would have arrested him for choking you." Galena gave her a small, wicked smile. "I could have, but that wouldn't have been good enough. I wanted him to suffer. I wanted him arrested for murder. I wanted him to go to prison for a long, long time." Peggy said, "It's too bad the police let him go. If they had arrested him, I wouldn't have had to kill him." Molly looked at her. "You killed Curtis?" "Yes," Peggy said, nodding her head up and down. "I have no regrets. He deserved it." Galena sighed. "Peggy, dear, please don't do this." "Do what? You know it's the truth." "No, it isn't," Galena said. She turned to Molly. "Peggy is trying to protect me. The truth is, I killed Curtis." A gust of wind rattled the windows, and suddenly the sky opened and the rain returned, only it was more than rain this time. It was sleet, and it was hitting the window like someone was throwing tiny pebbles against the glass. Molly breathed a sigh of relief that she hadn't been caught outside in it. Galena went on. "I walked until I found a cheap motel, and in the morning I used the phone in the room to call Peggy. I wanted to let her know what Curtis had done, and why I'd faked my death." Peggy's eyes filled with tears. Her voice was shaky when she spoke. "Curtis had already told Natasha she was missing and presumed dead. I'd cried all night, thinking she was lost to us forever. When I heard her voice over the phone, I thought I was hallucinating. She told me I couldn't tell anyone, not even Felix." "Secrecy was of paramount importance if my plan was going to work," Galena said. "Peggy was wonderful. She sent me money and promised to help in any way, as I knew she would." She was relaxed in her chair, like she didn't have a care in the world, catching Molly up on the latest gossipy news. "When the police didn't arrest Curtis, I had to find another way to get back at him. I decided to wait until the funeral was over and things had settled down. then come home and take care of him myself. If he wasn't going to jail for killing me, I was going to kill him." Galena's eyes were round and bright. She's proud of what she's done, Molly thought. Peggy said, "I set her up in one of the old maids' quarters next to mine. It's the perfect hiding place. The house is so big, and Natasha never comes into this wing." Molly had to concentrate on what they were saying. It was almost hard to believe, and yet she knew they were telling her the truth. Galena said, "About a month ago, I took a bus from Florida and moved in, right under Natasha's nose. I knew she was planning to host the gala ball on Saturday night. I figured it would be the perfect chance to get rid of Curtis. All those lovely guests roaming around the house. There would be plenty of suspects for the police to interview." "What about the Fabergé egg? Were you still going to try to sell it?" "Of course," Galena said. "I need money to start my new life. Too bad the buyer I met with wimped out. I've been trying to find another one. It's taken me a while to figure out how to navigate the dark web. And no luck so far on a buyer, but it's just a matter of time." She doesn't know about Noble Dyson, Molly thought, and I'm not going to tell her. "You weren't worried Curtis would find the egg and ruin your plan?" "No, because thinking outside the box has never been Curtis's strong suit. I knew he'd never find the egg where I'd hidden it." "What if he'd asked James?" "He wouldn't know who James was if he walked into him," Galena said. "If anything needed to be done at the cottage, I was the one who worked with James, or his father, not Curtis. And I trusted James not to tell anyone." Her mouth turned down. "He swore he wouldn't." "Natasha told me she didn't trust Curtis," Molly said. "She was worried if he did find the egg, he'd sell it in a heartbeat, and she wanted it back." "She was right not to trust him," Galena said. "Curtis was a greedy man." Molly couldn't help it. She laughed. "And you aren't?" "What do you mean?" "You just told me you planned to sell the egg. And since you're playing dead, I assume that means you aren't going to share any of the money with your sister, who it rightfully belongs to. So who's greedy now?" Galena frowned. "It's not my fault my sister made a mess of things," she said. "It's the whole reason we decided to sell the egg in the first place." "What do you mean, we? And what mess did she make?" "Natasha was running out of money," Galena said. "The costs of operating the estate, from maintaining the buildings to land conservation, have risen over the years, and she wasn't able to keep up with it. Worst of all, she'd begun to dip into Maxim's inheritance, money she'd set aside for him." "How can she do that? Isn't the money in a trust?" "No. Our parents made a verbal agreement with Natasha. There's nothing in writing. Natasha set the money aside for him, that's all." How irresponsible, Molly thought. As her mother would have advised, always get everything in writing. "Did you know it was only a verbal arrangement?" "I did not," Galena said. "I assumed it was in a trust, too. She only told me about it a few months ago, when she came crying to me about the trouble she was in. It was the first time she'd ever talked to me about her finances. I had no idea things had gotten so bad. She always gave me money and never complained. I thought the estate had plenty of money." She picked up her espresso cup and took a sip. Molly had completely forgotten about her own coffee. She'd been holding the mug to warm her hands. When she took a drink of it, she found it had grown tepid, probably because her frozen hands were like ice cubes. Galena went on. "I talked over options with Natasha. I suggested she sell some of the land. She's had developers begging her to for years, but she refused to sell even an acre. I told her to sell some of the jewelry, paintings, or a piece of antique furniture, but she knocked those ideas down too." She shook her head. "God forbid she touch anything in the precious Gordon collection." "The egg was the last choice?" "Yes. I told her it's time to sell the egg. All it does is sit in the safe. She wouldn't even notice it was gone. Auction it off and the bidding would skyrocket. But, of course, Natasha refused, because she'd promised to never reveal the egg was in our family, and that's when I came up with the idea of selling it on the dark web. No auction house need be involved, I told her. All we needed was a buyer as equally interested in remaining anonymous as we were. It took me 2 days to convince her, but with no other options to her liking, she had to agree.
How did Felix get involved?
We needed his help with the computer, Galena said. I'm no expert, and neither is my sister. Felix has always had the knack for it, and we trusted him explicitly. The only other person we told was Peggy. Galena looked at the older woman, and for a brief moment, her eyes filled with affection. Then she straightened her shoulders, and her eyes hardened again. Whose idea was it to hide the egg? Molly asked. Peggy said, It was my idea. I knew Natasha was on the fence about selling it. I was worried she'd change her mind, and then what would happen to my girls and Misty Vale? There was too much at stake. Molly was surprised. You've known all along where the egg was hidden? Peggy shook her head. No, I didn't want to know. I told Galena to keep it safe and hide it well. She turned to Galena. Where was it? But Galena didn't answer. She was looking at Molly, and her eyes were suspicious. Why don't you tell her? She said. She thinks I could be lying about finding it, Molly thought. The kitchen pantry behind a baseboard. Galena nodded slowly. Very good. That's the correct answer. She stretched out her hand again, but this time she snapped her fingers. Hand it over. Not yet, Molly said. You haven't told me how you killed Curtis. Obviously, I pushed him out the window. I want details. Tell me. Now who's being greedy? Galena dropped her hand and sat back in her chair. I had Peggy lure him upstairs on the night of the gala ball. Lured him how? With a big fat lie. Peggy told him Natasha had found the egg, but that she knew where she'd put it, and she could get it for him as long as he agreed to give her $200,000 when he sold it. As I knew he would, Curtis agreed to her terms. She told him to meet her at 7 o'clock sharp. All he had to do was go up the servants' stairs in the east wing, away from the prying eyes of guests. 3rd floor, 4th door on the left. Then all I had to do was wait for him. I opened the window, and for a while I listened to the band playing, the music drifting into the room. She swayed a little in her chair, as if she was dancing to a tune only she could hear. It was then I knew, in my heart, I was going to get away with it. Galena's face flushed pink, and her voice rose in excitement. As 7 o'clock neared, I stood on the dark side of the room, away from any moonlight coming in the window. When Curtis walked in, all he could see was my silhouette. He thought I was Peggy, and then I stepped out of the shadows and he stood there, shocked, his mouth opening and closing like a dying fish. I didn't say a word to him. I could see he was drunk, no surprise. He was unsteady on his feet. It was so easy to push him out the window. Then I ran down the servants' stairs to my room, and I stayed there until Peggy told me the police had gone. She smiled. I slept like a baby. I didn't sleep at all, Molly said. No? Well, I suppose you wouldn't since you found his body. I'm sure it wasn't a pleasant sight. Peggy told me you and your husband were the first ones out there. She leaned toward Molly. I want you to know, he got what he deserved. Molly knew she was skating on thin ice here. Galena had just confessed to murdering Curtis, and she had every intention of getting away with it. Molly was a liability, one she couldn't afford to have mess up her plans. Perhaps he did deserve it, Molly said, not wanting to anger her. But what I don't understand is why you didn't divorce him a long time ago, if you were so unhappy. After my parents cut off the money, I thought Curtis might leave me. Contrary to what everyone thought, I was under no illusions. I knew the money I was going to inherit was his main interest in me. But he didn't leave. He stayed. And I thought that had to count for something. As time went by, yes, we struggled financially. But I thought once he inherited the shop from his father, we could turn it into something special that would make us some real money. Mr. Cobb was a nice man, but he was so boring. He had no vision for the store. Then he died, and Curtis took over, and he told me nothing was going to change. He was stuck in the past, and all I could do was keep asking my sister to help keep us going. Peggy said, I told you not to take any money from Natasha. Curtis needed an incentive to work and improve the shop, You made it too easy for him to sit back and do nothing but drink and gamble away the little the shop made. If you hadn't taken the money and given him a comfortable life, you wouldn't be in this situation now. You let it happen."
Galena snapped.
"Stop lecturing me, you old fool!"
Peggy shrank back in her chair. Molly was shocked by Galena's sharp tone. Peggy obviously cared for her and had tried to give her advice. She'd loved her since she was a baby, and then she'd participated in committing a heinous crime with her, and this is how she treated her. Peggy said,
"Curtis was a horrible, selfish man who only cared about himself."
She can't stop defending her, Molly thought. She doesn't see the truth, that Galena was selfish too.
The day of the funeral, I saw him in the cloakroom at the funeral home with Hattie, kissing her. He didn't even have the decency to shut the door. And then he moved her into Galena's house.
Her voice trailed away. Galena said,
"I wasn't surprised. Hattie had the hots for him going back to our teenage years, and she wasn't going to waste a second to get him into her bed. She's such a fool. She had no idea Curtis was taking advantage of her. The only reason he was with her was because she had money. She loved to boast how she got a big settlement from her ex when they divorced. He was well aware, and must have figured she'd be his new cash cow if selling the egg didn't work out." She paused. "Speaking of things working out, you're not going to tell anyone that you've seen me, Molly, and you will give me the egg."
"I have one more question," Molly said. She was stalling for time, trying to come up with a way to get out of the kitchen without getting hurt or killed. She didn't know if Galena had a gun, but there was a knife block on the counter that wouldn't take her very long to reach.
"Once you find a buyer, and you get paid, what are you going to do with all that money?"
Galena grinned.
"I have an arrangement with someone who can get me a new identity."
"Who's helping you?"
"I don't know his name. He's someone I found on the dark web, and he has connections. He can get me a real, honest-to-God legal passport, birth certificate, and social security number, all in a new name. I can go anywhere I want once I have it."
"What about Maxim and Natasha?
They think you're dead."
"Will you let them know you're alive?"
"No, absolutely not. It's regrettable, of course, but it's for the best."
"But what about Mistyvale? Natasha's money problems haven't gone away."
"I gave her options. She'll have to go with one of them. If she does, she'll have enough money to keep Mistyvale in the family, and she can return the money she took out of Maxim's inheritance. In time, they'll forget about me."
"I doubt that," Molly said. Galena stretched out her hand again.
"I've been honest with you. I've told you everything. Now, it's time for you to give me the egg."
Sorry, but that's not going to happen. Hattie stole it from me right after I found it."
Galena lowered her hand. "What are you talking about? I thought she'd moved out of the house."
"She did, but she forgot some things and came back for them. I was on the phone with Detective Lombardi, telling him about the egg, when she snuck into the house and overheard our conversation. When I got off the phone with him, she demanded I give the egg to her."
"And you just gave it to her?"
"She was pointing a gun at me at the time, so yes, I gave it to her. Then she cut the landline, took my car keys and cell phone, and locked me in Curtis's office. I escaped by climbing down a tree." Molly put the mug down on the table and showed them her palms. They were red and felt raw from the rough bark. "That's why I don't have my car, and I have to say, I think it's telling neither of you even bothered to ask me why I walked here." She shook her head. "You're both so full of yourselves, so proud of the way you planned and plotted to kill Curtis. I don't care if he was a rotten husband, Galena. If he really did assault you in Florida, you could have reported him to the police and pressed charges. But no, that wasn't good enough, was it? You wanted him dead. I wouldn't be surprised if you've been planning this for a long time. But this is what you're going to do. You're going to tell Detective Lombardi everything you've told me, owning up to what you've done. Then your son doesn't have to go through life thinking you drowned. Show some remorse. Take responsibility for your actions." Galena laughed.
"You're a real comedian. That's really the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life.
You can't possibly think I'll do it. You have no choice. Unless, of course, you don't care if your son hates you for the rest of your life. You've forgotten. He won't hate me, because he thinks I'm dead, Galena said. I have no intention of confessing anything. She paused. But I can see we need to come to some kind of arrangement. I do think we can make this work, you and I. Hattie stealing the egg from you works in our favor. All you have to do is tell Detective Lombardi that after you got off the phone with him, Hattie showed up at the cottage and demanded the egg. That part is true, so it shouldn't be hard, right? Then just expand the story a little. Tell him Hattie confessed to killing Curtis because she realized he didn't love her, and he wasn't the man she'd always dreamed of. Peggy said, I'll tell him she came to see me and cried on my shoulder. She told me how she felt used by Curtis, that he'd lied to her, because he only wanted to be with her so he could get his hands on her money and make her start paying the bills. Molly felt disgusted. The tears were gone. Peggy would always forgive Galena and would defend her to the very end. I'll tell him you came here to use the phone and told me how she took the egg and locked you in the room, and that's when I realized I had to tell him the truth. I'll say I saw Hattie go upstairs the night of the gala ball, and the only reason I didn't tell him before was because I couldn't believe she'd killed Curtis. But now that I knew what she's capable of, it's time to come clean. Galena smiled. You see, Molly? We have an answer for everything. Detective Lombardi will be satisfied, because all he really wants to do is make an arrest. You'll be able to convince him and everyone else that Hattie planned to steal the egg all along, and she killed Curtis so she could keep the money for herself. Peggy will back you up. What other proof will the police need that Hattie killed him? Detective Lombardi will believe you. Peggy nodded her head, her eyes filled with enthusiasm for their plan. Don't forget to tell him Hattie has a gun and threatened to kill you. Since it's true, it will only make your story more believable. Good point, Galena said. And one more thing, Molly. Tell him she was pointing the gun at you while you were on the phone with him. That's why you couldn't tell him she'd taken the egg. Molly stared at their two shining faces and thought, they're crazy, both of them. So, what's it going to be? Galena asked. Are you on my side, Molly? If you are, I'll make sure you get paid handsomely. How does $1 million sound? Molly felt her blood boil. I don't know why everyone thinks I can be bought off. I don't want your money. I want you to do the right thing and confess to the police. Everyone has a price, Galena said. Stop pretending you don't. What do you want? 2 million? 3? She leaned toward her. The thing is, Molly, we can't do this without you. Her eyes were so devoid of anything reflecting humanity, Molly thought she may as well be dead. But she wasn't. Not even close. She was either crazy or cunning like a fox. Either way, she was dangerous. Molly cleared her throat. You're assuming you'll be able to sell the egg, but you're forgetting Hattie has it. Once the police catch up to her, hopefully before she can sell it, it will be returned to Natasha. You're nowhere in the picture, because you're buried 6 feet under at Fair Hill Cemetery. Galena licked her lips. She's not as smart as she thinks she is, Molly thought. As long as Natasha doesn't know I'm alive and living in her house, I'll be able to steal it from her later. Peggy will help me. Yes, I will, Peggy said. You don't think Natasha is going to be suspicious when she sees the egg has disappeared again? You don't think she'll accuse someone close to her, like Peggy, or even Maxim, of stealing it? Natasha would never accuse them, Galena said. Molly glanced at Peggy. Up to this point, she'd been a willing accomplice to Galena's plan to kill Curtis and cover it up. But suddenly, there was a subtle shift in her eyes, perhaps a slowly dawning fear that perhaps Natasha might actually accuse her of being a thief. Molly thought her reaction was interesting. She might be willing to take the fall for killing Curtis, but she didn't want to be on the line for stealing the egg. Her loyalty to Galena and Natasha worked both ways. She didn't want Natasha to think she was disloyal.
The reality of this situation is that you've lost, Molly said. You killed Curtis, with Peggy's help. You can't pin any of that on Hattie. She may be a thief, but she's not a killer. And I won't let you do that to her. Galena glared at her. Says the woman Hattie was pointing a gun at. Then she said in a low, threatening tone, I'll give you $3 million if you go along with our plan. Don't be a fool. Take it. Peggy told me you have a young son. I'd hate to see something bad happen to him. Don't you dare threaten my son, Molly said. You're going to tell the truth, and the egg will be returned to Natasha. But don't despair. If you ask nicely, I'm sure Natasha will sell the egg, or maybe some land, or the whole freaking estate, to hire a good lawyer for the two of you. She's been bailing you out most of your life. Galena's eyes swiveled to the kitchen counter and the knife block. Molly knew she would never agree to her terms. It was time to get out of there, and fast, before she could grab a knife and stab her to death. She might not have another chance. She jumped up out of her chair, and at the same time thought she heard the sound of tires crunching over gravel outside. She didn't stop to look. She bolted for the door. Galena pushed her own chair back so hard it crashed to the floor, but Molly had a good head start. She made it to the hall and ran to the door, her heart pounding in her chest. She flung the door open and ran outside into the cold, sleeting rain. Lombardi's car and 2 squad cars were coming down the gravel drive, and she ran to them, slipping on the stones, waving her hands in the air. Lombardi slammed on the brakes, and she ran around to the passenger side of his car. She yanked the door open and, gulping air, said, In the house. Galena and Peggy. They killed Curtis. Chapter 28. Molly waited in Lombardi's car while he went inside the house with 2 uniformed police officers. Her hair was plastered to her head, her breathing was fast, and she was cold and shivering in her coat. Another officer came and stayed with her in Lombardi's car, cranking up the heat to warm her up. 10 minutes passed, 15, 20. The freezing rain finally stopped, and Galena and Peggy were led outside in handcuffs. The officer got out of the car. Lombardi ordered the women put into separate cars. As they were being driven away, he made a phone call. When he was done, he walked over to the car and got in. Did they try to get away? She asked. No, they were sitting at the kitchen table, he said. Galena told me a story about how Hattie killed Curtis and stole the egg from you. Is any of that true? Only the part about Hattie stealing the egg. I hope you didn't believe the rest of what she told you, because they've concocted a whole big lie, and He cut her off. It's okay. You don't have to tell me about it now. I believe you, Molly. You told me they killed Curtis, and I arrested them. We'll sort the rest out at the station. Thank you for believing me, Molly said. But will a jury? Galena and Peggy will lie. I know they will. They already have it all planned out what they're going to say. And you know as well as I do, reasonable doubt is a powerful tool in a lawyer's toolbox. They could get away with murder. We'll talk about it at the station. He glanced at her. Don't you want to know how I figured out you were here? Yes, of course. How did you know? The state police gave me some bad news. The state police? What are you talking about? It's Hattie, he said. She was in a car crash on the interstate. She lost control of her vehicle, hit the guardrail, and rolled a number of times. She wasn't wearing her seatbelt and got thrown out of the car by the force of the collision. He paused. She died at the scene. Molly gasped. No! I just saw her. The state troopers found your wallet in her purse. You have my card in your wallet, so they called me. That was a lucky break. Since you were at the cottage the last time I talked to you, I got worried and had some uniforms come out with me to look for you. The house was locked up tight, and your car was there. I figured you didn't have your phone either, so I thought you might have come here to use someone else's. Which I did, and then I got the shock of my life because Galena was in the kitchen with Peggy. They didn't expect me because they didn't hear me coming since I was on foot. If they had, I'm sure she would have run off and hidden in her room. I'll be honest, Molly. When the trooper got in touch with me and told me he found your wallet, I felt sick. If something had happened to you... Don't think about it, she said. The important thing is, you showed up in the nick of time.
And other than my getting soaked in the freezing rain and scraping my hands raw climbing down a tree, I'm perfectly fine." He looked at her hands. "You climbed down a tree?" "I had to. I'll tell you about it in a minute. Did the trooper find the Fabergé egg?" "Yeah." Hattie put the box in a zippered tote bag in the trunk of her car. Good thing, too, since her purse went flying out of the vehicle. "I'm told there's not a scratch on the egg. They're sending someone over to the station to deliver it, along with your wallet." "Tell them she took my car keys and phone, too." "I will," he said. Molly sighed. "I can't believe Hattie's dead." "A car crash can happen in the blink of an eye." "I'm glad the egg wasn't harmed. Is that a terrible thing to say?" "I don't think so. It would have been a shame if the egg had ended up another victim in this case." He put the car in gear, and they drove away from the house. Molly cracked her window open. The cold air actually felt good on her face after the blast of heat. For the last couple of hours, she'd been hyped up on adrenaline, but her eyes were beginning to feel the side effects of the stress she'd been under, and they were heavy with fatigue. She didn't even realize she'd dozed off until Lombardi nudged her shoulder. "What?" She sat up in the seat. They were in the parking lot at the police station. "We're here," he said. "You feel up to giving me a statement?" "Yes, of course," she said. "Could I stop at the vending machine first? The donuts are in my car, and I'm hungry." "Donuts?" "I'm starving, okay?" "Right, no problem. Calm down." "Sorry. I'm exhausted, angry, and hungry." "I get it." He unlocked the doors and they got out of the car. As they walked to the entrance, he said, "And since you don't have your wallet, it's my treat at the vending machine." Chapter 29. As Molly was giving her statement, a state trooper delivered the Fabergé egg to the station, along with her cell phone, wallet, and car keys. Once Lombardi had her car keys, he arranged for someone to collect the Audi, and by the time she was done, her car was waiting for her in the parking lot. When she stepped out of the station, the dark clouds had blown away, and the sky was bathed in a pale blue twilight color tinged in orange and yellow. The sun would be setting soon. As she drove home, she listened to the radio and heard the news report about Hattie's fatal accident. She still couldn't believe she was dead. If only she hadn't been so greedy, she'd still be alive, she thought. But that wasn't the only if only in the Curtis Cobb case. There were so many other events and decisions people had made that had ended badly. If only Galena's parents hadn't disinherited her. If only Natasha hadn't mismanaged the estate, and Curtis hadn't gambled too much, drank too much, treated his wife badly, and ran Raris books into the ground. If only Peggy hadn't been such a willing accomplice to murder. And going way back, perhaps to the root of the problem, if only Daria and Motya Gorev hadn't insisted the family keep the Fabergé egg a secret. Natasha could have sold it years ago, which would have allowed her to manage the estate on her own and help her sister without having to fear financial ruin. As Clara used to remind Molly when she was growing up, money doesn't grow on trees. Misty Vale had a lot of trees, but not enough money to keep it going forever, and Natasha didn't even have a paying profession. She did charity work, to which she gave generously. A nice thing to do, if you could afford it. Putting on airs, pretending to be wealthy when the coffers were going dry didn't make the money magically appear. Molly turned down her street and stifled a yawn. Starling had texted to let her know she'd taken Tyler to visit Clara and Sean at the treasure trove, and they would be back in time for dinner. There were no lights on in any of the windows of the house, which meant they weren't back yet. Molly pulled up the driveway and pushed the button on the garage door opener. The door went up, and she parked in the garage. With a heavy sigh, she got out of her car and felt a sharp pain shoot up her neck. Her arms and legs ached too, and her hands still felt like they were on fire. What a day, she thought. Before she could close the garage door, a blue SUV turned up the driveway. Maxim was behind the wheel, and Natasha was in the passenger seat. Molly walked out of the garage to meet them. Maxim got out of the car and said, "Did you hear about Hattie? It's on the news she was in a car accident on the interstate and died." "Yes, I know," Molly said. Natasha said, "We've been out all day, making arrangements for Curtis's funeral. As soon as we heard, Maxim said we should stop by to tell you."
She looked Molly up and down. "Are you all right? You look dreadful, like you've been run through a washing machine and haven't dried properly." They don't know Galena's alive, Molly told herself. Lombardi said he would get in touch with them and tell them together, but obviously he hadn't gotten around to it. "Why don't you both come inside?" she said. "I'll make some hot tea and we'll talk. There are things I have to tell you." "What things?" Natasha's brows drew together. "You sound very serious. Tell us now." "Really, it's something I think you should hear sitting down." Natasha opened her mouth to reply, but was interrupted by the sound of a car coming fast down the road. Everyone's attention turned to it. Molly saw a flash of silver, and her breath caught in her throat. It was Noble Dyson. What did he want? He slowed down as he reached her house and turned into the driveway, parking behind Maxim's SUV. Dyson stepped out of his car and waved.
"Molly, how are you?"
He walked over to them, flashing his gold-toothed smile, acting like a friendly neighbor who'd stopped by to say hello. At least he wasn't pointing a gun at them or wielding a knife. Molly couldn't take any more drama.
"Aren't you going to introduce me to your friends?"
Maxim and Natasha looked at Molly, anticipating an introduction. It's all about to become real for them, she thought. "Noble Dyson, this is Maxim Cobb and his aunt, Natasha Gordon, as you most likely very well know." She stood between them so they wouldn't have to shake his hand. "Maxim and Natasha, I think you should know Mr. Dyson works for the man Galena met with in Florida." It took a second for what she'd said to sink in. Natasha sputtered. You really, you work for the buyer?" Dyson nodded, smiling broadly, friendly to a fault.
"Yes, ma'am, I do. And I know the egg will probably be tied up in red tape for a while with the police, but as soon as it's returned to you, I hope you'll get in touch with me."
He reached into his pocket and took out a business card.
"My client wants to complete the sale."
He handed her his card.
"And he's offering a bonus to help you through these difficult times. He's upped his offer to $12 million, double the last one."
Natasha's mouth popped open, but no sound came out. Maxim looked at Molly.
"Did he say the police have the egg?"
"Yes, he did." Molly turned to Dyson. "How did you find out about it?"
"I've been following these two around all day, thinking they might take me to the egg. This is what happens when you run out of options because a certain someone doesn't want to help you. Anyway, I heard on my police scanner that Hattie Mills got killed in a car wreck, so I made some calls, and I found out the egg ended up in the custody of the Burlington police. And now that we know it's safe and sound, all I need to hear is Ms. Gordon say she accepts my client's new and improved offer, and as soon as she gets the egg back from the cops, she'll make the exchange."
Natasha swayed on her feet, and Maxim took hold of her arm. "I don't understand," she said. "How did Hattie come to have the egg?" Molly said, "I found it in the cottage. I was going to bring it to the police station, but she stole it from me. She died later in the car accident, and the state police found the egg in her car. They gave it to Lombardi. He was going to get in touch with both of you to let you know, but he's been busy. He made 2 arrests this afternoon." Maxim's eyes widened.
"For my father's murder?"
"Yes, but let's not talk about this out here. Let's go inside and have that cup of tea." As they started to walk to the garage, Molly stood in front of Dyson, blocking him. "You're not invited. Go away." Dyson called out,
"Ms. Gordon."
She stopped and turned around, and Molly saw her face had drained of color. Natasha wasn't handling the news about the buyer or Hattie's death very well, and she hadn't even heard the worst of it. Molly was afraid when she found out Galena was alive and had been arrested along with Peggy for murdering Curtis, she might faint. Dyson said,
"Ms. Gordon, I know you've been through a lot, but my buyer needs an answer. I can assure you, the egg will get a new home where it will be greatly admired and appreciated. Best of all, no one will ever know it belonged to your family. And isn't that what you want? To keep its existence a secret?"
When Natasha didn't reply, he continued,
"Like I said, my client's offering double the original price, $12 million. There's so much you could do with that money. There's no way to lose here.
Natasha's eyes rolled up in her head and her knees buckled. Luckily, Maxim was still holding her arm, and he kept her from falling to the ground. Molly ran to her other side and helped him lift her up. Dyson ran over to help, but Molly said, "Not now. Go away. They have your card, and they'll be in touch." "I need an answer by tomorrow morning," Dyson called out, but they ignored him and brought Natasha into the house. Molly laid her on the sofa in the great room and was happy to see her eyes were open. "Oh, Molly, I'm so sorry for being a bother," she said. "It's okay. Do you want to go to the hospital?" "No, I'll be all right. I just need to rest a moment." Maxim said, "I'll get you a glass of water." They left Natasha on the sofa, and while Maxim got a glass of water for her, Molly went out to the garage to shut the door. As she stepped out of the house, she saw Dyson was still there, standing at the edge of the garage. She walked over to him. "I told you, they'll be in touch," she said. "I have to head back to Boston in the morning," he said. "I'd like to give my clients some good news before I leave." "I'll talk to Maxim. He'll help Natasha make the right decision." "There's only one right decision. She needs to sell the egg." "You must know people in high places to have gotten the news about Hattie and the egg so fast." "You have no idea," he said. "By the way, I'd like to congratulate you on finding Curtis's killer. Galena Cobb sure had everybody fooled, me included." "Thank you for not saying that out loud just now to Maxim and Natasha. I want to break the news as gently as I can to them." She paused. "I thought you knew all along she was alive." "Really?" He was surprised. "What gave you that impression?" "You asked me if I'd had a chat with the late Galena Cobb to ask her what she did with the egg. You said that would be one for the books." "And you thought that meant I knew she was alive?" He shook his head. "I'm good, but not that good." Molly smacked her forehead. "I should have realized. The poem said it all." "What poem?" "There's a line from a poem on Galena's headstone. Peggy chose it. It's from Do Not Stand at My Grave and Weep by Mary Elizabeth Fry. I am the soft stars that shine at night. But after that line in the poem, there are two more. Do not stand at my grave and cry, I am not there, I did not die. She put it on her headstone for everyone to see. She was telling everyone she's not dead. Maybe she did it for Felix. She knew how much he loved Galena." He smiled, and this time it looked genuine. "Right up to the end, you're figuring it all out. If you ever decide to ditch the writing gig and get into PI work, let me know." "You're offering me a job?" "You can go places if you want to." "Thanks, but I'm right where I want to be. Happy with my writing gig." "Sure you are," he winked. "That's why you dabble in murder on the side." He laughed as he walked to his car. Opening the door, he said, "Don't be surprised if one day you get a call from me, or someone says I referred them to you. You're a star, Molly. A real star." "Thanks. But like I said, I'm not interested." "Right. You keep telling yourself that," he said. "Keep up the good fight. I have the feeling our paths will cross again." Molly hoped they wouldn't. But as he drove away, she found she couldn't stop smiling. Chapter 30. For several days after Galena's arrest, Molly remained focused on her family, work, and planning Thanksgiving dinner. 2 days before the holiday, she emailed her article on folk art portraitures to Swanson. He would have to wait for an article on Curtis Cobb. She had written most of it, but was waiting to hear from Lombardi with an update on Galena and Peggy. After sending her folk art portraiture article off, she went to the kitchen and made a cappuccino. Matt was at work, Starling had the day off, and her mother had taken Tyler to the park. Clara said they'd be back in time for lunch. Molly opened the refrigerator to check on the turkey. It was defrosting nicely and would be ready to cook by Turkey Day. Her cell phone rang and Maxim's number flashed on the screen. "Hi, Maxim." "Molly, are you home? I was wondering if I could stop by your house to talk to you." "Yes, I'm here. Come on over." "Great. See you in about 10 minutes. Molly hadn't heard from Maxim since the day she'd told him and Natasha his mother was alive. She wasn't too surprised. Why would he want to talk to the woman who was responsible for his mother being arrested? But true to his word, 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Molly opened the door and saw another man standing beside him on the porch. He looked 30-something, with white blonde hair and striking blue eyes. Maxim said, "Molly, this is my husband, Kurt." "Oh," Molly shook his hand. "It's so nice to meet you, Kurt. Come in, both of you." When they were in the house, Kurt surprised her by giving her a hug. "I'm thrilled to finally meet you," he said. "I've been a fan of yours for years, and after what you did for Maxim, well, I just had to tell you in person, I think you're amazing." So maybe this wasn't Maxim's idea to drop in and visit after all, Molly thought. "I'm thrilled to meet you too," she said. "Would anyone like coffee?" "We'd both love a coffee," Kurt said. Molly showed them into the kitchen. The men sat at the table while she made coffee and set out a store-bought marbled pound cake and a tub of vanilla ice cream. When they were all settled in with their coffee and cake, Kurt said, "We were meeting with Detective Lombardi this morning at the station. He gave us an update on the case and said we could share the details with you, since he hasn't had the chance." He glanced at Maxim, who had stayed quiet. "Well?" He nudged his arm. "Don't you have something you want to say to Molly?" Maxim nodded slowly. "Yes, I do." Molly braced herself. "First, I want you to know you did the right thing. I don't want you to feel bad about my mother being arrested." Molly blew out a breath. "Thank you. I feel terrible about the whole thing. I wish—" "Don't." He waved his hand, cutting her off. "I asked you to investigate my father's death, and you did. Obviously, neither of us could have anticipated she'd faked her own death and was responsible for killing him." "How is she? Have you talked to her?" Maxim shook his head. "No. Aunt Natasha went to see her and Peggy, but I'm not ready to. Actually, I don't know if I ever will be. I told Aunt Natasha I didn't even want to know what they talked about. Ironic, isn't it? She feels dead to me, more than she did before when I thought she was dead." He sighed deeply. "I know my father was a difficult person. He was rude and selfish to the core, but he didn't deserve to be killed. I feel numb about my mother right now. I have no sympathy for her. She could have come to me and Kurt. She knew we would have helped her. She'll have to live with the consequences of her actions. I'm not going to lift a finger to help her." Kurt said, "I can't get over what she did to Curtis, or how she could walk away from Maxim pretending to be dead. Natasha told me she was going to move to Australia." Molly glanced at Maxim. He was staring at his cake like he didn't know what to do with it, pushing the ice cream around with his spoon. "Who's representing your mother and Peggy?" He looked up. "A lawyer named Elliot Gelman. Detective Lombardi said he's one of the best lawyers in the city." "He is." She didn't tell him Lombardi had gone up against Gelman many times in the past and lost. "Is Natasha paying him, or—" Maxim shrugged. Kurt answered. "Yes, she is. Peggy's being arraigned on Monday, and Mr. Gelman is going to try to get bail for her. As for Galena, he's asked the court to approve a psych evaluation, but the judge hasn't granted it yet." Molly ate her last bite of cake and ice cream. She was tempted to have seconds, but her mother would be home soon with Tyler, and they'd be eating lunch. She pushed her plate aside. "Has anyone talked to Felix?" Maxim said, "We stopped by his house yesterday to see him. He's under a doctor's care for depression." He shook his head. "You think I'm upset about my mother? You should see Felix. He feels betrayed by my mother, which I can totally relate to. He's also worried sick about his own mother." "Of course he is." Molly felt bad for Felix. He'd loved Galena his whole life. Her fall from grace might have hit him harder than anyone else, including Maxim. "What about the egg? Has Natasha made a decision on what she's going to do with it? Will she sell it to Noble Dyson's client?" Maxim smiled for the first time. "We have good news on that front," he said. "Aunt Natasha is going to auction off the Fabergé egg. Christie's in New York is handling it. They'll be putting out a press release as soon as it's ready to go on the auction block." "Are they going to publicize her name?" "No." He reached over and took Kurt's hand. "Aunt Natasha will remain anonymous, which means we will too,
As long as no one who knows it belonged to our family makes it public.
Well, you can count on me not to say anything, she said. I won't mention it in the article I'll write about your father.
Really? Maxim looked surprised. Won't you have to? I mean, how else will you explain what my mother did?
I don't know yet, but I'll find a way to keep the egg out of it, I promise.
Thank you, Molly.
No problem. She knew Swanson wouldn't be happy about it, but she'd get her way. All she had to do was tell him Natasha would sue him and the magazine if it became public, and he'd back off. What's the opening bid going to be?
Kurt said, $15 million. We're told the bidding will probably be intense.
I'm sure it will be, she said. The history behind the egg is fascinating on its own, but the fact that it's been lost for such a long time will have collectors drooling over it.
Maxim said, Aunt Natasha went over the books with me, and they're in bad shape. The estate desperately needs the money if we're going to survive. He paused. I know you're probably disappointed we're not giving the egg to a big city museum, but we felt this was the best way to save Mistyvale. And, to be honest, I don't want the responsibility of owning it. I'd rather someone else take care of it.
I understand, she said. You have to do what you think is right for you and your family. Besides, maybe the new buyer will loan it out, or a museum might have the winning bid.
Kurt said, There's more exciting news to tell you. Natasha is having her lawyers prepare the legal documents that will give complete control of the estate to Maxim.
Molly was stunned. Really? That's great news. Are you both up for such a big commitment?
Kurt laughed. Oh, yeah. We're going to close our shop in Lexington and move it here. We already talked to the landlord for Rarest Books about renting the space, and we'll be taking over the lease in January. We're also going to open a gift shop at the museum, expand the hours of operation to stay open year-round, and open up the manor house for tours and special events.
Molly clapped her hands. That's terrific news! The manor house will be the perfect setting for weddings and corporate events. I predict you're both going to be very, very busy. And successful. I'm so delighted you're moving here. You'll be a wonderful addition to our local antiques community. Are you going to live in the cottage?
No, Maxim said. Aunt Natasha wants to live there. She's tired of living in the manor house. She wants something cozier and one level as she ages in place. She's already talking to James Galloway about renovations to gut the entire first floor to open it up and to add a master bedroom suite so she won't have to go up the stairs.
That's a very good idea, Molly said. Who's taking care of Loki?
Loki will be moving in with Aunt Natasha.
Peggy told me she didn't like living in the manor house, that it was too big for her.
Kurt said, I'm sorry, Maxim. I know you aren't interested in hearing anything your mother had to say to Natasha, but she told me something interesting about the cat. She said Galena told her Loki wouldn't stay with her in the apartment at the manor house, that she kept running away from her and was scratching and biting. We both think Loki knew she did something evil, and that's why she was acting out. She didn't want anything to do with her.
Cats are very perceptive, Molly said.
Maxim said, Well, I'm certainly not going to argue with the cat. Her claws are too sharp. His cell phone chimed. It's Aunt Natasha texting. She talked to her favorite butcher, and he only has a few turkeys left. With everything that's been going on, Thanksgiving hasn't been a big priority. We have to go buy one before he runs out.
No, you don't, Molly said. Matt and I would love for the three of you to join us for dinner. Lombardi will be here too, and our niece, Starling, and my mother and stepfather, and our little boy, Tyler. Please say you'll come.
Kurt looked at Maxim. It's your call. You're very kind, Maxim said. But Thanksgiving's in 2 days. Are you sure it isn't too much trouble?
It's no trouble at all, she said. I always buy a huge turkey, and everyone is pitching in to make the side dishes. Trust me, there will be plenty of food.
Well then, count us in, Maxim said. I'm sure Aunt Natasha will be overjoyed when we tell her. She doesn't know how to boil an egg, never mind make a Thanksgiving dinner, and she's been voicing her concerns about letting Kurt and I loose in the kitchen. Without Peggy there to cook for her, she's feeling lost. Yeah, not to mention hungry, Kurt said. What can we bring? I think we're covered on all the side dishes, Molly said. But if you want to bring a pie, we could probably use another pumpkin. They always disappear fast. Kurt grimaced, and Maxim laughed. Kurt's not a fan of pumpkin pie. You don't have to worry about him overindulging. I really hate it, Kurt said. It's not even a fruit, it's a vegetable. The only good thing about the pie is the whipped cream. And this time of year, it's impossible to get away from it. Pumpkin is everywhere. Pumpkin coffee, pumpkin muffins and bread, even bagels and cookies. And you can't tell people you don't like it, especially the pie. They think you're crazy. I really don't understand why everyone loves it so much. I don't know where you got the idea that everyone loves it, Molly said, although she couldn't actually think of a single person she knew, besides Kurt, who didn't like pumpkin pie. But don't worry, no one will make you eat it. Bring something else you'd like for dessert. Kurt smiled. My mother has a recipe for strawberry shortcake that's to die for. His hand flew to his mouth. Oh, my God, Maxim, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have used those words. Maxim patted him on the shoulder. It's okay. I can handle it. Strawberry shortcake sounds wonderful, Molly said. And we'll say no more about your dislike of pumpkin pie, Kurt. No one else needs to know. Your secret is safe with me. Chapter 31. Molly opened the front door for Kurt and Maxim. Kurt gave her another hug before he went out the door, but Maxim stopped and turned to her. You might find this hard to believe, after everything that's happened, but I'm feeling very thankful this year for so many things. I know you've been on a dark road these last couple of months, but there are a lot of exciting things coming your way. Don't let what your mother did spoil it for you, or Kurt. You both have so much to look forward to. I know. It's been a roller coaster ride, but we're getting through it together. I honestly don't know what I would have done without Kurt. He's a rock, and he's been there for me every minute of the day. I'm glad to hear it. It's wonderful to have someone in your life who believes in you and supports you. Maxim hugged her. You're the best, Molly. See you on Thursday. Molly went out the door with him and stood on the porch. Kurt was waiting for Maxim by the SUV. He held out his hands and laughed. Can you believe it? It's snowing. Welcome to Vermont, right, Molly? Right, Molly said as she waved goodbye. She watched them drive away in a swirl of snow flurries floating lazily on the air. She thought about Galena, how she'd faked her death in the ocean, murdered her husband, and betrayed her son and her sister. She was a liar, and she was cruel. Worse than her husband. And Maxim was like neither of them. He was kind and thoughtful. She truly believed Maxim, Natasha, and Kurt would get through this. But the echoes left behind by Galena's actions wouldn't be easy for any of her victims to overcome. Like waves, they had crashed into Hattie, and as a result, she was dead. Peggy's freedom would be taken away, and Felix was left feeling betrayed and depressed. Even Loki the cat had been displaced. No one had come out of this unscathed. Molly sighed. Maxim had a good attitude. It was important to think about the good things in your life and not dwell too much on the things you couldn't change. As she was about to go into the house, she saw her mother pushing Tyler's stroller down the sidewalk. She walked down the path to the driveway to meet them. We had a lovely walk, Clara said. Tyler enjoyed seeing the squirrels in the park. They're out in force today, probably squirreling away the last of their provisions before the snow really starts to fly. She held her hand out to catch the snow flurries. Looks like we got back just in time. Did you finish your article for Swanson? Yes, I sent it out to him. Molly unbuckled Tyler and lifted him out of his stroller. She felt tears spring to her eyes and tried to blink them away. You just missed Maxim and his husband, Kurt. They stopped by with an update from Lombardy, which I'll tell you about over lunch. I invited them and Natasha for Thanksgiving dinner. Oh, that will be very nice. I can't wait to meet them. Clara looked at Molly. Are those tears in your eyes? Yes, but it's nothing, Ma. It doesn't look like nothing. What's wrong, dear? Molly held Tyler a little closer and kissed the top of his head. I don't understand how Galena's parents could disown her. I wonder if it was their actions that turned her into such a bitter, hardened woman. Clara wrapped her arms around her and Tyler. With their heads together,
Molly breathed in the familiar scent of her mother's gardenia perfume. It was a comforting scent that always made her think of home. Sorry, I guess I'm feeling emotional after seeing Maxim and Kurt, and with the holiday almost here, Molly said. But I want you to know, Ma, I'm so thankful for you. I love everyone in my life with all my heart, but I don't know what I'd do if something happened to you. I think I'd die. Clara took a step back and wiped away Molly's tears. You wouldn't die, she said. You would go on living, and you would continue to make me proud, like you do every day. Molly sniffed. I make you proud? Goodness, yes. A sheen of tears suddenly glazed Clara's eyes. She took a tissue out of her pocket. Now look what you've done, she said, dabbing her eyes. My mascara will run. Molly started to laugh, but Tyler yanked on her hair. Ouch! Clara tickled his tummy, and he giggled. I think he's hungry. Let's get inside. The snow is starting to come down, and it's getting thicker. She was right. The snow was sticking to the grass. Molly walked to the door with Tyler in her arms while her mother pushed the stroller up the path. When they reached the front door, Molly held it open for her, and she pushed it inside. If you'll take Tyler, I'll put the stroller away, Molly said. Clara took Tyler from her, and Molly closed the front door. She watched her mother carry Tyler to the kitchen, smiling at him, talking quietly. Something she said made him giggle. His eyes were riveted on her face, and he reached out a chubby hand and gently touched her cheek. Molly felt her heart melt. Tyler will always know he's loved, she thought. We'll make sure of it. This concludes A Fatal Fabergé by Ellery Adams and Parker Riggs, narrated by Andy Arndt. Copyright 2020 by Ellery Adams and Parker Riggs. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Beyond the Page Publishing, LLC, and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.